on tight, you know? You hold on to the one thing that means anything. Your dream. And keep it burning forever, baby. Dream that dream. Come on, baby, dreaming.
o sintetizador é besteira.
Campeão, mas contigo, deixa em 7 e não toca dentro da água, não. Ah, é.
Hello. Hello. What up? Hello, chatters. What's up? How's it going? How are we feeling? What's the vibe? What's the vibe? Good to see everybody. Hello, Triple Z Sleeps. Hello, Robin. Hello, Dusty. Hello, Crazy Man. Hello, Solar Satori. Hello, Ashtray. Hello, Styles. Hello, Triple Z. Hello, Cross Crescent Creed. Hello, Not Old Max. Hello, Psychedelic Primate. Hello, Achado. Hello, Paul Wall. Hello, Lilo. What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Bersilium? What is up, Dr. Skipper? Doctor. Who else is in here? What's up, El Pueblo Unido? What is up, Sidewalk Connoisseur? What is up, Kate Iris Fire? What is up? Who else is in here? Razor Gem. Yo, what the hell?
Dusty J. Smith donated $25.
What the?
Treat yourself, Tofu L.
Thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Dusty, very, very generous. Thank you so much. I will. I shall. I appreciate it. Very, very kind of you. That's a big dono. Thank you so much. Getting us started off right. Oh my god, cute haircut. Wait, did you not see me yesterday? Were you not here yesterday, Dusty? Yeah, new haircut. What's up, Drink Dang? What's up, Lord LeBrand? What's up, Vi, not Vi, or V, not Vi? I don't know. I have a feeling that's the joke, but I don't. What's up? What's up, Shireen? Look gorgeous as always. How are you feeling today? I love your haircut. Thank you. I'm feeling okay today. I'm feeling a lot better than yesterday, which is great. You know what I mean? As long as I'm not feeling like I was yesterday. Yesterday, I started off stream really not feeling very poggers. V, not V. And yes, that's the joke. Okay, I was like, I'm probably like getting it wrong, but also I'm assuming that's the joke. Is that everybody gets it wrong. No, I've been missing streams, Sawi. Did you just apologize? I always say this. If you are missing well, you're in the UK, so I don't know exactly. Or are you in the UK? I thought, or did I get that wrong? Or you're in Scotland? I don't know. So I don't know what time it is for you. But usually, yeah, Scotland. Okay, cool. But usually if people haven't been around, it's because they like, you know, they've like been leading healthy lives or whatever, and they're not awake in the middle of the night. But what time is it for you right now? I guess I could just look at I have like all the world clock on my thing here. Maybe I don't have London on here or anything like that. I guess I have Paris, Sydney, Tokyo, and Cupertino. Why only those ones? 6:30 a.m. You're my morning news? Well, good morning. Good morning. Dun, 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 dun. Anywho, it's good to see everybody. Netherlands here, 7:30 a.m. Let's go. Let's go. Feeling good is goated. So true. That's so true. Yeah, yesterday I was feeling very like, just, I don't know, same old story. And I feel like I feel like, I don't know. I hate that I feel like I'm always repeating myself when it's like, oh, my world, you know, I'm not doing so good. What's wrong? Like, oh, it's the same old thing. Like, I don't know, same old fucking thing. But yesterday I was just like really stressing going into stream. And then, you know, stream content tends to have a way to like take your mood and like bring it up and then bring it down and then bring it up and then bring it down. But today we're feeling okay. We're feeling not bad, which is good. Every day is a day. That is true. Haven't tuned in for like 1.5 years. What the heck? It's good to be back. Yo, good to have you back. Life be crazy. That's so true. So true. Good to have you back. We have plenty to go over today, plenty to do, plenty to look at. I guess we could take a quick look-see at what we got on the menu for this evening or morning or whatever it is for you. Exclamation point watching in the chat will get you a link to our playlist that contains all the videos that I have planned for us to watch today. I also have some like Twitter posts and some articles that I would love to take a look at. I'll share those as we go over them. The articles I'd like to look at is one's from LA Times, the other's from New Yorker. Former Inglewood police officer sentenced for selling cocaine evidence. Fucking classic. So we'll take a look at that. And he was also the police union representative. Awesome. It's just like every time, dude. It's so cool. Anyway, also we have this article from the New Yorker, the Haditha massacre photos that the military didn't want the world to see. So you may be aware of all of the like infamous photos of like Abu Ghraib in the torture that was done to Iraqis, you know, there at Abu Ghraib and like what has been exposed about that. A lot of people aren't aware of other massacres or, well, other crimes against humanity that were, you know, done by the United States or American soldiers, like this one in Haditha, Iraq. And I'm not going to show you the photos because they're fucking horrible, obviously, but like it's still a really interesting story. And in our reader mode, like the actual article is like all like, you know, nice looking, and then like the way it flows is there's like a part where it shows all of the different photos that were found and released and it has like a caption and an explainer as you scroll. So like, you know, if you want to look at it, I'll obviously share this in the chat for you to check it out. But in the reader view, we won't look at, you know, we won't have the photos to look at, obviously. But as far as videos go, we have music videos that I'd like to take a look at that are new. Also, some light, silly news to start off the day with. This right here. Yo, Bill with the 5 bomb. What the heck? Thank you so much, Bill. Thank you. If you got a gifty from Bill Boneless, please make sure to thank them. It's very, very generous, very kind. Thank you so much, Bill. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Getting us started off right. Dude, 5 out of 25 already, and then Dusty hit us with the fucking huge dono. Fucking legends. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Light news to start the day off with. Like, you never thought it would actually happen, right? But British rock band Oasis announces 2025 reunion tour. And it's so funny. This is actually such big enough. Like, this is actually a big enough deal that like literally every news outlet that I've looked you. Also, Simmering Teapot, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Oh my god, dude. No, Bill. Not now, Bill.
Today, by now,
That's so stupid.
I don't believe that anybody feels feels the way I do.
That.
Backbeat, beat, 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 beat.
Woo, putting some spice on it.
I don't believe that anybody feels.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
All the roads we have to walk are winding, and all the lights that lead us there.
Okay, that's enough. I'm okay. That's enough. That's enough. What's up, J Logic? Ay, 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 ay. That's about enough of that. Okay. Yeah, I don't believe that. I have damaged friendships by linking that before. Like linking Neil Cicierega songs like at the most inappropriate times. Like Neil. Now I'm talking to Neil Cicierega. Bill, this is a fucking funeral. No, we can't play Neil Cicierega. No. Also, I noticed before, but new hairstyle looks nice. Yeah, what's up, Zarian? Thank you. Oh, you know I'm spinning Neil at my funeral. Respect. Irma Gerd, it's Tofu Goes. What's up, spilled bag of ice? Boom, boom, boom. Alrighty, okay. So we're gonna talk about Oasis. Then after that, we're gonna get into, obviously, as we always do, all the top US and world headlines for the day. From Reuters, top 5 stories you need to know today, news wrap from PBS, and top US and world headlines from Democracy Now, aka Democracy, a little bit later, in a little bit, very soon though, a little bit later though. We have a bunch of shit that I'd like to look at. People protesting over fucking utilities prices. People protesting and blocking Citibank workers from getting to work. To protest like fossil fuels and stuff like that. Specifically, grandparents blocking city bankers, which is incredibly based. And then we're gonna look at Mark Zuckerberg being a little whiny weirdo. SpaceX being fucking lame. We have Trump facing new indictment charges from Jack Smith. We're gonna look at Vance crying and bitching and moaning about it. We're gonna look at a number of international news like drought in Mexico, the Congo no longer expecting to receive Mpox vaccines this week, which is not good. We're gonna talk about the UN expert IAEA chief warning of a nuclear accident risk at Russia's Kursk plant. We're going to look at Zelensky proposing a peace plan. We're going to look at China calling for more support for its Ukraine peace plan that it created with Brazil. So we're going to look at, peace stuff that's happening on that front, I guess, so to speak. And then from there, we're going to get into, our wider Middle East, North Africa news here. Chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff visits Israel and meets with defense leaders. Beirut bus drivers feel the burden of Israel-Hezbollah conflict. UN aid operation halted in Gaza after Israeli evacuation orders. Israeli military launches large-scale operation in occupied West Bank, which there is is a continuing breaking story right now. And then we'll end it off with this from Democracy Now! Palestinian healthcare workers chained, starved, sexually abused. How new Human Rights Watch report on Israeli prisons. So new man-made horrors beyond our comprehension have come out about Israeli prisons. Can't wait to talk about it. You mean we will look at reports about war and peace, kind of like a war and peace report? Kind of catchy. Yeah, somebody should use that, right? Like somebody, like maybe like some kind of like news outlet should use that. It's got a little ring to it. Yeah. After that, we have Bourbon Bresky Branch, of course, How to Survive a Rhea Attack. We have new Steve Wallace that we've been putting off for a few days. Construction Material DIY tent hashtag camping. We have new Fantano and more. So much more. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. And as always, I will try to remember to share the articles and posts that we look at as we go over them. Please do feel free to remind me in case I forget. But first, let's start it off light with some new music videos that have come out recently. And then we'll look at the light news about British rock band Oasis announcing a 2025 reunion tour after saying forever that they would never get together or whatever. So we'll take a look at it. What's up, Catboy? Thank you. I appreciate it. You will love each other. You will love each other and you will enjoy it. That was Health, Be Quiet and Drive, Far Away, banger. Now, this is DJ Houseplants. This Morning featuring Uchi. Yeah, Triple C. Such a vibe. Oh my god. Such a fucking vibe. What's up, James? Thank you. A fucking vibe. DJ Houseplants This Morning featuring Uchi. Now, let's learn about the news. The biggest news of the day.
More than a decade since Oasis was seen on stage as a group. The British rock band announced on Tuesday that they will reunite for a series of live shows in 2025. The band said on social media platform X that the first show will be held in Cardiff, Wales on July the 4th next year. There will be 14 performances in various UK cities, including Manchester, where the band was formed in 1991, and London. Tuesday's announcement followed a weekend of speculation about a reunion. Streaming platform Spotify said it had prompted a 160% spike in Oasis music streaming globally over a 2-hour period on Monday, compared with the previous week. Oasis split in 2009 when lead guitarist and main songwriter Noel Gallagher said he could no longer work with frontman.
Yeah, I thought they fucking hated each. Well, they did hate each other. They did hate each other. These are cool ass glasses right here.
And his brother Liam Gallagher.
Lap it up, you know what I mean? So
that was Liam in 2017.
He thinks he's the man, and I think I'm the man. You know what I mean?
They do. They both. That's like truly from my understanding of the beef is that, like, truly that is the, like, that's the beef. Like, he pretty much summed it up. As much as, like, the knowledge that I have of it, like, that's my understanding. It's like, he thinks he's the man, I think I'm the man. So we're not getting back together, right? Yeah, my money is on them not making it 3 shows before canceling the tour. Them fucking fighting on stage would be sick. Noel is going through a divorce and needs the money, apparently. There it is, dude. There it is. Okay. The divorce, dude. Of course. It's every time, bro. Yeah, here's the divorce dad arc. Oh, bro. Yeah.
Their tour will also mark the 30th anniversary of Oasis's second album, What's the Story Morning Glory, which includes the hits Don't Look Back in Anger and Wonderwall. It was the best-selling...
Like, are they... Like, I see them getting pissed. Like, I see them dreading the moment that they, like, are obviously forced to play Wonderwall. You know what I mean? Like, I see them being like, fuck you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're not playing Wonderwall. Fuck you, and spitting in the crowd or some shit. Like, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Because everybody is like, everybody hates their, like, biggest hit when they have, like, when a band or an artist has like a Wonderwall. You know what I mean? They all hate that song. Everybody, they always hate that song, and for sure Noel and Liam hate that song. Yeah, Noel hates Wonderwall. Like, they fucking hate that shit. You know what I mean? So I can see, like, it being a very frustrating thing for them. I paid Ticketmaster $6,000 for these seats. You'll fucking play Wonderwall and you'll fucking like it.
Album of the 1990s in the UK and sold more than 22 million copies worldwide.
Anyway, chat, coming up next, you know the deal, you know the vibes. We're gonna get into the fucking news. The fucking news, you know what I mean? The news of the day. You know, as we do here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast. Coming up next, we're gonna look at the top 5 stories you absolutely must know today, according to Reuters. Then we are going to look at the news wrap from PBS NewsHour, and then we're going to look at the top US and world headlines from Democracy Now, aka Democracy in a Few Minutes. Because first, chat, before we get into that, we must run an ad break because it's been about an hour since we started the stream. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool, really exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to even more exclusive emotes, and to also help me get closer to earning Partner Plus, which gives me a bigger share of the money that you give me. Which would be very pog. You can also help out by, well, not specifically with Partner Plus, but generally by gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience. Yo, Rogue, thank you for 14 months. Let's go.
Hi, Tofu. Hope we're well.
Hey, thank you so much, Rogue. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for the 14 months. And Bill Boneless, thank you so much for getting to Psychedelic Primate. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Putting us at 6 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, which is very, very poggers. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time and I can continue to pay my bills and my rent while doing so. You can also throw some bits or a dono my way, $3 specifically for a TTS message. All of these things help very much and are very much appreciated. I'll be back in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you had to sit through some ads, thanks for doing that. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting to Meowsies and for also gifting to Catalyze. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very kind. Very, very generous. Thank you so much. Oh, looks like we're in a hype train. Listen, we just started stream. So for the sake of time, we're going to get into this stream so we can get the content flowing. But if you guys want to jam, if you guys, have a feel away about that, maybe if we gift a couple more subs, I can be convinced to do a little jam out session and take a break, a little jam break before we get into the headlines. But first, we're going to get into the headlines in the meantime. But thank you so much, everybody. We're going to start it off with the top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters. Then we're going to get into the news wrap from PBS and top US and world headlines from Democracy Now, aka Democracy, very, very soon. Very soon. Top 5 stories you need to know today. What the heck is happening? Number 1, Russia strikes Ukraine with missiles and drones for the second day in a row, Kyiv says. Number 2, Donald Trump threatens to pull out of a debate with Kamala Harris, citing hot mics as an issue. Wait, now he wants to be fucking muted? Wasn't that a problem for him before? Like, he didn't want to be muted. That's his thing. He likes to talk over people, but he doesn't want to have a hot mic. That's such bullshit. Yo, Tech Ting, thank you so much for gifting to Not Your Average Guatemalan. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yo, and for gifting to Chase Sadie. Yo, I really appreciate the support, chat. I really appreciate the support, Tech Ting. Thank you so much. We call that praxis, okay? Let's fucking go. Promises made, promises kept. Thank you so much.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink.
Yo, texting. Thank you for gifting to Snilk. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My lap, you could never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl.
Yo, Bill Boneless with the 300 titties. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Trump's campaign doesn't want him to have a hot mic, but Donnie wants it. That actually makes sense. Texting. Thank you for gifting to Montreal. Thank you. Yo, Anonymous with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you got a gifty, please make sure to thank whoever gifted you. Very generous. Thank you, Anonymous.
Tell my mama when I grow up, sorry I'm a communist. Take a flight to Cuba, roll a blunt right in that bitch. All up in Jamaica, swear you need to see this shit. She don't wear no makeup, wanna give me all of it. We should take like all of it. We should take like all of it. Careful who you talk to, cause they fed and they be counterfeit. I switched out the AR for the AK like a Soviet. Say I get her high like some opiates. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping on this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have the knowledge, then you know you need to praxis.
Yo, Bill Boneless, thank you so much for gifting another sub to Robin45. Thank you so much. 45, my favorite number. Best president ever. Thank you so much. My gosh. My goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Damn. We're already at 18 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. That's fucking insane, chat. We just started a stream. We haven't even finished the headlines, right? Speaking of that, we're going to get back into the headlines. Unless you guys wanted to keep gifting. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you guys want to keep gifting, I can be convinced to further push off, getting into the news. But you know what I mean? It's already 11:07 p.m. for me anyway. I think I'm going to get into, we're going to get into it. But I could be convinced otherwise. But thank you so much, chat, for all of the support. It really, really means the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Remember to thank whoever gifted you. Okay, number 3. A top U.S. general says the risk of a broader war has eased after the Israel-Hezbollah exchange. Number 4. Dozens die and many remain missing after dams bursts in eastern Sudan. Number 5. South Korea's birth rate incentivizes struggle to sway the YOLO generation. South Korea's birth rate incentives struggle to sway the YOLO generation. I need more information. What do you mean the YOLO generation? Who's the YOLO generation? What the fuck? I blame Drake for this. This is Drake's doing. Yeah, millennials, I guess. Thanks for doing what you do, Tofu. I appreciate you. Have a great night and keep safe, y'all. Yo, Catalyze, thanks for being a part of the community. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Yo, Sidewalk Connoisseur gifting a sub to Swoletariat. Holy based. All right, the people have fucking spoken, dude. The people have spoken. The YOLO generation has spoken. You deserve it. This one's for you, chat. Let's go. I think it's the 4B movement. Some women are protesting by not having children. The 4B movement? I'm not familiar. What's up, Oat Latte?
She's got a big oily butt. A big round oily butt.
Yeah.
Shawty's got sexual techniques. And a big round oily butt.
Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting to our new friend Oat Latte. I really appreciate it.
I wanna bust a nut. She's looking good. She's got a lot of class. Big hoop earrings and a big round ass.
Yeah.
I crack a stupid joke, but it still makes her giggle. I'm one step closer to seeing that booty jiggle.
Yeah.
That
Bill,
booty
thank you for the
bounce
200
up
biddies.
down and around, vigorously shaking and making that clapping sound. She's shaking that booty and dripping with sweat. Coconut booty oil makes her big butt wet. She's super bad, so I'm looking for some trouble. Booty looking like a big round wet bubble.
Yeah.
Baby got back.
Yeah.
Baby got a big round, but I want a snack.
Bow.
Baby got oil dripping down her booty crack.
Down it.
Hungry for that booty, baby, give me a snack.
Let's go.
A cold glass of water on her big round butt. That makes her get the goosebumps, so I can bust a nut.
Shawty wanna fuck.
Shawty likes it rough and she's got a
big oily butt. A big round oily butt. I always get that lyric wrong. Techniques.
And a big round oily butt. Goosebumps on her booty cheeks. I wanna bust a nut.
I want to. A big round wet McMuffin is. My gosh.
Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Shawty wanna flow, whoa, whoa.
He's onto something with the oil, to be honest, right? This is 15 years old. This is 15. It's timeless. Timeless. A classic for the ages, right? A classic for the ages. Anyway, we're gonna get back into the news. Unless you guys want to keep gifting, I can be convinced to continue to jam out, right? Like, we could do more jamming. It's just like, that's your choice. But for now, we're going to get back into the stream. Thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate it. We're at 20 out of 25 the daily sub goal, only 5 away from hitting the sub goal. I think I'm going to start doing the thing, by the way, chat. I think I'm going to start making it like, I don't know, like a thing. I don't know. And maybe I'll like try to automate like a bot. I don't know, figure out something to cool for it, like something. But we will, if we hit the sub goal, we lock in comfy content, at least one piece of comfy content for the, like, for after the news ends, right? Like, so like, I can't say like, oh, I'm sorry, like, I'm sheepy, I don't feel like doing comfy content. No, bitch, we hit the fucking daily sub goal. You have to fucking sit your stupid ass down and fucking watch Urban Rescue Ranch, you little pussy fuck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, at least one Bieber video. Exactly. So I think we'll start doing that. And it's like a little incentive, incentive. Show hidden with the 5 bomb. Listen, yo, locked in. We're locked in. Oh my God, chat. We are so fucking locked in. My God, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Thank you so much, Show Hidden, for the fucking 5 bomb, the 5 community gift subs. If you got a gifty from Show Hidden, please make sure to thank them. That's very, very kind. Let's fucking go. This is made by somebody in Cinemarxism's community. Well, No Shoe, but also this person, Die Happy.
I'm ready if we're gonna fight. So if the piggies come on barking, I'm another time. The traitors to the working class, so it's
Thank you so much, chat. Thank you so much, Show Hidden. Thank you, everybody who's gifted. Thank you, everybody, for all the bits, for the donos, for the fucking subbies. Really, really appreciate it. Let's fucking go, baby.
So hit your local cop with the bonky bomb. All drugs to the front with the juxtaposition. Just guns versus jugs, that's just a juxtaposition.
Why does this shit go so hard?
Veggies in a canopy. Now we got the water and soup for our family. Stay
Danger.
It's okay to take a risk. Give a fuck about the police. Got about a dog and come
With me, cops like me, give me some dabs. Yeah. If you hate cops like me, then shake that ass.
Ooh, if you hate
Cops like me,
the yellow cap.
yellow cap.
Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, then hit that dance now.
Do the dunk dance, baby. Yo, crazy man with the gifty to Thorin Thorinormont.
That's how you should
Thank you so much, crazy man.
take more than 5 L's, that's how you beat the count. Bong, bong. Do you want this juggernaut? Come and go hard with the jugger.
I call him Juggernaut.
Cal Poly going
yeah.
too hard with big old plastic jugs just like a poop job. They wanna know what I think when I was first. How that popped into my head is this is
Bonkers.
bong 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 with the students
This is
say.
bonkers.
Columbia Uni all the way to LA. Living unify and rise in the coolest way. Motherfuck 12 free Palestine
To the grave. What production system do you use? What, like, DAW do I use? I use Logic.
It's not a clip, only bitch, it's a life
Lesson.
If you're resourceful, anything can be the right way.
Cops like me. I didn't make this though, by the way. This isn't my song.
Ooh, if you hate
Cops like me, then shake that ass.
Ooh, if you hate cops like me, the yellow cap. Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, so hit that.
Do the bonk dance, baby. Banger. Thank you so much, everybody. Thanks for all the support. You guys are the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are the best. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Listen, we're still in, technically we are still in a hype train, right? Like, we're still in a hype train. So like, if that's where you guys want to take this stream, you know what I mean? Like, we'll take this stream there. That's where this stream will go. Okay. But for the sake of time, in the meantime, we're gonna get back into the news. All right. We're gonna talk more about the YOLO generation. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not gonna talk about the YOLO generation. We're gonna do Egg Dog, because Egg Dog. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. No. Because we're gonna look at the Egg Dog. We're gonna look at this Egg Dog right here. You see that? Egg Dog. Bam, 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 bam. Egg Dog, 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 Egg Dog. Yo, Tech Team, thank you for gifting another sub to Mabuki. That earned us one more Egg Dog after this. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fucking fire. Fucking fire, dude. Fucking fire. You thought that was fire? Thank you so much, Tech Team. Yeah. Chef Dog, Chef Dog, Chef Dog, Chef Dog. Chef Dog. Chef Dog, Chef Dog. What's up, low key? Chef Dog, Chef Dog. Chef Dog. Look at the Chef Dog. What the kiwi doing? Amazing. Amazing. Chat, I have 1,000 million more egg dogs. You know what I mean? That's on you. You know what I'm saying? If you want more egg dog, that's on you. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the support. You guys are the best. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's talk more about the YOLO generation. Or that's it. The YOLO generation. Oh, this is the end of the video. Look at us. Look at us. Coming up next, the news wrap from PBS. YOLO. Hello?
Across multiple regions in Ukraine. Also today, Russia launched a new wave of attacks across multiple regions in Ukraine. At least 5 people were killed. The latest missile and drone strikes come after Moscow hit Ukraine's power grid in its largest air attack of the war yet. Meantime, Ukraine says it's taken nearly 500 square miles of Russia's Kursk region and captured more Russian troops since that surprise incursion started 3 weeks ago. As fighting there intensifies, so do concerns about a potential nuclear incident. Today, the chief of the UN's nuclear watchdog visited the region's power plant, which he said is speckled with traces of drone attacks.
Pointing fingers is something that I, as Director General of the IAEA, must take extremely seriously. But it is obvious that you cannot separate what we have seen here from the recent military activity that we have seen.
He warns the plant is especially vulnerable to attack because it has no protective dome. Any such strike, he says, would have serious consequences. To the race for the White House.
I could use some protective dome if you know what I'm saying.
Vice President Kamala Harris has been off the trail so far this week, but she's keeping up her presence on the airwaves.
I know what home ownership means, and sadly right now it is out of reach.
In a new ad, the Harris campaign highlights her plan to build 3 million new homes over 4 years to address rising housing prices. At a rally in Michigan today focused on the economy, Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance took aim at Harris's record.
Americans can't afford groceries because of your leadership, Kamala. Young people can't afford homes because of the policies that you have enacted as vice president.
Meantime, the Trump campaign says that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is joining Donald Trump's presidential transition team after dropping out of the race this past Friday.
Transition to greatness.
Former presidential candidate and one-time Democrat Tulsi Gabbard will...
They got the... Dude, okay. Like, this is so true. Like... They got the goofball Avengers, dude, together. Like, bro, next thing you know, it's gonna be like Eric Weinstein and shit. Like, it's gonna be like, let's see. Yeah, this is the tweet. This is the take. Chemtrails are about to be the #1 issue on the Trump agenda. Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. on the transition team is so fucking tight. It's so sick.
Also serve as an honorary co-chair. Separately, more than 200 former Republican staffers have signed...
Dude, foil stocks are going through the roof. Okay, chat. Listen, here's some fucking stock market advice. /J. Invest in foil. Invest in tin foil.
An open letter endorsing Harris over Trump. She and her vice presidential pick, Tim Walz, will be sitting down with CNN for their first joint interview on Thursday evening. Harris has faced some criticism for not making herself more available to the press since Joe Biden dropped out of the race in July and endorsed her.
Dave Rubin should get a cabinet position. That's the funny thing about that group of people. Like, nobody actually likes Dave Rubin. Like, of all those people that came out of that the goofy ass fucking intellectual, like, whatever the fuck was the intellectual dark web, the IDW. Like, of all the people that came out of that, like, they all, every one of them hate Dave Rubin. Everybody on the right, like, nobody fucks with Dave Rubin. It's only people who, like, need to use Dave Rubin, right? For his clout, for what clout he does have, or to use Dave Rubin as like a mediator in their debate. You know what I mean? But like, nobody actually fucks with Dave Rubin, which is so fucking awesome. He's so fucking pathetic. Literally nobody likes him. It's crazy. It's wild.
Late summer heat wave with humidity pushing so-called feels-like temperatures into the triple digits in some areas. More than 70 million people were under some form of heat alert today. Residents of the Midwest and Mid-Atlantic were most directly affected. That has disrupted the first week of school in Detroit and Philadelphia, where students were sent home early today. Forecasts say the Midwest
for sure said, "I'm so extra." Period.
Tomorrow, but the heat will linger on the East Coast for several more days. 2 workers were killed and a third was injured after an explosion at a Delta Airlines maintenance facility in Atlanta early this morning. Emergency crews were seen at the hangar near Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport.
No.
Local media have reported that a tire on a plane exploded. Delta released a statement offering condolences to the families, but provided few details about what happened. The airline says it's working with local officials to investigate.
Who the hell said anything about being bisexual? Did somebody say? Do I have a tag that says bisexual or something? I don't realize it. Real question. I don't know. What the fuck?
Health authorities in New Hampshire say one
said that?
person has died after testing positive for the Eastern equine encephalitis virus. It was the first reported infection in the state in a decade. The mosquito-borne virus can result in death or severe mental and physical disabilities.
You're doing bi-erasure? Fuck, dude. Oh,
antiviral
shit.
treatments or vaccines. Several
Yeah, that's right. We're doing bi-erasure, and it's pan supremacy out here, okay?
Massachusetts towns have urged people to stay indoors at night because of encephalitis concerns. On Wall Street, stocks eked out tiny gains across the board today. The Dow Jones Industrial Average inched up to another record.
LGBTQIA. Drop the B is crazy, dude. The thing is about that is drop the B is a real thing. Like drop the B is a real thing. Drop the T is a thing. Like, it's drop the B and drop the T are like 2 very real things, which is very unfortunate. But but yeah, we're doing pan supremacy out here, and we're doing bi-erasure and pan supremacy. Stonks, stonky, stonkers.
Is over with those.
See? Do you see how this is the biggest news of the day? Like, I can't wait for this to be a fucking phenomenal disaster.
Just slightly higher on the day. And the great wait is over. With those words, the British pop group Oasis announced a reunion tour set for next year. It comes after more than a decade of feuding between the band's 2 brothers, Liam and Noel Gallagher.
Dude, Oasis coin through the roof. We have to hear it again, chat.
Songs like Wonderwall and Don't Look Back in Anger made Oasis one of the superstar acts of the 90s.
Never heard of it.
Compared to the Beatles. Yes, the Beatles. And
The
topped
Beatles.
the pop charts, but their offstage drama often overshadowed their musical triumphs. The band has announced a 14-date tour across the UK and Ireland next summer. Still to come on the News Hour, legal fights over states' new voting rules that
Song
could
name.
influence the outcome of this year's elections. A judge's ruling places 500,000 undocumented spouses of U.S. citizens in limbo. And a look at the extra hurdles people with disabilities face amid
All
a
right,
national
let's
housing shortage.
continue to democracy right fucking now. Right fucking now. Now. Right now.
Welcome to
Democracy Now, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
The United Nations has paused aid operations in Gaza after Israel ordered another mass evacuation from Deir al-Balah, where the UN had been forced to move its operations center after Israel attacked Rafah. This comes as medical staff have been forced to evacuate patients from Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, the last functioning medical facility in central Gaza. This is Louise Wateridge of the UN agency UNRWA speaking from Deir al-Balah.
To describe the situation here, it's just catastrophic. The last couple of weeks, we have had relentless forced displacement orders in the middle area, in the southern area, and also in northern Gaza Strip. And what we're seeing here is hundreds of thousands of people forced to move on a daily basis. The humanitarian operations are also being displaced within these evacuation orders, and the humanitarian response here is being completely strangled and limited our ability of what we can do.
The Israeli military
Same old story, man.
The United States has sent over 50,000 tons of arms and military equipment to Israel since October 7th. The weapons have arrived in more than 500 transport planes and over 100 ships, an average of almost 2 armed shipments a day for the past 10 months, during which time Israel's killed over
armed shipments a day for 10 months.
Palestinians, including 20 Palestinians this morning. In the occupied West Bank, an Israeli airstrike has hit the Nur Shams refugee camp near the city of Tulkarm. 5 deaths were reported. Meanwhile, Jewish settlers shot dead 1 Palestinian and wounded 6 others in an attack near Bethlehem. Meanwhile, Israel's
more on all of
far-right
this later
National
as
Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has sparked outrage after he repeated his call to allow Jewish worshippers be allowed to pray at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. He also said he would build a synagogue on the site of the mosque if he could. The Foreign Ministry of Jordan decried Ben-Gvir's remarks as a, quote, violation of international law and an unacceptable incitement, unquote. Fears are growing of an environmental catastrophe in the Red Sea. A Greek-flagged crude oil tanker has been on fire since August 23rd after being attacked by Houthi fighters from Yemen. The tanker's carrying 150,000 tons of crude oil. That's more than 1 million barrels of oil. The Houthi movement has vowed to continue targeting ships as long as Israel continues to attack Gaza.
Whoops.
Russia's launched another wave of strikes on Ukraine, killing at least 4 people. This comes a day after Russia launched one of its biggest air attacks of the war, targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's vowed to respond to the Russian strikes, which come 3 weeks after Ukrainian ground troops launched a surprise incursion into Russia. In Pakistan, the separatist Baluchistan Liberation Army has taken responsibility for a series of attacks that killed more than 40 people in southwestern Pakistan. The coordinated attacks targeted police stations, railway lines, and highways. More than 20 separatist fighters also died in the attacks, the deadliest by the group in years. Major polluting nations, including the United States, are facing new calls to pay for their role in causing the climate crisis. At a major summit in the Pacific, the message from the low-lying Tuvalu nation was, if you pollute, you should pay. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres spoke in Tonga and said ocean temperatures are rising in the Pacific Islands at 3 times the rate worldwide.
Legend.
The world must look to the Pacific and listen to science. This is a crazy situation. Rising seas are a crisis entirely of humanity's making. A crisis that will soon swell.
Yo, Luca, thank you so much for 26 months. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in.
Back to safety. But if we save the Pacific, we also save ourselves. The world must act and enter the SOS before it's too late.
In Uganda, security forces violently cracked down on climate activists in the capital, Kampala, as they protested the East African crude oil pipeline known as EACOP. At least 21 people were arrested. Last week, the Ugandan government said it might forcibly take over land from over 100 people for the pipeline construction, some of whom have already refused compensation and resettlement. EACOP is a 900-mile pipeline which is set to transport oil from Uganda to Tanzania's Indian Ocean port of Tanga. France's Total Energies and the China National Offshore Oil Corporation are behind EACOP, working with Ugandan and Tanzanian state-owned oil firms. In eastern Sudan, at least 60 people were killed when the Arbat Dam collapsed, washing away entire villages. At least 130 people in Sudan have been killed in recent days from torrential downpours and flooding. The Arbat Dam supplied drinking water for the coastal city of Port Sudan, where Sudan's military is based.
The situation is catastrophic, to be honest. We have children, families, elderly, and others that need continuous medication, and this is the fourth day. The issue is not just the food that we need to send. The water came into them and destroyed all the villages, and we don't know the circumstances they are going through now. We call on the state's government and the Sovereignty Council to quickly intervene.
Today marks 500 days since Sudan's civil war broke out, triggering a devastating humanitarian crisis. More than 10 million people have been displaced, tens of thousands killed and injured. There have been widespread reports of sexual violence, and famine and cholera have been reported in camps for displaced people. Recent international peace talks quickly petered out as the Sudanese army and their rival Rapid Support Forces paramilitary refused to negotiate. French President Emmanuel Macron is refusing to name a new prime minister and government led by the progressive New Popular Front coalition, launching a fresh round of talks while France remains at a political impasse. The New Popular Front coalition, which quickly came together to stave off a possible far-right victory, gained the largest number of seats in July's legislative elections, a snap election called by Macron. The leftist France Unbowed Party, a member of the New Popular Front, is calling for mass demonstrations September 7th. President Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, is in China, meeting with China's top diplomat, Wang Yi. Sullivan is the first U.S. national security advisor to travel to China since 2016. In related news, Canada's announced it'll impose a 100% tariff on Chinese-made electric vehicles following a similar move by the Biden administration. China condemned the move, saying it was in violation of World Trade Organization rules. In campaign news, Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance are attempting to downplay their anti-abortion record. On Friday, Trump claimed he, quote, will be great for women and their reproductive rights, unquote. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance claimed on Sunday Trump would veto a federal abortion ban. He made the comment in an interview with Christine Welker on Meet the Press.
Senator Graham said to me, I'm going to keep saying that there should be a federal ban. If such a piece of legislation landed on Donald Trump's desk, would he veto it?
Well, I think it'd be very clear he would not support it. I mean, he said that explicitly. Yeah, I mean, if you're not supporting it as the President of the United States, you fundamentally have to veto it. So he would veto a federal abortion ban? I think he would. He said that explicitly, that he would.
Senator Elizabeth Warren later appeared on Meet the Press and responded to Vance's claim.
American women are not stupid, and we are not going to trust the futures of our daughters and granddaughters to two men who have openly bragged about blocking access to abortion for women all across this country.
Special counsel Jack Smith has asked a federal appeals court to reinstate the criminal case against Donald Trump for illegally keeping classified national security documents after his presidency ended. The case was dismissed last month by federal judge Aileen Cannon, who ruled Attorney General Merrick Garland had no authority to appoint Smith as a special counsel. In a brief, Smith argued Cannon's decision ignored decades of Supreme Court precedent and misconstrued the statutes that authorize the special counsel's appointment. Aileen Cannon was nominated by President Trump. The League of United Latin American Citizens has asked the Justice Department to open a probe after Texas officials raided the homes of a number of Latino elected leaders, candidates, and political operatives in South Texas. Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton is facing accusations he's using his office to harass and intimidate Latinx voters in an effort to suppress their votes. In other voting news, the Democratic National Committee and the Georgia Democratic Party have sued to halt new election rules in Georgia. The Democrats. The League of United Latin American Citizens has asked the Justice Department to open a probe after Texas officials raided the homes of a number of Latino elected leaders, candidates, and political operatives in South Texas.
What? Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton raids Latino Democrats' homes, including those of LULAC members. The nation's oldest Latino civil rights organization, LULAC, is one of several entities in Texas targeted in voter fraud raids led by State Attorney General Ken Paxton, CBS News has learned. They're going like hogs in these red ass states are going all in against like access to voting. Like they're going all in. In a letter first obtained by CBS News, LULAC requested that the Justice Department investigate Paxton's office for Voting Rights Act violations. Yeah. The organization is accusing Paxton's office of carrying out illegal searches premised on voter fraud. Yes. Where's the fucking federal government, dude? That's insane. These actions echo a troubling history of voter suppression and intimidation that has long targeted both Black and Latino communities, particularly in states like Texas, where demographic changes have increasingly shifted the political landscape. LULAC CEO Juan Proaño and the group's national president Roman Palomares said in the letter. The thing is like, this is literally what people, on the right will say. That like, the increase of Black and Latino POC in these communities in Texas is all part of a bigger plan to like change the voting, the political landscape and change the voting habits of the people who live in Texas. Like it's white replacement theory. Like people will literally straight up say, like they will say this themselves. It's not a stretch to say that that's what's happening there. Like they literally will tell you themselves that they are afraid of white people being replaced in communities by POC. Like, which is happening, like, these demographic shifts happen for a multitude of reasons, right? But like, no, they're like, it's like a Democrat deep state fucking, plot to replace white people and take over the world and whatever the fuck. The Justice Department confirmed receipt of the letter and declined to comment further. Last week, Paxton's office announced in a press release that it was launching undercover operations and an investigation into reports alleging some organizations in Texas are unlawfully registering non-citizens to vote. Like, you can't do that. Like that's not happening because you can't do that. In violation of state and federal law, LULAC officials and CBS News told CBS News that some of the group's Texas members were targeted and had their laptops and cell phones confiscated by Texas authorities executing search warrants. Some of the raids focused on Latino activists across the state. Attorney General Paxton is using his position of authority to harass and intimidate Latino nonprofit organizations like LULAC, Latino leaders, and LULAC members. Juan Proaño, LULAC's CEO, told CBS News, calling the state AG's effort, quote, point blank in voter intimidation. Yeah, like they're blatantly doing it. Just blatantly. Yeah. It is evident through his platform of lawsuits, raids, searches, and seizures that he is trying to keep Latinos from voting. Proaño said one of those targeted was Lydia Martinez, an 87-year-old who lives in San Antonio. Martinez has been a LULAC member for over 35 years and works to expand voter registration among seniors and veterans in South Texas. She said last Tuesday that there was a knock on her door in the morning and she was greeted by 9 officers in tactical gear and firearms who said they were executing a search warrant. Martinez was questioned for over 3 hours about her voter registration efforts in Texas. Jesus, dude. Law enforcement seized Martinez's phone, computer, personal calendar, blank voter registration forms, and her certificate to conduct voter registration, according to Martinez. How many times have we talked about things like this, chat? Even if it doesn't stick, even if it ultimately doesn't stick, right? Even if ultimately all charges get dropped, what you did was you threw a wrench into the gears of the operation and you put everything on hold, or you, prevent it from continuing at least for a certain amount of time. You know what I mean? Like in this time, they are no longer working, as an activist to register, senior and veteran Latinos in South Texas. So like the more like legal fucking hurdles that you throw at people, the mission is accomplished either way, whether anything ends up sticking in the end or not. This is a free country. This is not Russia, Martinez said Monday during a press conference denouncing the raid. Manuel Medina, the chair of Tejano Democrats, is another LULAC member who was targeted. LULAC's CEO said Medina's home was raided last Thursday by police in riot gear who were armed and broke down his door, according to LULAC officials. Yeah, and how much you want to bet they don't replace their door for them? Like, even if all the charges get dropped and everything's all fine in the end, how much you want to bet they don't replace any of the things that they damaged, Paxton's office said in its news release it would continue to conduct undercover operations led by its election integrity unit. The Texas AG's office said it received a referral from the 81st Judicial District Attorney Audrey Luis regarding allegations of election fraud and vote harvesting that occurred during the 2022 elections. The release added that a 2-year investigation provided sufficient evidence to obtain the search warrants. The unit was created in the aftermath of Trump's 2020 election loss to President Brandon and aimed to probe alleged voter fraud across the state, even though officials in the Trump administration said the election had been secure. My office is investigating every credible report we receive regarding potential criminal activity that could compromise the integrity of our elections, Paxton said. Like I said, it's all about just making life as miserable and inconvenient as possible for activists. It doesn't matter if you end up getting them on anything. You take every little, no matter how bullshit or how little credibility it has. You take whatever, report you get and you act on it. And just I'm just doing my job. Meanwhile, any cases of voter fraud discovered across the nation has been by a Republican. The Brandon Harris administration has intentionally flooded our country with illegal aliens. See, here you go. Here's white replacement theory again. Let's see what I'm saying. You don't have to you can just listen to what they have to say about this and their reasoning behind these types of tactics and policies. They'll tell you themselves that it's because of white replacement. They're afraid of it. Biden-Harris administration has intentionally flooded our country with illegal aliens, and without proper safeguards, foreign nationals can illegally influence elections at the local, state, and national level. White replacement theory. Sorry, Tofu, we're stunlocked on Latinx. Oh my god, you guys really are a bunch of fucking leftists, aren't you? That's what you guys are yapping about? Oh my god. Seriously, the most the smallest thing that is so oh my god, you guys leftists. All right, let's continue.
Attorney General Ken Paxton is facing accusations he's using his office to harass and intimidate.
Be nice, okay? As long as everybody's being nice. It's an important discussion, okay? As long as everybody's
Latinx
nice.
voters in an effort to suppress their votes. In other voting news, the Democratic National Committee and the Georgia Democratic Party have sued to halt new election rules in Georgia that Democrats fear could be used to block certification of election results if Democrats win in November. Under the new rules, local election officials could delay certifying election results until they conduct what's described as a reasonable inquiry. The Democratic lawsuit warns this new rule could, quote, invite chaos after Election Day. Journalist Ari Berman recently wrote, quote, 5-alarm fire for democracy in Georgia, MAGA majority on state election board laying groundwork not to certify election if Trump loses again. They're telegraphing exactly how they're planning to try to steal the election this time, unquote. In other news from Georgia, a 12-foot statue of the late civil rights icon and Congressman John Lewis has been unveiled outside the historic Decatur Courthouse in outer Atlanta. The statue replaces a Confederate obelisk that was taken down in 20...
And I think it's this same one, the Confederate statue, or maybe it was a different one, a different Confederate statue in a different fucking, a different state. I don't know. I could be getting them wrong, but I think this is the one that had the Soviet. Oh my God, not Soviet. The Confederate time capsule in the like in its base, like hidden in its base, and it had like a bunch of like it had like a newspaper, it had like coins, it had like letters, it had like a bunch of like cool shit in it. I think that was the same one.
20 during the Black Lives Matter protest in response to the police murder of George Floyd. In immigration news, a federal judge in Texas sided with 16 Republican-led states, halting a Biden administration policy that would give spouses of U.S. citizens legal status without having to first leave the country. The policy would prevent families from being separated, possibly for years-long stretches, and could offer a path to citizenship for up to 500,000 people. The mayor of Nashville, Tennessee, is calling on city lawmakers to pass 4 new public safety policies in response to a series of Nazi gatherings in the city. One policy creates buffer zones around public buildings. Another prohibits the placement of signs over highways. A third bans the distribution of handbills before sunrise or...
Okay, but do you see how this is also, like, do you see how this isn't... All the things that are being said right now are like things that aren't going to be exclusively used against fucking Nazis. Like all of those things are things that people who are calling for peace, you know what I mean, do. You know what I mean? Hold on.
One policy creates buffer zones around public buildings. Another prohibits the placement of...
Like we're talking, like in LA, multiple cities are talking about doing, like we went over Beverly Hills doing that like a few days ago, maybe last week, I don't remember. Beverly Hills, for example, after what happened, you know, with that synagogue that was holding the event with the real estate company that was selling stolen Palestinian land and the protests outside or whatever. After that happened, they're saying that public events need to have a free speech zone, like a designated free speech zone, so that like at any public event, if somebody's going to protest it by law, they have to be, you know, in a fucking designated free speech zone, that for the safety of for everybody's safety or whatever, you know what I mean? Like all of these are all like small little sneaky ways that, like, you know, everybody pays, you know, the price, right? Like it's, I don't know. Let's run it back a little bit.
Buffer zones around public buildings. Another prohibits the placement of signs over highways. A third bans the distribution of handbills before sunrise or after sunset. And the pioneering climate journalist Peter Dijkstra has died at the age of 67. After 17 years at CNN, he became the publisher of environmental health news and the Daily Climate. Prior to his time at CNN, he spent over a decade working for Greenpeace. He appeared on Democracy Now! A decade ago and talked about corporate media coverage of the climate crisis.
I would ask people sometime soon, watch a half hour of network news one of the next few evenings. What you won't see in all likelihood is serious discussion of climate change. What you will see are 1 or 2 or 3 commercials from the oil and coal industry talking about generating jobs and keeping the lights lit and keeping
and America being green or whatever,
keeping us away from foreign oil.
The pioneering climate journalist Peter Dijkstra speaking in 2014.
That was 2014.
He died on July 31st at the age of 67. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman, bitch. Okay? I am. Who do you think you are? I am. Now, speaking of protest, let's look at a couple things that are being protested right now. Let's look at this one first.
You have contacted ABC 10 about high PG&E bills. Some say the bills have more than doubled in just the last year. And now some families say they're being forced to choose between food and power.
Today, PG&E customers held a rally at the Capitol protesting their high bills. ABC 10's Devin Truby explains what they're demanding.
Governor, enough is enough. Stop PG&E. A small group of protesters making sure their voices are loud. They're protesting PG&E's high rates. Kelly Smith driving from Grass Valley to the Capitol.
People are losing things and having to choose.
What does this one say? I want to know what that one says. Stop something.
food or electricity.
Smith says in 2021, when she bought her home, her electricity bill for her house with a pool was $220 a month. This summer, it's more than tripled.
Turning off the pool, turning off the spa, keeping the air set at 85 during the heat wave.
Dude, ours comes every 2 months, and it's every time I open the fucking bill, it like my heart sinks, dude. It comes every 2 months, and like we don't, dude. It's so ridiculously high. Every 2 months, it's like it'll be like between $400 and $600. It's like absolutely fucking insane.
It was upward.
Oh,
of
it says.
$800.
Oh,
my bill this last month or after that.
Like there are better words to use. You know what I mean? Like there are better words to use than that.
$180, and that is without the air running. We are trying so many conservation methods in our own home, and nothing is working. I mean, it's almost sitting in the dark.
Erica Hall is one of the viewers who emailed ABC 10 asking for help. The single mom says she saw her bill jump from $200 a month to $800. She says she's even had PG&E check her meter since her usage is about the same.
When I go grocery shopping, I can't buy as much food as I could before because my bill's so much higher. This year, I really didn't get to do back to school for my kids. I basically got them backpacks because the bill's taking up a lot of my income right now.
Outside the Capitol, protesters were asking for a rate reduction and for voters to appoint members of CPUC.
Be very careful about who they're voting for and see if PG&E is contributing into their campaigns.
That's good advice.
PG&E responded
that's
today
good
saying,
advice.
quote, "We know many of our customers are frustrated with higher cost of living, including energy bills. We're working hard to stabilize customer bills and remain committed to supporting our customers to help them lower their energy use."
Like it's not on like how much are you paying your CEOs? And also how much of this money that your customers are paying, like, by the way, they're forced to be your customer. They don't get to, they're not, I don't like calling them customers. I always bitch and moan when motherfuckers refer to people dealing with power outages or whatever as customers, because they don't have a choice. They don't go into a market and be like, which power company am I gonna choose? Which is the power company that works best for me? You don't get to choose. You have no other choice but to pay whatever they tell you that you need to pay. You have no fucking choice. So it's like, one, it's insulting to call you a customer. Two, you're literally being held fucking hostage. You know what I mean? You're being held for ransom. Okay? And like, also, how much of the money, how much of the rising costs in these bills are actually going to like being reinvested into the infrastructure? Right? Like how much of it is actually being reinvested into the infrastructure to make sure that it's ready for like, the effects of climate change, for example? How much of it? And, on top of that, how much of that money is going directly to the fucking, the CEOs and the board of directors and everybody? Like, get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Like, I have a feeling, one, all of the workers at PG&E are woefully underpaid, right? There's that. And two, like, I know they aren't reinvesting in the infrastructure. We know that for a fact. Okay? And three, we also know that CEOs generally saw like an insane increase in their salaries, right? Like, since the pandemic began.
And bills. PG&E offers a wide range of financial assistance programs to help customers with their bills, including programs for energy efficiency rebate.
Like, see, this shouldn't even be a thing. Like, you should be paying taxes, right? Because you are paying taxes,
Meta
and
CEO,
it should be going directly into that. Like, period. These are things that should be 1,000% publicly owned. And your taxes should be directly funding that. You should not, the costs, should not be passed off to the consumer, especially when they aren't given a choice of where to fucking go. They have to go there. It should be against the law for very obvious reasons, that for companies to force you to pay more and more money for utilities, shit that you need and you don't have a choice to get anywhere else. Okay, if you guys at a certain point, you know what I mean? If it starts to get too wordy and you guys are taking up chat with your debate about Latinx, I'm gonna ask for it to get to the Discord. But you guys could, as long as we're not like posting huge paragraphs and stuff, okay?
Pressured Facebook to
That's
censor some COVID-19 content during the pandemic. Zuckerberg sent a letter to Republican chair.
Okay, I didn't want to talk about this yet. After that, oh yeah, here's also this. Breaking, hundreds of city bankers are unable to get into work. Why? Because dozens of grandparents have blocked the bank's headquarters doors, demanding it stop financing new fossil fuel projects. Let's fucking go. A bunch of fucking gramps. And those are the city bankers that can't get in. Womp womp. I mean, you're welcome for the day off.
You got the PVAS security going, or you have the shooting?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Thought that was pretty cool. Hell yeah. Get fucked, Citibank. Get fucked, Citibank. You fuck. All right, let's see. I'm going to... we're still doing pretty good on time. Well, speaking of time, the ads are about to run in 2 minutes and 14 seconds exactly, chat. Coming up next, we're gonna get into some hogwatch, some cop watch, more specifically. We're gonna read this from the LA Times. Former Inglewood police officer sentenced for selling cocaine evidence. Wow, so surprising. That never happens. Okay, we're gonna look at this next. And then from there, we'll look at Mark the Zuck being goofy and cringe, and SpaceX being goofy and cringe. And then we'll look at Trump and JD Vance both being goofy and cringe. After that, we will get into international news, ! Watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we have watched and will watch today. I'll share the articles we go over them. But first, chat, before we continue on, we must run an ad break because it's been an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience. Or maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to exclusive emotes and to help me get closer to Partner Plus, so I can get a bigger cut of the money that you so generously give to me. You can also support by throwing bits or a dono my way, $3 for a TTS message specifically. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi or throw some emotes in the chat. Or if you're lurking, please use the gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are, yeah, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay, we are back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. You had to sit through some ads. Thanks for doing that. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But we are back, never fear. And I've managed to tie this. I always do this. I'm just sitting here, like, not realizing I'm doing it. I'm like watching the video, like, you know, thinking about stuff and like whatever, chatting. And then I don't even realize that I'm like making the most ridiculous like tangle just for fun. Like, why am I like this? There we go. Why am I like this? Anywho, we're back. We are back. And let's get back into it. Let's start it off with this story here from the Los Angeles Times. When do you stream music? When do I stream music? Well, on Sundays, we do a community radio night, but that's probably not what you mean. If you mean like, when do I make music? Very, like on stream, very rarely. Very rarely. Very, very rarely. It's been a minute since I've done it, but sometimes. What's up, Hostan? Sounds like female autism. True. What's up, Cicero? Thank you. You have such a cool setup. Hope to catch you jamming sometime. Yeah, hopefully sometime. I mean, I don't really do it that often, because Monday through Friday I'm usually doing this. But you know, I plan to do more music related content, and us doing community radio nights on Sundays is kind of like my way to slowly, like, you know, introduce more of that to our you know, content. Tofu, I haven't given you your nightly compliment yet. Oh my, I almost forgot. You're prettiest girl I've ever seen. God, you're so cool and beautiful. Oh, bipedal, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. How's it going? Okay, let's get back into it. Let's start here. From the LA Times, former Inglewood police officer sentenced for selling cocaine evidence. Classic cop behavior. Very normal, very fucking classic cop behavior. John Abel Baca, cool ass last name, pulled up to the meeting in a Ferrari. What the fuck? Pulled up to the meeting in a Ferrari with a gram of cocaine in a medical glove. The man he was there to meet was a customer, and Baca, an Inglewood police officer and the department's union rep at the time. I'm going to read that again. Baca, an Inglewood police officer and the department's union rep at the time, said he had a kilogram more of the product that he could sell for $22,000. But Baca wasn't working an undercover case. Instead, the meeting in 2021 was being recorded by the FBI. On Tuesday, Baca, 48, was sentenced to 30 months in federal prison after pleading guilty to one count of distribution of cocaine in order to pay a $40,000 fine. In a plea agreement with federal prosecutors, Baca admitted he'd stolen drugs from Inglewood Police Department's evidence room and sold them on the side for profit. This is like a very normal thing. Okay, like I need you to understand how common this is. And while I haven't heard any updates on it, this is definitely where, for example, the story that we were following like a week ago about Christopher Dorner's gun turning up randomly, you know, in a robbery case. That's how it ended up on the streets. 1,000%. Just like a lot of the guns that are on the streets end up on the streets, it's the same as the drugs. A lot of the drugs that end up on the streets straight from the police. And then there's multiple cases too. We've talked about this a long time ago, but this is a very, like, it's very common. A police union, this is another police union leader, okay? Like, just like this guy that we're talking about in Inglewood, all right, south of LA, a police union leader was busted for international fentanyl smuggling. Like, when we're talking about the drugs that come across the border, it's always with white people at the proper ports of entry. You know what I mean? Like casually moving back and forth over the border, right? It's not like these brown people, these gangbangers, these, you know, these terrorists and rapists that are, you know, carrying fucking, you know, bricks of fucking cocaine and shit with them across the border while they're like, you know, running across the border. That's not how that works. It's fucking people like this. This lady used police union like internal resources to distribute fentanyl. She literally would have fentanyl shipped to the department, and she would use her fucking official email address and everything to coordinate. Like, it was so blatant and so like it's just crazy. It's insane. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's extremely common. Extremely common. Anyway, in a plea agreement with federal prosecutors, Baca admitted he'd stolen drugs from Inglewood Police Department's evidence room and sold them on the side for profit. Former officer Baca tarnished the badge and dishonored the majority of those who serve. That's cap. Like, the person who probably even said this, or the assistant director of the FBI, maybe not this person specifically. I mean, maybe this person specifically, but like, bro, if you really want to be like, yeah, he's like, wow, he's really, you know, dishonoring the name of all of the other police officers in his department and other departments that definitely don't ever do things like this. This is definitely an isolated incident that isn't extremely common. You know what I mean? And most of the time it goes unpunished because cops are all fucking homies. The badge is tarnished. Ay, ay, ay. U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada echoed the sentiment in a statement, saying Baca, quote, abused his position as a law enforcement officer to promote his drug trafficking activities. Baca bragged to a potential buyer in September 2020 that he stole narcotics and money during routine traffic stops. This is not an example of a bad apple. This is an example of one instance, you know what I mean? This is one example of a greater culture at this specific police department and at, you know, in American policing culture generally. And it isn't also solely an American thing. Obviously, policing, the concept of policing is flawed at its core, obviously. But like this, my point is this is very common in the United States. Very fucking common. Like, this type of behavior, even more so. Baca bragged to a potential buyer in September 2020 that he stole narcotics and money during routine traffic stops. Like, that's something that happens all the time. And cops do actually regularly get punished for that kind of thing. But usually it's just like desk job for a little bit. You know what I mean? They're off the street for like a few months. And that's it. Or like, you know, either at worst, they get fired from the department, but qualified immunity gets, you know, make sure that they can get a job at any other department. You know what I mean? He offered to sell white China heroin in unlimited supply of black tar heroin and a kilogram of cocaine. According to his plea agreement, the buyer informed the FBI of what Baca was saying in February 2021. The buyer, later identified as a confidential witness in court records, asked Baca what he should say if anyone asked where he got the cocaine. Baca reportedly told him, tell him it came from fucking Mexico, according to court. Dude. There you go. There you go, dude. Tell him it came from fucking Mexico. What are you talking about? Of course. What do you mean? It came from fucking Mexico. Or else. Dumbass. Prosecutors focused on two meetings in their case against Baca. In April 2021, Baca drove to a buyer's home in his 2012 Ferrari FF with a small sample of cocaine in a medical glove. The meeting was recorded by federal agents, according to court records. Afterward, the buyer gave the cocaine to the FBI. The product tested at 75% purity, prosecutors said. In a follow-up call, Baca arranged to sell the confidential witness a kilogram of cocaine. He met the buyer at his business on May 4th, 2021. On that visit, he drove up in a Nissan Maxima with no license plates. Oh. He delivered a brick of cocaine wrapped in a plastic bag and tape, which he carried in a Target shopping bag, according to court records. He asked the buyer for $22,000, which was provided by the FBI as part of their operation. Baca claimed he was making only $1,000 as part of the deal, but the government never recovered the cash. Wait. Baca claimed he was only making $1,000 as part of the deal, but the government never recovered the cash? Wait, they gave him $22,000 and then they never got it afterwards? Is that what, am I hearing that right? Did I read that right? So he just free $22,000. Like, dude, you just got $22,000. Bro, they literally paid you $22,000. Like, it's pure profit too, because he's lying when he says he only gets $1,000 as part of the deal. He got it from the evidence room. That's pure profit. That's $22K. That's plus $22,000. Easy money, dude. What the fuck? Baca told a federal informant that he often traveled to Las Vegas to gamble at casinos and launder his money, according to court records. I love when you hear stories about like these criminals who are just like blabbing. You know what I mean? They're just like yapping away. They're just like yap. This is what I do. This is how I do it. These are the names of all the people I do it with. Like, here, these are the email addresses that I use. Like, these are all like, here's, you know what I mean? Just like a casual conversation. You know what I mean? Here's my address. You know what I mean? Here's a copy of the key to my residence. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? However, even the government is taking their cut of all that money. Oh, man. Baca was also accused of recruiting a second person to help in his drug dealing. That person, Gerardo Economo, 42 from South LA, was arrested in Las Vegas in June 2021 with 3 kilos of heroin in his car, prosecutors said. According to federal prosecutors, Baca called Las Vegas police and tried to intervene in Economo's case. He claimed he was Economo's handler. Oh my God. He tried to be like, yeah, actually, I'm fucking deep undercover. I'm Economo's handler, and like, he's good. He's fine, actually. Bro, you are so dumb. Dude, that's crazy. Yes, it is I, his handler. He's fine. He's actually cool, actually. Yeah, that's my boy. He's one of us. He's with us. That's so fucking funny, dude. He suggested he worked the case off by helping them. My God. Economo was eventually charged with intent to distribute the heroin, and on October 28, 2021, the FBI dug in his yard and found large quantities of drugs wrapped in black plastic, including 1,258 grams of fentanyl. And so all of those cops just evaporated, right? Like, how are those cops even able to unearth that without spontaneously combusting? Like, what do you mean? How were the cops even able to enter the premises of the property with that much fentanyl? You know what I mean? Being within range. How were they able to not turn into fairy dust and blow away in the wind? Stop saying fentanyl. It's making me lightheaded. They're FBI. That's just street cops. Oh, the FBI has immunity. They have stronger thumb genes. Each fentanyl bust is a law enforcement sacrifice. You know this tofu. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Including 1,258 grams of fentanyl and roughly 462 grams of heroin, court records show. FBI agents also found evidence of a drug trafficking operation in his home. Bro, you found 1,258 grams of fentanyl and 462 grams of heroin. Something tells me there's a drug trafficking operation going on in this home. They're really smart. Economo claimed he worked for Baca as an informant and was authorized to transport the drugs to Las Vegas as part of a law enforcement operation, prosecutors said. This is so sick. He really tried to scam like other police departments. He's like, yeah, no, actually, dude, like it's all part of our grand scheme, dude. It's like, it's gonna be the most epic bust ever. Okay, you should actually let him go. Right? Let him fucking sell the drugs, dude. Trust me, it'll be sick. It's so fucking 5-head, dude. That's so 5-head. Next time, chat, in Grand Theft Auto 5, you know what I mean? When you're RPing and you're doing like the drug running RP or whatever in No Pixel or fucking whatever, and an RP cop pulls you over, just tell them that you're actually deep undercover. You're actually with them, and they should have gotten the message from their higher ups. You know what I mean? Like that I'm actually good to go. Like I need to go sell this so that we can, like, you know, infiltrate a massive international drug ring. Okay. I was in No Pixel. I just never did drugs. I was a medic. Nice. What's up, Blood Glow? Deep undercover, so deep they haven't even been notified yet. That's how deep it goes, right? Like this is actually supposed to not even be, you're actually not even supposed to know about this. Technically, I should kill you in No Pixel in GTA 5, right? Like now that I've told you this information, dude, you're blowing my undercover. Yeah, exactly. Economo claimed he worked for Baca as an informant and was authorized to transport the drugs to Las Vegas as part of a law enforcement operation, prosecutors said. But he also claimed ignorance of the drugs in the yard. But also, like, one, I'm an undercover agent and I'm supposed to be selling these drugs as part of a large, like, drug bust scheme, right? But I also have no fucking clue where that 1,258 grams of fentanyl and 462 grams of heroin came from. That shit is not mine. No clue where that came from. Oh my god. Prosecutor said Baca had $300,000 in his bank accounts and a similar amount in investments around the time of his arrest in October 2021. The amount of money in his accounts dwarfed his household income, prosecutors said. He also owned or partially owned multiple homes in California and Arizona, along with a 2018 Audi Q7, a 2001 Chevy pickup truck, and the Ferrari. Okay, a 2001 Chevy pickup truck? Damn, my guy had assets, bro. Like, that's straight fucking money right there. You know what you don't know? Yeah, staying humble is that's real. That's like real G's move like that. You know what I'm saying? They keep the Ferrari at home, the Audi Q7 at home, and they pull up to the fucking store in the 2001 Chevy pickup truck. That's what I do my drug dealing in, right? Right? I take the old lady out to dinner, right? To fucking to Olive Garden in the fucking Rari, right? But I do my dirty work in the 2001 Chevy pickup truck, dude. That shit is dependable as a motherfucker. Baca offered a sincere apology. That's great. Yo, that's my bad, bro. I believe him. No, honestly, like legit though, I believe him. No, I think we should let him go. No, I believe him. I think it's sincere. I think it's sincere. It even says so right here. I think it's sincere. It literally says sincere right there. That's my bad, you guys. I won't do it again. I swear. Just an oopsie daisy, dude. Like, we all get one, right? We all get one. Baca offered a sincere apology in court, according to a statement from his attorney, Victor Sherman. He said he recognized that, quote, he disgraced the police badge, which he will live with for the rest of his life. That's right. He will live with that for the rest of his life. Not a moment goes by where it doesn't cross his mind and he doesn't shed a single tear, you know? Just one single tear streams down his sad little piggy face. Oh, man. Classic stuff, man. He's sorry, chat. He's sorry. And this is definitely just a case of a case of bad apple, right? Not an indication, not indicative of any way of a greater problem with police culture or anything like that. Definitely not something that happens really fucking often, okay? Not at all. Stop asking questions. Stop asking questions. All right, let's continue. How are we doing on time? We're doing okay. All right, let's make fun of cringe people. That's always fun. We like doing that, right? Mark Zuckerberg says White House pressured Facebook over COVID-19 content. It's never been more obvious, even more obvious than when he took up jujitsu, right? That he really, really, really wants to be cool with like the podcast bros. You know what I mean? Like he really, really wants to be accepted by like the Joe Rogans of the world, like more than anything else. Right? Like more than anything else. And he'll say anything like to prove it to you, right? This is exactly what's happening here. I need him to get Elon in the ring already. Honestly, that would be great content.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg says senior Biden administration officials pressured Facebook to
I didn't want to censor all the mis and disinformation that was fucking spreading like a fucking disease on Facebook. I didn't want to. They made me. Please believe me. I'm cool. I'm cool, guys. Elon's mom told him he can't fight. Oh, man. Guys, I swear I'm cool. I promise I'm cool, dude. I never wanted to censor the really fucking stupid COVID mis and disinformation that was spreading like crazy on my website. Come on.
COVID-19 content during the pandemic. Zuckerberg sent a letter to Republican chair of the House.
Come on, dude. Let's do DMT and spar, please.
Judiciary Committee.
Then we could talk about it in our pod. Let's start a podcast.
Rep. Jim Jordan, alleging that officials repeatedly pressured Facebook for months to take down, quote, certain COVID-19 content, including humor and satire. He vowed that the social media giant would push back if it faced certain demands.
This is my favorite version of the Zucky Ducky, because he's got like the fucking Zoomer hair on, and like this is him like definitely being like, what's up, guys? Like, what's up, dudes? Like, what's up? Like, what's up, bros? Yo, Curvitz, thank you so much for the fresh tier 1. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome in.
In response, the White House said that it was
But like, no matter what he does with his hair or like what outfit he wears, his eyes will never not look like they blink sideways. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, why are his eyes not like his eyes will always look like that no matter what he does. Like no matter like cuz he's like rich as shit, right? He can afford stylists, like, you know what I mean? Like he could do whatever he wants to like upgrade his cool factor, right? But like no matter what he does, no matter all the work he puts in to like, you know, to like looks max and like, you know, whatever, his eyes still look like they close this way every time. Like just no matter what. Like every time I look at him, I stare at him and I'm waiting for it to happen. Like, I'm just like waiting. If I blink, I'll miss him blink, but sideways, you know?
With a deadly pandemic, and the administration was encouraging, quote, responsible actions to protect public health and safety. The letter is the latest rejection of pressures on Facebook to target misinformation following the coronavirus pandemic and 2020 presidential election. Allegations have emerged that some posts were wrongly deleted or restricted. Experts warned that this year's U.S. election could be swamped by misinformation on social media, with the increase of AI and other tools to produce false content that could mislead voters.
Yeah, I mean, we literally have sitting presidents, or former presidents, not sitting presidents. Actually, depends on who you ask. If you ask a patriot, a sitting president. But Donald motherfucking Trump posting fucking AI like videos of people like or like, you know, what's her fucking face? Taylor Swift endorsing him, and we're already there, dude. Like, we're already there. And like, even if it isn't directly like AI being used by campaigns, it's people accusing things of being AI. Right? It's like, it'll be like, you know, the Republicans looking at that fucking photo on the tarmac, right? That press conference at the or that rally. Was it a rally or a press conference? I don't fucking care. The one on the tarmac where they were like, look, there's nobody in the reflection of the plane. Like, you know what I mean? That's how this is affecting our election right now, actually. It's not like, oh, wow, did you see this video of Joe Biden saying the fucking N-word on C-SPAN? Like, it's not that. It's like claiming that everything you're seeing is fake. It's claiming that everything you see around you is, in fact, AI and is a lie. Tim Wall's dog is a psyop, yeah. Anyways, more cringe to come. SpaceX continues with plan to increase number of rockets. Hold on. Continues with plan to increase number of rocket launches despite public objection. Let's check it out.
Well, you've probably seen and heard the SpaceX launches from Vandenberg Space Force Base, and now SpaceX wants to rapidly increase its number of rocket launches.
If it were any other CEO, I'd be like, you know, they're just doing their thing. You know what I mean? Like, you know, they're just trying to pump out more launches or whatever. But it's Elon Musk, so I know that it was actually out of pettiness. So I am very positive that it was just an extremely petty move by Elon Musk after like locals that live around the launch site were like, yeah, could you guys like not do that? There's like debris falling on our houses and shit, and the noise is making my life miserable and whatever. Could you guys like maybe not do as many launches? Like, I know for a fact that he heard that and he was like, oh yeah? Less launches? Is that what you want me to do?
As military officials reject calls for more environmental monitoring.
But as KCAL's Elise Martinez tells us, that move has put SpaceX, the military, and the California Coastal Commission at odds.
4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
SpaceX launches are always a big show in the sky. The streaks of light seen across Santa Barbara, Ventura, and LA counties. But the rocket program has also launched a new controversy as the Air Force plans to
love local news. I hate local news, but I love local news for one reason, and it is their ability to do this.
Program has also launched a new controversy.
But the space program has also launched a new controversy.
As the Air Force plans to increase flights from 6 to 36.
Why do you hate local news? Because it's always reactionary. Because it's always super fucking hyper reactionary.
This year.
The attitude that they won't even stand here and be wimps. You won't even stand up and answer questions?
And it got testy at the August 8th Coastal Commission meeting in Calabasas, where no SpaceX reps showed up, and military officials would not answer any questions.
I will not be taking questions today.
Does that extend to your staff as well?
Yes, it does.
All right.
The commission wanted additional monitoring and mitigation on the impacts of sonic booms from the launches on wildlife.
Sonic boom.
But the Air Force said no. Vandenberg says it has already taken steps to safeguard the coast.
Bro, they don't give a shit about no goddamn coast.
The Department of the Air Force has already committed to conducting a comprehensive environmental impact study to study the effects of increasing the Falcon launch tempo to 100 launches per year.
Vandenberg is expected to
100 launches per year. Oh my God. What's up, Haida? Thank you.
To up to 100 launches in the next few years.
It's cyberpunk Ghost of the Shell women, but actually Asian. Let's go.
I cannot imagine a rocket being launched every third day in our community and people being.
You really think I look like Motoko? Pog.
Okay with that.
3, 2, 1, ignition.
Environmentalist Doug Kern with the Gaviota Coast Conservancy says no one is disputing that SpaceX has created an economic boom for the area. But Kern says the
wait, how exactly has it created an economic boom for the area? Like, they're not like hiring a fuck ton of local people. Like, that's not how that works at SpaceX, okay? Like, there's no fucking way that the direct local area is positively affected economically by SpaceX's presence. There's just no fucking way. I don't believe you. Space tourism, you can go down and watch rocket launches. Oh yeah. All right, yeah. What's up, Will Smokes? Oh my God, Tofu Kusanagi. Local jobs are needed for the people who stay in the hotels. I guess. I mean, it's California. Like, hotels and the beaches like could do fine without space launches there. Like, they could do fine because people like going to California beaches. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm buying that. But Tofu, what about the story where like local elderly woman wins $900 with a scratch off that splits with the friendly clerk, scratch off and like saves some cats or something? Ain't no one going to Hawthorne. Didn't they shut down the Hawthorne location? I thought they moved the they're going to move the Hawthorne location to like fucking Texas or whatever, where it's more free, where there's freedom. Tofu looks like Scarlett Johansson. Oh my God.
Impact on wildlife, including whales and birds, needs to be studied before more launches are approved.
But we're watching. We're taking care of our coast, and we're watching to see what happens.
Reluctantly, the commission voted to approve the increase in launches, but did not appear hopeful for future cooperation.
And when another agency of the government makes it impossible for us to just put even the most minor conditions on things, I mean, what are we all doing?
And liftoff of Falcon 9.
In Calabasas, Elise Martinez, KCAL News.
KCAL News. Wait, what the fuck happened to my chatterino? Okay, there it goes. Stay being you, presenting right. What's up, Noodles?
36-page indictment.
All right, more cringe. We love cringe, folks. We thrive off it. Scarjo's a Zionist, is she? Oh man, cuter than Scarjo and not Zionist. Oh man. Oh man, this is who I get my news from. And it's not twitch.tv/TofuGhost. This is who you get your news from. Wow, do they stream on Twitch? They have cute hair. Oh my God, we're kind of matching. Except their hair looks like ties. They look like they have ties for ears and a tail. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, how are we doing on time? We have 25 minutes till the ads run. Perfecto. All right, more cringe. Trump faces new indictment in election subversion case. Jack Smith strikes again. Oh my gosh. And then we're gonna look at JD Vance pissing, shitting, and farting and crying and screaming about it after this. Let's check it out.
Former President Donald Trump was hit with a new 36-page indictment on Tuesday related to his effort to overturn his 2020 election defeat. The new indictment was obtained by U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith's team after narrowing their approach to the election subversion case. following a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that former presidents have broad immunity from criminal prosecution. The revised indictment lays out the same 4 charges it brought against Trump last year, but it focuses on his role as a political candidate seeking re-election, rather than as the president at the time. The new reworked indictment no longer includes allegations that Trump sought to pressure the U.S. Justice Department in his bid to overturn the election. Dropping those allegations appears to be an effort to keep the prosecution alive.
Yo, bless these libs who show up to every fucking press conference and fucking, like, Liberal Santa is my favorite. He's a legend. Like, if that's one person I would love to be able to interview one day is Liberal Santa. That is always at every court hearing and, like, has a sign to, like, hold up behind, like Steve Bannon or fucking, you know, whoever. So cool. Our beautiful boys getting indicted again.
The Supreme Court found on July 1st that Trump could not be prosecuted for that conduct. A Justice Department spokesman said the case was presented to a new grand jury, which had not heard evidence from the original case. Attorneys for Trump did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Damn. Now let's hear JD Vance cope and seethe about it.
Yeah, I haven't read the whole thing, but it looks like Jack Smith doing more of what he does, which is filing these absurd lawsuits in an effort to influence.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the whole thing. It's like so funny too, because like, yeah, you have, dude, because you've definitely been prepped on it because you have to be able to message on it, right? Like you have to be able to message on it, but like there are things that you don't want to address specifically because it would make you look bad, right? It'll make you look bad and it'll make Donald Trump obviously look bad. So like right off the fucking bat. But yeah, listen, I didn't read the whole thing, but it does look like proceeds to explain everything about like whatever it is. It's always the case. Like, listen, I didn't read the whole thing because it's bullshit or whatever. But listen, section A, you know, or section 3, part A or whatever says explicitly, and I quote, like, bro.
Whole thing, but it looks like Jack Smith doing more of what he does, which is filing these absurd lawsuits in an effort to influence the election. I mean, the one thing that I did see, which I felt was just classic lipstick on a pig, is, you know, of course, the reason the Supreme Court threw out his lawsuit is because they said it implicated the president's official acts, of course, which the president has immunity in conducting those official acts. And yet Jack Smith tried to redefine Mike Pence as from the vice president to the running mate, as if somehow changing those words in an indictment undercuts the fact that Mike Pence is still the sitting vice president and it still directly implicates the president's official acts. So I don't think that it changes anything legally.
What?
I think it's clearly an effort to try to do more election interference from Jack Smith. He should be ashamed of himself, and it's one of the reasons why
I love. This is so cool. Actually, I'm allowed to do that now. I'm immune from that. The Supreme Court ruled that I'm immune. You know what I mean? That basically, like, if you're immune from something, meaning it is, you know, it would have been punishable, but specifically for me, I'm immune to the punishment, which means it is wrong and, you know, whatever. And he did do something that is like wrong, at least to a certain level, especially pre-Supreme Court ruling. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's mad cope.
we have to win because he should not be anywhere near power.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. All right, JD, you little goofball, you little stinky. He's a little goofball.
Here in the northern Mexican state of Chihuahua.
He's a little goofball. Should we move on to international news now? Are we already at that part of the broadcast? Damn, we're flying through the news today, chat. We're fucking making good time. God damn. You love to see it. You love to see it, folks. Cool. Yeah, international news time. And we don't have to break it up with an ad break because the ads aren't going to run for another 20 minutes. Look at that. Look at that. After all that hype train baiting to listen, bro. Listen. Hey, whoa. Relax. Yo, chill. Let's get into some international news. Coming up next, Mexico. Bees, fish, and farmers imperiled by drought in Mexico from Reuters. And then we'll look at this. The Democratic Republic of Congo no longer expects to receive Mpox vaccines this week. That's not good. IAEA, that is such a like a mouthful. The IAEA chief warns of nuclear accident risk at Russia's Kursk power plant. Zelensky to propose peace plan as Russian strikes continue. I'm very interested to see what peace talks could look like in regards to, you know, the conflict in this region. China calls for more support for its Ukraine peace plan created with Brazil. So we'll take a look at that as well. And then we'll jump into our Middle East, North Africa news. Chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff visits Israel, and more. But let's look at this first. Bees, fish, farmers imperiled by drought in Mexico. Dun, 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 dun. Isn't that Elon's son's name? Yes.
Here in the northern Mexican state of Chihuahua, people are anxiously awaiting any sign of rain to refill dried out dams, wells, and lagoons. The state has faced unusually low rainfall levels in recent years, and so far they've waited in vain. Near the town of Buenaventura, Las Lajas Dam is near empty, and the little water left is infested with dead fish.
Oh my god.
Rogelio Pacheco Flores is the mayor.
Bro, that's some fucking... Bro, that's like some fucking apocalyptic shit, dude. That's like some straight biblical...
Las Lajas Dam is near empty, and the little water left is infested with dead fish. Rogelio Pacheco Flores is the mayor. He says the dam has never looked like this before, and that the dire situation feels like a punishment from nature. Farmers have been
looks like a fucking plague upon the earth.
Some have decided to leave land unplanted or use the remaining water to keep long-standing groves of walnut trees from dying. Local beekeepers have also been hit, as the lack of rain has drastically reduced wildflower blooms.
Which is really important, actually, because I've talked about this as a fucking annoying, stupid, crusty vegan, that I used to, for many years, not eat honey or anything like that. But it actually is the case that the honey industry and like the bee farming industry generally is most likely this single-handedly keeping the bee like population alive. So it actually, as it turns out, it is the more vegan thing to do by supporting these industries, because these industries are the only thing keeping the bee species alive, and without the bee species you have nothing and you're fucked. So it's like, it's actually that like you should probably support these bee farmers. They need to be kept in business, because like obviously for their own well-being as bee farmers, but also for the well-being of the bees and the well-being of the world. Like, it's actually a very trippy, interesting turn of events there. And then to hear this, like, this is a huge problem. This is a huge problem. If this is actually fucking up, yes, and buy local for sure. Checkmate atheists with joint specialist. Like, if this is actually affecting beekeepers and that the bee industry, like the bee species is you know, the last thing keeping it alive is now under threat also, which is a huge problem which has huge implications for everybody on Earth. You know what I'm saying?
Dying in huge numbers as they look for pollen elsewhere, making them vulnerable to herbicides and pests.
Local honey is good for your allergies too. Yeah, that's right. Because because if it's local honey, the bees that they harvest the honey from are getting pollen from around you that is pollen that you are likely breathing in every day, or you know, whenever it's the season. So yeah, it helps your allergies as well. True.
Who gives boat tours of the dam to visitors can only hope that conditions will improve in the months to come.
This year, the dam is very dry. Its water level is 20%, and the water level continues to drop.
Well, big scale operations is not necessarily like big scale operations and like factory farming is not unique to honey, right? Like that's something that is a problem with our entire food, like supply chain, like period. Right? So like, which is, you know, as always, that's capitalism. That's a problem with capitalism. There are certain things that should not be done with the profit motive in mind to produces, you know, it's like, you know, which leads to that type of unhealthy factory farming and unhealthy for the food and your health and for the economy type of shit. What was I saying? Where was I going with that? I lost my train of thought. Fuck, I had a point that I was leading up to. God damn it. There was a point that I was gonna make, but I lost it. I totally lost it.
Oh, yes.
Anyways, bees. Let's continue.
The Democratic Republic of the Congo delayed a planned rollout of the Mpox vaccine until at least next week. Congolese officials blamed the delay on processes and regulatory matters.
Like a week is a really long time when we're talking about like something like this. That has detrimental implications.
The UN says the delay could be devastating.
Yeah.
In DRC's South Kivu province, one of the regions hardest hit by Mpox, at least 42 suspected cases have been identified among the refugee population. Confirmed and suspected cases have also been reported in surrounding countries in Republic of Congo, as well as in Rwanda.
According to the World Health Organization, there are over 18,000 suspected cases and more than 600 deaths attributed to Mpox in the DRC. The country has over 7 million internally displaced people fleeing war. Many that are in refugee camps are particularly vulnerable due to overcrowding shelters, poor water, and overall unsanitary conditions.
There was a story, I don't think I had it on here today, but there's a story I saw out of Australia, for example, that like Australia is like clamping down or like starting to like, or I don't know if it's already gone into Aussies in the chat. You can help me out where I'm right and wrong on this, but to clamping down on like foreign students coming to Australia as an example, as one of many examples worldwide of like new policies that are like restricting immigration, that restrict migration, that are in response to, that are reacting to, the increase in climate catastrophe and conflict generally, and lack of resources generally across the world that is leading to unprecedented like migrations of people, like all of these refugee caravans and people dying by the hundreds, drowning in the ocean, trying to get to the EU. Like this is like more and more you're going to see this happening where like people fleeing like fucked up situations, fleeing conflict, fleeing climate disaster, fleeing economic disaster, whatever the fuck, are going to be forced into fewer and fewer places where they are welcome, because there are going to be fewer and fewer people welcoming in refugees and willing to help and whatever. And they're, you see this kind of thing, but on a more massive scale, more and more as time goes on, where you see refugees crammed into refugee camps, and then you have diseases running rampant, and then you have, the powers that be, the international organizations in the West and whatever, like not doing enough to help, even though largely a lot of these issues stem from things that are caused by, the powers of the world and the West. Australia has really bad immigration policies and treatment of asylum seekers. Well, like they're not alone. A lot of countries are, like my whole point is that a lot of countries are starting to do more on that front, like to have more strict immigration policies. Like rising nationalistic sentiment is a huge issue. Look at what's happening in the UK with all those fucking racist riots and shit, for example.
So that gives there's an immunological deficit. There's an immunological weakness, which makes them more likely to become more ill with anything they get.
In South Kivu province, doctors are doing all they can under difficult circumstances.
We have more people here under treatment, and we didn't have a choice to put them all together here, as there's no spaces due to the number of patients we're getting. Others are even waiting outside, as this is the only place to treat Mpox for now. All patients are referred here, and this is exposing more patients to the infection.
Some patients are getting treated.
I started feeling pain without knowing that it was the beginning of Mpox virus in my body. I am getting better under the treatment, but we need more, especially the vaccine, in order to protect others from infection.
Until vaccines can reach those who need it, the virus could spread, putting more people at risk of death.
Oh my God,
Gabriel
poor
Zato,
baby.
Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel
ay.
to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Oh my goodness gracious. All right, we're flying through the news chat. We're gonna have so much comfy content tonight. Oh my God. But we're gonna... Okay, so let's look at some Ukraine stuff. This first is going to be about the AEIOU, UN chief expert, nuclear expert, talking about the situation at the risk of nuclear accident at Russia's Kursk plant. And then we're going to look at Zelensky and also China, both separately talking about their different peace deals. So let's check it out.
Power plant is at risk of a nuclear accident. That's while a frontline battle rages in the Kursk region, a mere 25 miles from the plant.
When a plant is operating, the temperature is much higher, and if there was the case of an impact or something that could affect it, there would be serious consequences.
Grossi, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, gave his warning on Tuesday after an inspection.
This nuclear power plant is of the RBMK type, which basically means that it does not have the containment dome and protective structure that is typical to most of the more current nuclear power plants. What does this mean? This means that the core of the reactor containing nuclear material is protected just by a normal roof. This makes it extremely exposed.
President Vladimir Putin accused Ukraine last week of trying to attack the Kursk plant.
Okay, you've done the same thing, okay?
Ukrainian troops carved out a portion of Russian territory this month. Ukraine has yet to respond to the accusations that it attacked the facility. The safety of nuclear power plants has repeatedly been endangered over the course of the Ukraine war. Conflict began in February 2022.
I have both my dome and protective cover and my nuclear chat. I need some protective dome right now.
Troops over the border into Ukraine. Moscow and Kyiv have repeatedly blamed each other for...
I think that's the second dome joke tonight. Let's fucking go, dude.
...and artillery attacks on the Russian-controlled Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine. However, the recent incursion by Ukrainian forces into Russia has put the spotlight on the Kursk plant. It has 4 reactors of the same design as those at the Chernobyl nuclear plant, scene of the world's worst civilian nuclear disaster in 1986. Grossi also visited a school in the region, close to the Kursk nuclear power plant. A Reuters reporter heard air raid sirens blaring, indicating a missile threat, moments before Grossi arrived. Grossi has repeatedly warned of a nuclear disaster if nuclear plants are attacked.
Interesting. Now let's hear from Zelensky talking about his proposed peace plan. I don't know anything about it, so we'll check it out.
President Volodymyr Zelensky
And then we'll hear from
Tuesday
China about a similar
he
thing.
wants to present to US President Joe Biden, which he believes will end the war with Russia.
Один із напрямків, де частина якого вже зроблена це курс.
One part of the plan that is already performed is in the Kursk region.
Стратегічне місце.
The
So
second
that's the
part
region
is
where that power
Ukraine's
plant is.
strategic place in the world's security infrastructure.
Структурі світу. Третій
The
напрямок.
third part is a pressure package, a powerful package to force Russia to end the war diplomatically.
Пакет примусу Росії до закінчення
The fourth part is economic.
шляхом. І четвертий напрямок економічний.
He said it would eventually end in dialogue, but that Kyiv had to be in a strong position. There was no indication of what the next steps would be, but he said he was hoping to attend the UN General Assembly in New York in September and that he was preparing to meet Biden. The comments come as several people are dead and multiple injured after Russia continued major missile and drone attacks across Ukraine regions for a second day, officials said on Tuesday. 2 people were killed when this hotel was hit by a missile in the central city of Kryvyi Rih. Just the frame of the building remained as rescuers combed through the rubble. In the southeastern city of Zaporizhia, 3 died in a drone attack, with 3 others injured in the region. The strike comes a day after Russia pummeled Ukrainian energy infrastructure with more than 200 missiles and drones on Monday in its biggest air attack of the war. While Tuesday's barrage was smaller, in the capital Kyiv, the military administration said air defences shot down all incoming targets aimed at the city. Zelensky said on Tuesday that Kyiv would retaliate against Russia for its strikes. He asked allies to consider joint air defence operations and provide long-range capabilities. The Russian Defence Ministry said forces had carried out a high...
Wait, run that back? What do you say?
The military administration said air defences shot down all incoming targets aimed at the city. Zelensky said on Tuesday that Kyiv would retaliate against Russia for its strikes. He asked allies to consider joint air defence operations and provide long-range capabilities. The Russian Defence Ministry said forces had carried out a high-precision weapon strike on Ukraine overnight, the Interfax news agency reported. Moscow denies targeting civilians since launching a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, although thousands have been killed.
Whoa, what the fuck was that?
Russian military bloggers said Moscow's attacks were an act of retaliation for Ukraine's surprise incursion into Russia's western Kursk region, the first such action since World War II.
Oh boy. All right, now let's hear what China and Brazil technically have to say. 3 countries are representatives of the global south, respectively located in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, and are important forces in promoting the world peace and development. On the Ukraine crisis, the 3 countries share similar positions with China. Russia and Ukraine upheld objective and just positions stayed. Wait, what? Russia and Ukraine upheld objective and just positions and stayed. I don't know, that's like a bad translation. I don't know. Committed to and stayed committed to the political settlement of the crisis through dialogue and negotiation. Okay, so not much. So they don't have much to say. Okay, I mean, all right. Was there a change in like BRICS's position? I genuinely have no idea. I feel like I don't know. They upheld positions that were just and objective. Is that what they said? Oh my god, fucking Yoav Gallant jump scare, bro. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. All right, so speaking of Yoav Gallant jump scare, actually no, before we get into Yoav Gallant jump scare, we're gonna look at this. Next up, chat. Well, the ads are about to run in 49 seconds, for 1, but 2, the Haditha massacre photos that the military didn't want the world to see from the New Yorker is what we're going to be getting into next. I'm not going to get into the photos. I'm not going to show you the photos for obvious reasons because they're really, really fucked up. But obviously I'll share this article for you and you can go through it and look at them yourselves. But we are still going to go over the story about how these photos were found and released. And it's one of the only, now the Haditha massacre is like one of the only other like actually documented like crimes against humanity done by US military in Iraq. So we'll take a look at that, and then after that we'll get into Middle East, North Africa news broadly, and then we'll do fun stuff, and then we have a bunch of fun comfy content to do later, okay, like Bourbon Bresky Branch and Beef Ballis and Banthony Bantano and so much more. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos that we have watched and will watch for the rest of the evening. I'll share the articles and posts that we read as we read them, as we go over them. But first, chat, before we continue on, we must run an ad break because it's been about an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience. Or maybe even consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to exclusive emotes and to help me get closer to Partner Plus, which would give me a bigger cut of all of the money you guys so kindly give to me, which would be so poggers if we could do that. You can also throw bits or a dono my way to support, $3 specifically for a TTS message. Other than that, thank you so much for all the support so far. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. If you had to sit through some ads, hey, thanks for sitting through those ads. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. Excuse me. But we're back. PS1 era was quite a time for drum and bass. True. I feel like I'm in a PS. Oh yeah, yeah. Early 2000s video game music was heavily dominated by drum and bass and jungle music. Yo, Dusty. Thank
Dusty
you.
J. Smith donated $7.
Thank you so much.
Question mark, question mark.
Question mark, question mark. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Love your hair, by the way. Thank you, Chili. Gran Turismo music is like yeah. I want to like start a petition to make the world start using Gran Turismo music as like a genre, right? Like a style of music, because it absolutely is. It's kind of like what's that? It's like it's kind of like, oh, what are they called? Oh, it's actually, there's actually is a word for it. Fuck. What is the style of music? No, it's super permanent or terminally online. It's hold on, it's gonna kill me if I do not. I know. Fuck. It starts with an E, I think. E. It's close to vaporwave. It's an offshoot, like near vaporwave. Like vaporwave is like here. It's like over here, but it's close. Fuck! It's gonna fucking. Oh my god! It's gonna kill me. I had to pause. I don't care. I know we have shit to cover, but I need to know. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my mind. I know I have a playlist that has this kind of music on it. Hold on. No, not Showwave. Not Echo Jams. I feel like we're getting closer. No. Hold on. Dude, I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna. Not Liminal. Fruitager Arrow. It doesn't start with an E. This is it. This. Fuck. Do you see, like, would any of you, like, who would have gotten that? That's like, okay. Let me show you. Fruitager Arrow. You'll understand what I'm taught, like what it is when you hear it. It's like yeah, like Windows XP shit. Exactly. It's like, just look at the aesthetic. Just look at the aesthetic, you'll understand. Like I don't really know how else to put it in words. Like this will explain it better for you. Maybe this isn't the best example of like a Fruitager Arrow for that would be related to Gran Turismo, but there is stuff that is less ambient that definitely has like a the Gran Turismo like early 2000s vibe. Yo, Jinx, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. I'm Tofu. We talk about the news. We go over the daily news cycle, and we are still going over the news. We are just about to get into our Middle East, North Africa music and updates and stuff. But right now, I'm doing a little mini stunlock on this genre, Fruitager Arrow, which like reminded me of what like you could consider to be Gran Turismo type music. I was playing games with Jinx. What? Pog? What were you guys playing? Poggers. Shouts out Mafia Jinx. Hope you had a lovely stream. Welcome in. But yeah, I'm teaching chat, or some of chat, what Fruitager Arrow is. Like, this is a bit ambient. but I think you kind of get where I'm going with this. Like, obviously my favorite Fruited Your Arrow playlists are the more ambient ones, but there's a lot of these Fruited Your Arrow playlists that have like tons of music that has more drums in it, and I think that's more relevant to what we were talking about. But yeah, let us know if you want to play. We can invite you. What were you guys playing? Deadlock. I've heard of that. I don't know. I've never seen anybody play it though. Is it cool? Is it fun? Is it available on PlayStation 5? Because if it is, I'm down to play. What is this? Exactly. Like, this is like early 2000s. It's like it's like stuff you would imagine you would listen to in the early 2000s in a waiting room somewhere. Right? Like, it's shit like that. Is there a gender of music, like the gender of music? I love that. Of like the Devilman soundtrack. Damn, I need to rewatch, or I only watched the first episode of Devilman, and I need to like actually watch it. Fruited Your Arrow is also an aesthetic, and which itself was born out of the end of history vibes of the late 90s, trying to make futuristic vibe within the old world. Yes, for sure. Which is why when somebody said vaporwave, I was like, it's so close to that. Like, you could even kind of consider Fruited Your Arrow to be like under the large umbrella of like vaporwave. You know. Good old 2002. I love this TV show. Have you seen Hivat Hirat? No. This is it. You nailed it. Fucking nailed it. What the fuck is this? Is this the intro? I know this song. Wait, I've heard this song before. Or at least that melody sounds so familiar. What? These are next level graphics, dude. I love this. I fucking love this. You know I'm a sucker for this shit. Like, that is a fucking fantastic intro. That is a fantastic intro. Top 10 anime transitions, yeah. That was fire. I've never seen this, but it was fucking awesome. Literally nailed the aesthetic though. Like, that's what I'm talking, like that music, this style of music, you know, the early 2000s, like, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we should get back into the news chat. We'll be done with the news very soon, though. Sooner rather than later. And we'll be able to do a whole bunch of fun, comfy content, okay? I promise. We're almost done. We just have a couple more pieces of things that I want to talk about. Like this, from the New Yorker, the Haditha massacre photos that the military didn't want the world to see. So like I said earlier, I'm not going to show the photos, but it's an interesting story about how these photos of this massacre done at the hands of U.S. military in Iraq in 2005. It's an interesting story how these photos were found and revealed now publicly. So now, like, Abu Ghraib is not the only widely documented like war crime or crime against humanity, or like instance of war crimes and crimes against humanity being committed. There's more that has been documented now because of this outside of Abu Ghraib, which is good, right? That like more stuff is coming to light, but obviously it's a peek into like the darkest, most horrible parts of, like, you know, America's legacy. Morning, Tofu in chat. I was a medical transcriber in a doctor office. That music gives me I was a medical transcriber in a doctor's office. That music gives me such horror. Oh, like that music brings you back to working in a doctor's office. I feel like that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like it's like you're in a waiting room in the early 2000s. It's like it's 2001, right? And you're in a waiting room. Like, what does that look and sound like? That's what that looks and sounds like. You know what I mean? Yeah, U.S. military doing war crimes. Yeah. But let's check it out. Let's get into it. The Haditha massacre photos that the military didn't want the world to see, from The New Yorker. This story is a comparison piece to season 3 of the investigative podcast, In the Dark. On the morning of November 19th, 2005, a squad of Marines was traveling in 4 Humvees down a road in the town of Haditha, Iraq, when their convoy hit an IED. The blast killed 1 Marine, Lance Corporal Miguel Terrazas, and injured 2 others. What followed would spark one of the largest war crime investigations in the history of the United States. During the next several hours, Marines killed 24 Iraqi men, women, and children near the site of the explosion. They shot 5 men who had been driving to a college in Baghdad. They entered 3 nearby homes and killed nearly everyone inside. The youngest victim was a 3-year-old girl. The oldest was a 76-year-old man. The Marines would later claim that they were fighting insurgents that day, but the dead were all civilians. All of them. After the killing was over, 2 other Marines set off to document the aftermath. Lance Corporal Ryan Briones brought his Olympus digital camera. Lance Corporal Andrew Wright had a red Sharpie marker. Briones and Wright went from site to site, marking bodies with numbers and then photographing them. Other Marines, including one who worked in intelligence, also photographed the scene. By the time they were done, they had made a collection of photographs that would be the most powerful evidence against their fellow Marines. The killings came to be known as the Haditha massacre. 4 Marines were charged with murder, but those charges were later dropped. General James Mattis, who went on to become Secretary of Defense, wrote a glowing letter to one of the Marines dismissing his charges and declaring him innocent. All the way to the top. By 2012, when the final case ended in a plea deal with no prison sentence, the Iraq War was over. The stories about the legacy of the U.S. occupation rarely got much attention. The news barely registered. The impact of an alleged war crime is often directly related to the horror of the images that end up in the hands of the public. That's true. That's true. Like, just hearing about something is usually not enough to create enough of a public backlash to where something is done. You know what I mean? Like, people need to see it. People need to see it like with their own eyes. And then they, you know, when they do see it and hear something with their own eyes and ears or whatever, you know, they are like, they feel that, you know, it's much more of a visceral experience. They are much more prone to, like, you know, an angry response or something like that, you know? The abuse of detainees at Abu Ghraib prison became an international scandal when graphic photos were published. The Haditha killings had no similar moment. Yo, Mustard Queen.
The Mustard Queen donated $3.
Thank
Once
you.
again, fucking gorgeous. You're giving me so much gender envy. Anyway, no mustard fact today because it's a sad day. Panic
Aw.
attacks aren't stopping. Thankfully this stream helps me at night. Gad sucks. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
shout out to Chef John. You're cool AF.
Who's that? Who's Chef John? Thank you so much for the $3. I'm sorry you're dealing with panic attacks today, Hapsley, but it's good to have you here. Glad, you know, the stream can do something, you know what I mean? But good to have you here, and thank you so much for being a part of the community. What was I saying? What were we doing? The impact of an alleged war crime is often directly related back to man-made horrors beyond our comprehension, directly related to the images that end up in the hands of the public. The abuse of detainees at Abu Ghraib prison became an international scandal when graphic photos were published. The Haditha killings had no similar moment. A few of the images that the Marines had made ended up in the public domain, but most have never been released until now. It's been rough, but your presence helps. I'm sorry, Andromeda Hapsley. Do you want me to call you Andromeda or Hapsley? Andrapsley. Haplomeda. My favorite drone deaths. You can listen to the new Please Ban Me theme song here. Isn't that what you did yesterday? Andromeda. I know how to pronounce it. I'm being silly. LOL. I go by Andy IRL. That or Andromeda works. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's the same one. Oh, okay. I'm being silly. Yeah, you are silly. Only I'm allowed to be silly. Where were we? A few of the images that the Marines had made ended up in the public domain, but most have never been released. In an oral history interview for the Marine Corps in 2014, General Michael Hagee, who was, is he related? Is he related to fucking what's his face? I need to know. Oh no, my display is flashing. Oh my god. Fuck. My shit is cooked. I went to Wikipedia and now my display is flashing. Like the fucking lamps on the inside of the display are fucking going crazy right now. What the fuck? I mean, you can't see it, but my physical display like is going nuts right now. Well, that's not good. I mean, I can still see technically, but it's like it's flashing. I don't know how can I show you what this is, what's going on right now. This is insane. Well, fuck. Anyway, I guess I'll just have to deal with it. Is he related? I need to know. Does he have any fucking... Maybe not. No relation. What's... Let's see. Maybe it's on John Hagee's. I need to know, because if they're related, that's insane. Parents, spouse, maybe not. Maybe it's just a coincidence. It would make perfect sense if they were related though. Like, anyway, whatever. Let's continue. General Michael Hagee, who was the commandant, excuse me, of the Marine Corps at the time of the Haditha killings, bragged about keeping the Haditha photos secret. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool thing to brag about if you ask me. The press never got them, unlike Abu Ghraib, Hagee said. Like, he said, bro, imagine being openly saying that it was a bad thing that the photos from Abu Ghraib made it to the public. Like, what kind of a piece of fucking shit, like, actual demon are you to where you're like, yeah, wow, that sucks actually. Yo, VegCom, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hope you had a wonderful stream. We are looking at horrors beyond our comprehension. The Haditha massacre, I just said that with a lisp. The Haditha massacre photos that the military didn't want the world to see. So photos were found and released of the results of a massacre done at the hands of several U.S. Marines in 2005 in a town called Haditha in Iraq. And we're going over the story, but we're not going to look at the photos. I'll share the article if you would like to look at the photos yourself for whatever reason, but I'm not going to look at them here. Where did we leave off? The press never got them, unlike Abu Ghraib, Hagee said. The interviewer, Fred Allison, a Marine Corps historian, interjected. The pictures, they got the pictures. That was what was so sad about Abu Ghraib. That's what was so sad? Not that there was unspeakable things done to Iraqis at the hands of American soldiers. You know what I mean? Not that there was legit, like, horrible torture going on at Abu Ghraib, but the fact that photos were released to the public, that's what was so sad. That's what was so bad about Abu Ghraib. What the fuck, dude? Yes, Hagee replied, and I learned from that. He learned from that. He learned his lesson. He said, those pictures today have still not been seen, and so I'm quite proud of that. Which, you know, fuck that, man. And now I feel very compelled to spam the fuck out of this article that has these photos. These photos have been found and have been released to the public. And like they mentioned earlier on in this article, that a lot of the times crimes against humanity, the public backlash is determined by whether or not, like, how much of it the public is able to actually see for themselves. Right? Like, if there's no photos, if there's no video, if there's nothing that is, like, you know, visceral enough for them to, like, kind of like put themselves there in that situation, then the public doesn't react. The public reacted to Abu Ghraib and those photos that came out of Abu Ghraib, like, obviously, like, understandably so, because they were fucking horrifying. But nobody gave a shit about this massacre because nobody saw the results of it until now. So fuck this man. Fuck Hagee. Like, he's very proud of those photos never making it to the public, but they are now officially public. So fucking, you know, get absolutely fucked, you piece of shit. Oh, yeah. In 2020, our reporting team at the In the Dark podcast filed a Freedom of Information Act request with the Navy seeking records that included the photos. We thought that the photos would help us reconstruct what happened that day and why the military had dropped murder charges against the Marines involved. The Navy released nothing in response. We then sued the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the U.S. Central Command to force them to turn over the photos and other records related to the Haditha killings. Excuse me. We anticipated that the government would claim that the release of the photos would harm the surviving family members of the dead. Military prosecutors had already made this argument after the trial of the final accused Marine. Fucking pieces of shit. While you were fighting with the military to get the photos, while we were fighting with the military to get the photos, a colleague and I traveled to Iraq to meet with family members of the victims of the killings. They recounted what had happened on November 19th, 2005, and their efforts to seek justice, all of which had failed. I believe this is our duty to tell the truth, Khalid Salman Rasif, a lawyer who lost 15 members of his family that day, told me. Another man, Khalid Jamal, was 14 when his father and his uncles were killed. He told me that he'd spent years wondering what happened in his family members' final moments. Did they die like brave men? Were they scared? He said, I want to know the details. We asked the two men if they would help us to obtain the photos of their dead family members. They agreed, and we entered into an unusual collaboration. An American journalist and two Iraqi men whose family members had been killed, working together to pry loose the military secrets. I mean, fucking based. Like, that's really good work. This is good journalism. You know? I worked with the lawyers representing us in our lawsuits against the military to draft a form that the surviving family members could sign, indicating that they wanted us to have the photos. Rasif and Jamal offered to take the form to the other family members. The two men went to the house in Haditha, explaining our reporting and what we were trying to do. At one house, Jamal told the father of one of the men who was killed while trying to get to Baghdad, "Of course I am one of you." Jamal asked him to sign the form, saying, "Things that happened in the massacre will be exposed." The father, Hamid Fleh Hassan, told him, "The drowning man will climb to the straw. We sign. I will sign it twice, not once." Rasif and Jamal collected 17 signatures. Our attorney filed the form in court as part of our lawsuit. In March, more than 40 years after our initial FOIA request, the military relented and gave us the photos. The New Yorker has decided to publish a selection of these photos with the permission of the surviving family members of those depicted, to reveal the horror of a killing that the military chose not to punish. The photos are graphic. They show men, women, and young children in defenseless positions, many of them shot in the head at relatively close range. And at this point in the article, it goes on to like have like a scrolling, like a, you know, like a scroll thing where it shows you the photo and you keep scrolling, and then it shows you like a description of what you're looking at in the photo. And the description, like they said, was done with the family members to describe what you're looking at. Like I said, I'm obviously not going to show the photos because they're fucking horrible. But I will share with you in the chat. And I think it's actually really important to share this around, and for those photos to be very public, to, if for nothing else, if not to gain justice, and if not to expose, you know, the U.S. military machine for the fucking blood, like the, you know, the bloodthirsty fucking war crime factory that it is, but to spite specifically that general who was proud that those photos were never released. You know what I mean? At the very least, to spite that piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, here's the article from the New Yorker. They're on the wiki now also. I mean, good. They're fucking horrible, but, you know, these things need to be known. Representative Jimmy Panetta's dad, Leon Panetta, in 2012 made remarks about how photography is irresponsible and dangerous to the image of the United States. While he condemned what was in the photos, he was even more irritated at the photo taking. Obama's then spokesman, Jay Carney, called the photo taking reprehensible, saying that the Obama administration prefers a federally endorsed investigation. Wow. Amazing. Amazing stuff. Truly amazing stuff, man. Wow. Anyway, there's the article for you in the chat. How are we doing on time? We have 31 minutes and 32 seconds until the ads run. I think that's a good enough amount of time for us to at least get through a solid portion of the final segment of our news and politics part of the stream. That being news surrounding the Middle East, North African region. What happened to the music? Oh, there it is. We'll start with... Yeah, we have plenty of time. We'll start with this. We're going to look at chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff visiting Israel and military leaders in Israel to show solidarity. We're going to look at the effect of the Israel-Hezbollah conflict on Beirut bus drivers, on normal everyday people. We're going to look at how UN aid operations have been halted in Gaza once more after Israeli evacuation orders. We're going to look at the Israeli military launching a large-scale operation in the occupied West Bank today. And then we're going to look at more on that from Channel 4 News. Israeli settlers accused of using cover of war to build more settlements. And then we'll end everything on this note here with Democracy Now! Palestinian healthcare workers chained, starved, sexually assaulted, or sexually abused. New Human Rights Watch report on Israeli prisons. So new man-made horrors beyond our comprehension have come out about Israeli prisons. Can't wait to talk about it. But let's continue, or let's start here. Chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff visits Israel, or actually, Yeah, actually, we'll save these for later. Chairman of the Joint U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff visits Israel. Let's look at it. Hello? My computer's been struggling the past couple streams, chat. There's no audio in this part, by the way. I have just finished a visit with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the U.S. Armed Forces at the Northern Command. We are strengthening our operational cooperation in response to the challenges and threats in the Middle East. Israel is strong and defends itself by itself. That's cap, by the way. That's fucking cap, all right? Like, that's absolute cap. One, because when Iran launched all those rockets that one day, right? In that act of retaliation, by the way. Because Israel struck first. Most of those rockets and missiles were shot out of the sky before they even got close to Israel by the US and the UK, by like F-35s and by like destroyers that are off the shore. Okay. And then the ones that got past the US and the UK operating in the region, were dealt with by one of 3 different air defense systems that Israel is protected by. David Sling, Iron Dome, and another one that I forgot the name of. But it's like, but still, my point being is that like Israel does not defend itself by itself. Okay, without US money, without US weapons, without direct US involvement and UK involvement, like it would be a much different situation for the state of Israel, right? Which is why like these are the biggest points of leverage that, you know, the United States and the rest of the West like has over Israel, the rogue state of Israel. Like this is not true. They are not strong by themselves. Like they definitely rely on the United States mostly. So whatever, let me just say that. Yet it is always good to have a strong ally by our side who shares our values and interests. Of course. Shares our values and interests. So true, bestie. We are very determined to continue degrading Hezbollah, eliminating more commanders and denying them assets and capabilities. We are not stopping. The escalations will continue, and looks like the United States, you know what I mean, is 100% on board because they share their values and interests. You know what I mean? Strategic and otherwise. But let's see how normal everyday people, you know, are affected by what we're talking about here.
As escalation fears grow on the border between Israel and Lebanon, many in the Lebanese capital of Beirut say the country's economy can't afford a new war. The hostilities between Hezbollah and the Israeli military have taken a particularly hard toll on bus drivers, says Ali Ayoub.
Big boss man Biden.
Driving his popular number 4 route, but he's sitting here smoking shisha instead.
Smoking that shisha! King shit.
The van is parked over there, as you can see. Look where it's parked on the side. The whole country is stopped. The situation in the whole country is bad. Nothing is working in the country.
Fellow driver Ali Mohammed Al Maqdad says he's simply given up.
I gave back the van. Firstly, because there is no work, and secondly, because I don't have the rent fee for the van. The situation is bad. This crisis is bad on everyone. There is no work
He
at
looks
all,
chill.
and
Yeah,
this
I'd
is
smoke
why I
some
gave back the
shisha with my guy.
Reuters rode along with Mohammed Noon, who, while speaking on the phone, said that the recent hostilities
Kind of miss smoking hookah. I have, like, we have one, and like my roommate has one, and it's just like used as like a decoration in our living room, because it's like cool looking or whatever. But like I've never really enjoyed hookah. Like I've gone out to like hookah places with people, like, you know, and like on dates and stuff or whatever and just like smoked hookah, and it's just like you just sit there, you know, it tastes kind of cool. Like the first couple hits you take are like kind of good. You're like, yeah, like it tastes good. It's bomb. After like a half hour of sitting there, you're so at least I am so queasy. I'm so nauseous and I feel gross, dude. It's disgusting. Unless we put that, like, filled that shit full of fucking straight fucking marijuana and maybe like some rolling tobacco, like I'll smoke the fuck out of that. I'll smoke the fuck out of that and it'll be like fucking smooth as fucking, you know, whatever. Something smooth as something smooth, right? But I don't like I was always forcing myself to enjoy myself, you know, whenever I've gone to like smoke hookah, you know. I think Big Smoke being cool is all it is. Big Smoke being cool
correlated with fewer
real
fares.
What's up, Scary? Hope you're doing good.
We used to pick up 7 or 8 riders on this road. Now we pass and no one asks.
By the way, everybody should go follow Young Skirt. We watched Young Skirt's music video, World Speed, I think it is, yesterday. Banger, you know what I'm saying? If you don't follow Young Skirt already, please go do so. Do it now.
Lebanon had already been hollowed out by a 5-year economic crisis, resulting in lost jobs and less need for daily commutes. Hezbollah and Israel have been trading rocket fire for nearly 10 months in parallel with the war in Gaza, with exchanges mostly limited to the border area, but the effects have been felt nationwide.
Yeah, and like, I think it's largely reporting like this is really good and important. You know what I mean? Remember that there are human beings who are just trying to work and just trying to get by. You know what I'm saying? But like, and it can get clouded by like everybody just, you know, talking about like designated terrorist groups and like blah 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 this and that and this and that. These are real people. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are human beings. Making it sound like it's equally two-sided. Trading rocket fire. Excuse me. Yeah, it's the rocket fire is nowhere near like. I mean, a lot of it has been tit for tat, but the capability, well, and also Hezbollah's capability has gotten better, like military capability, but it still, you know, doesn't match. It still is nothing close to Israel's, you know, military capability. It's just like not even close. But let's continue. UN aid operations halt in Gaza, or let's see. Yeah, we'll look at this. UN aid operations halt in Gaza after Israeli evacuation orders. So we covered the evacuation yesterday, but now this is the effect on the aid operations.
From Deir al-Balah, as desperate Palestinians are once again forcibly displaced after the most recent evacuation orders by the Israeli military over the weekend. For most of these people, this is one of numerous times they have been displaced. The sick and tired are not spared.
That's the case for most people living in Gaza.
Packed as people receive evacuation orders, they're on the move. They don't know what to do. Do they stay? Do they wait? They're faced with impossible choices.
According to a senior UN official, Israel also ordered UN personnel running an operations center in Deir al-Balah to evacuate immediately on Sunday as well. The UN staff had to find shelter. Most are now in Al-Mawasi. But because of the evacuation orders, on Monday, the UN was forced to halt all of their aid operations, and it's unclear when they might resume. The UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees, known as UNRWA, on Monday continued to keep their shelters and health clinics open, but under difficult circumstances, while the rest of the UN system in Gaza is paused.
What we're talking about is UNRWA being embedded in places. So if they are there and they're able to help, they will help and they will distribute. We're not able to move people from point A to point B. We're not able to go find people.
There is nowhere to find safety. It's very limited access to humanitarian resources.
because the humanitarian operations are also being displaced within these evacuation orders. And the humanitarian response here is being completely strangled and limited to our ability of what we can do.
The UN was planning to roll out its polio vaccine in Gaza later this week. But given the new evacuation orders and uncertainty on when the UN can again resume normal...
Dude, that's so fucking... Do you know how devastating that is? Like, we were just talking about a similar thing happening in the Congo, in the DRC, around Mpox vaccines. A week delay on Mpox vaccines is detrimental to the situation in the Congo. This is a similar situation. We're in an active, like, you know, conflict zone, in an area, in one of the most densely populated regions on the face of the earth, that is also, like, you know, facing a fucking ethnic cleansing and an unprecedented historic bombing campaign by Israel. You know, like, polio being detected at such large rates in the wastewater of Gaza is so fucking bad. You guys, like, when we're talking about, because we talk a lot about, you know, why to expect a much higher death count than what is officially being accounted for currently, because of how many indirect deaths there typically tend to be in conflicts, in modern conflicts, and at a ratio of 4 to 1. You know, like the Lancet put it at 186,000 or whatever. But since, like, we're talking about polio, like, not just infections, not just famine, which all of these things are fucking horrible and horrifying, right? But it's also like, it's COVID, it's polio. All of these things are just fucking rampaging. If you aren't hit by a bomb made by Boeing or Raytheon or a bullet, then polio, COVID, infection, famine, diarrhea, dehydration, all of these, you name it, that will get you. That'll get you.
Operations. It's unclear when or if the UN will be able to distribute them. Gabriel Zondo out.
So it's like when the United States, when Kamala Harris or anybody from the State Department or Joseph Brandon says anything about how there is a dire need for humanitarian aid in Gaza, you must ask yourself, and it would be nice if somebody could ask them, why is there a dire need for humanitarian aid in Gaza, right? Like, why is it? This is your answer. When Israel says everybody in this area needs to move to another area, or just starts bombing, or both, like, all of this gets put on standstill. All of this gets fucked up. All of this just stops. Like, the state of Israel and the IDF is direct. There's a direct correlation, as if I even need to say this. It's so crazy that I even need to say this. There's an obvious direct correlation between the IDF and the state of Israel and the reason why there is such a dire need for humanitarian aid in Gaza. So why are you funding the side that is, you know, the entity that is the reason for the dire humanitarian aid in Gaza? Stop talking about the dire humanitarian aid in Gaza if you are going to continue to stoke the fucking flames to make that situation worse by supplying guns and money and bombs so that can continue to happen. It's just so crazy, so stupid, and so obvious.
Zeta at the United Nations in New
Holy.
York.
Holy cannoli chat. But hey, you know, Israel is the lone democracy in the Middle East, right? Right? The most moral army, you know, belongs to the most moral democracy and the lone democracy that exists in the Middle East, right? 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 Today, Israeli police shut down the Haifa branch of the joint Palestinian Jewish left-wing political party Hadash. Their crime? Planning to screen a film criticizing the occupation of the West Bank. How dare you screen a documentary about what's happening in the West Bank? We will shut down your political party. Yeah, just plain old democracy things. You know what I mean? Just, you know, the most democratic shit ever, right? Like silencing, you know, political parties. Like, oh, that's pretty cool, dude. Pretty cool stuff. And this is from that party. This is fascism after interrogating the chair of the Communist Party Haifa branch. The Israeli police just ordered to shut down the party's local club for the duration of the day due to a planned screening of a movie by Mohammed Bakri criticizing the occupation. Just like normal democracy shit. Amazing. Here you go, chat. Here's this link. Fucking hell. I learned today that the UN can't give all aid to Gaza because the UN doesn't recognize Palestine as a full nation, but recognizes Israel. So I learned today that the UN can't give all aid to Gaza. I mean, that's not exactly true. There are UN organizations, you know, under the UN that are directly dedicated to Gaza. You know what I mean? And the UN has other organizations under the UN or within the UN that operate in different regions that are like specific to that region. But obviously there has been a lot of trouble for UNRWA, which is that organization for Gaza. There's been a lot of trouble for UNRWA because of the permanent members of the Security Council, namely the United States of America. So, like, yes and no. Okay, shared that in the chat. All right, now speaking of the occupation in the illegally occupied West Bank, we have a number of things to look at about that. Israeli military launches large-scale operation in occupied West Bank, and then we're going to look at this from Channel 4 News. Israeli settlers accused of using cover of war to build more settlements, which is like accused. Like, it's pretty obvious, like that's clearly what's happening because of, I mean, you know, it's documented actually. Let me show you.
Now, Israeli radio has announced the army is conducting the largest operation in the northern part of the West Bank in more than 2 decades. Well, armored Israeli vehicles are being seen entering...
Okay, my computer is really tripping out, chat. It's really been struggling the past couple of days, and I don't know... oh boy. Anyway, Boo, 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 boo. Here, this. Israel has seized more land this year in 2024, and this came out on July 3rd. Israel has seized more land this year than in any year in the past 3 decades. So, yes, like the Israeli occupation of the illegal Israeli settlements in the illegally occupied West Bank, they have expanded drastically just this year alone. More land this year than any other year in the past 30 years. Okay. So, like, yes, like, this is widely documented. This is from the fucking Wall Street Journal. You know?
Now, Israeli radio has announced the army is conducting the largest operation in the northern part of the occupied West Bank in more than 2 decades. Well, armoured Israeli vehicles are being seen entering the cities of Tulkarm, Tubas and Jenin. Well, Nida, Ibrahim and
Rest to say, that's literally what people are, the far right, I think that's what you're saying. Like that, I think that might be what you mean. But literally there are far right, Zionists that are calling for the resettlement of Gaza. Because Israelis were forced to leave when the Oslo Accords, drew the border lines at Gaza and the West Bank for the Palestine and Israel. But they want, that is the whole point. The point is for there to not be a West Bank and not be a Gaza. That's why you always hear these fucking freaks refer to the West Bank and Gaza as Judea and Samaria. Because the point is to take it all.
Joins us on the phone now from Bethlehem in the occupied West Bank. Anita, what more can you tell us?
We know that since midnight, the Israeli forces have raided 3 areas simultaneously. We are talking about Jenin, Tulkarm, and the Jordan Valley. They've been reporting that they faced some armed confrontations with Palestinian fighters that they have been already working against and intensifying their raids in the occupied West Bank. We always talk about raids in the occupied West Bank, but since the war started, the numbers of these raids have more than tripled. We're talking about 30 to 40 Israeli raids on average. But in the past few weeks, we've seen an intensification in the use of aerial strikes against Palestinian fighters, and the Israeli forces have been saying that they are combating
Oslo Accords were 1993. Israel didn't dismantle Gaza settlements until 2006.
IEDs, which are the improvised explosive devices often used by Palestinian fighters against the Israeli forces. And now we are seeing that the Israeli forces are talking about the largest operation in the north of the occupied West Bank since the year 2002, which is when the second armed intifada broke out, and the Israeli forces have launched a large military operation that included invading many cities around the occupied West Bank. Ultimately, we are talking about a situation where Palestinians feel that they are under the threat of the Israeli forces, but also they've been under fire by the Israeli settlers who have been rampaging and attacking Palestinian cities and towns and making Palestinians' lives more and more difficult.
Okay, for now, Nida, thanks very much indeed for that update.
Yeah, I mean, to make it more visceral for you, to put you there. Yeah, I was being sarcastic. Oh, okay, yeah. As Israeli settlements in Gaza were supposed to be removed. Yeah. This shit is fucking insane, but this is normal. This is normal. This is everyday life. You know what I mean? And this is reported on by B'Tselem, an Israeli outlet, by the way. Israeli settler to Palestinian in South Hebron Hills. Shut the fuck up. That's not your house. You're my bitch. And you look sweet. You look so... I'm not going to say this because I don't want to get clipped. It's fucking... He threatens him with fucking rape in the name of God. And he references Stetson, the prison camp that we've covered, one of the prison camps that we've covered, where Palestinians have been tortured and sexually assaulted, and even in cases sexually assaulted until they died. For example, being sexually assaulted with a hot metal rod. Like, these are documented cases of sexual assault, sexual violence, and torture. But there's no, like, where's like, you know, the condemnation of that and like the constant bringing up of that? You know what I mean? There's always, you'll hear even from Kamala Harris in her DNC acceptance speech. She mentioned sexual assault done, systemic sexual violence that was allegedly committed on October 7th, which has been largely proven false. Has been 100% proven false. There is zero evidence, zero corroboration. Like, there is no evidence of any sexual violence being done on October 7th. However, there is a multitude, an overwhelming amount of evidence of sexual violence done at the hands of the IDF and Israeli police. And like, so much so that settlers in the illegally occupied West Bank, radical right-wingers in the West Bank, are referencing those instances of sexual violence and in their threats to Palestinians in the West Bank. As they threaten to take their house, as they threaten to rape them, they mention Stetman. And remember also that people literally rioted and protested for the IDF's right, their right to rape Palestinians. They literally rioted and protested and stormed a fucking courthouse and did an Israeli January 6th to protest soldiers' right under God to rape Palestinians. Okay, now let me show you what I'm talking about here. South Hebron Hills. Settler Shem Tov Lusky sexually harasses Palestinian and implicitly threatens rape. This is from B'Tselem, an Israeli outlet.
Next time someone touches him, my cows.
Why your cows came here?
Why cows? Because this is my land.
But this is my house.
I was given it by God and
Shame,
Abraham,
shame,
Isaac, Yaakov.
shame. Hey,
Shut
no.
the fuck up.
This is my house.
Not your house.
This is okay. That's your house. Okay, you
Tell your crazy witch to go to fuck to the house.
Hey.
Let's go.
Where?
Let's go right now. Show
What
me
you
the phone.
what you want?
I want to dance with you, man.
Dance with
I
me?
want to dance with you. You look.
I'm not your bitch.
You look sweet. You are my bitch. And you look sweet. You know. You look so fresh, so sweet. I will be happy to sit with you in a jail someday. I will be happy. You know Stetman? Stetman? אונס לשם שמיים, מה שנאמר. אתה מבין?
He said rape in the name of God, as they say. He said rape in the name of God. These motherfuckers have American M16s. Okay? American M16s get manufactured in America, shipped to Israel, right? And then Itamar Ben-Gvir, literally hands them out and distributes them to settlements in the illegally occupied West Bank. These people commit crimes against Palestinians, destroy property, or straight up steal property, kill people, rape people, and then if somebody tries to do anything about it, the IDF steps in and defends them because they're Israeli citizens. Like, he said rape in the name of God. He referenced Stetman, an example of heavily documented, widely written about instances of systemic sexual violence and torture done to Palestinians. But the president, you know, the vice president and a lot of people will not condemn that, but they will not shut the fuck up about lies of unproven allegations of sexual assault done on October 7th to justify their actual cases of sexual assault and murder and so on and so forth. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And anybody defending the United States' relationship with the state of Israel is defending this. Period. I don't give a fuck. Period. You should, if you don't know about this, you should. And if you do know about it and you still don't have any problems with this, and you still want to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, you're a bad person. You're a bad person. And you don't deserve to have a night of sleep in your life. Like, you don't. You really, really don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Can I get a link for this? Abso-fucking-lutely. It makes me so fucking mad that there are people that can look at this shit and just not give a fuck. Not give a fuck. Now, let's talk more about these people. Let's talk about these settlers in the illegally occupied West Bank with Channel 4 News. Oh, so fucking infuriating. I swear to God, dude. Hello? Dude, my computer's crawling today, man.
Welcome to the occupied West Bank. We're in the Palestinian village of Beita. The tear gas has begun unusually early today. These scenes have become a weekly ritual. Palestinians holding a small demonstration after Friday prayers. Israeli soldiers firing tear gas down at them.
Palestinians have been protesting like this for years and years, but if anything, the situation for them on the ground is only getting more and more difficult. The Israeli army becoming more and more uncompromising, particularly since October the 7th.
At times, the Israelis shoot live bullets. More than a dozen people have been killed around Beita in the past few years, since demonstrations against a new nearby Israeli settlement began.
And the settlers here, they stole our land. And every Friday we come here just to pray peacefully. But they don't want even this. They don't want this. They shoot us, as you know, as you see.
We leave Beita and head to the settlement they're protesting against.
The International Court of Justice has said that all Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank should be dismantled. If anything, they're actually expanding more rapidly than ever before.
That's right.
We're on our way now to Eviatar, which is one of the newest ones.
Named after a settler killed by Palestinians nearby, Eviatar was founded by ultra-hardline activists who see themselves as pioneers on land promised to them by God. The outpost.
Liberals doing apologia for far right religious zealots are on the right also. Like they are also showing just how far right they are by doing any level of apologia for these types of people.
Was initially even considered illegal under Israeli law, but it was recognized by the state last month, along with several others. Israel's far-right finance minister visited to congratulate Eviatar's residents. Bezalel Smotrich, himself a settler,
which is why it's proof that these are state-sanctioned illegal settlements, right? Like, the state sanctions them. Like, the state of Israel, it is a project of the state of Israel. It's a project of the state of Israel. It's essentially how Israel can steal land and expand its territory without like being, without directly doing it, so that it has like this air of like, hey, listen, they did that. Hey, whoa, like it was the settlers, man. Like, we're not expanding and not giving them weapons and money and supporting these settlements. And maybe our government is definitely not made up of members of these settlements themselves, like Isabel Smotrich,
to fully annex the West Bank. For the settlers constructing these ramshackle homes, they're reclaiming a Jewish ancestral and spiritual homeland and protecting it.
At the moment we're 15, we'll be 20 by the end of the summer.
Malkiel is Eviatar's head of security.
But the settlements that you're building here, they make a Palestinian state, a two-state solution, impossible practically. But I guess that's part of the aim.
That's the point. I'll ask you, if you have a Palestinian state here, who will protect Tel Aviv from being rocketed?
We have to do it. You know what I mean? Why is Tel Aviv being rocketed though? Dumb bitch.
Well, the army.
The army was as long as
we need living room, Lebensraum.
There's the army here. If you take the Palestinians seriously and you take the Hamas seriously and you hear what they're saying, they're talking about from the river to the sea.
Bro, you stole the land. Like, there was a time where Israel did not exist, and it was Palestine. Like, that, like, it means Palestinian people from the river to the sea will be free. It means that, you know, like, it's like a hopeful cry, a very general, like a general slogan, meaning like it that rhymes very nicely. Like it, you know, it just like, you know, it just rolls off the tongue nicely. But they like, you know, they'll incorrectly say that it means they want to push us Jews into the sea. Like, you are fucking ridiculous. You are ridiculous. Okay. Like I said, somebody had to come here and take this land and make it a Jewish ethno state. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, somebody had to do that. That had to happen. Right? There's like a very short history, right? Like less than 100 years of history. Well, I mean, it's a long time, but you know what I'm saying? Like, Israel is not an old nation. These guys will tell you that if you read the Bible, you know what I mean? It was Israel, whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit about that, because for the past however many thousand years, Palestinians have been living there. Arab people have lived there. Jewish people and Christians and Muslims have all lived there for thousands of years. And there's no reason why that cannot continue to be the case. In peace, exactly. There's no reason why that cannot continue to be the case, except for the fact that there is one entity here that wants ethnic supremacy. All right? Like, it doesn't have anything to do with Judaism. It is a radical right-wing political ideology. Okay? It's like a religious zealotry. It's the same way that people speak about fundamentalist, Islamists, right? Like, you need to have the same smoke for these kinds of radical religious right-wingers. Same with in the United States with the, their biggest supporters and, the source of the biggest population of Zionists are not actually Jewish people. They're in the American South, and they're Christian evangelicals. Those are radical right-wing religious zealots, fundamentalists. All of them. It has nothing to do with that. Jewish people, Christian people, Muslim people for thousands and thousands of years have all lived in this region. And it was always called Palestine or a version of that, a mandate of Palestine, the fucking something blah, 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 of Palestine, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's bullshit. Everything they're saying is bullshit, based up on their, these imaginary fucking, religious fucking nonsense. Just nonsense. Complete fucking nonsense. And like this is extra cope. Like, well then, like what's gonna happen if we don't live here? If Palestine is so close to Tel Aviv, like what's gonna stop them from rocketing Tel Aviv? Why is there rockets being fired at Tel Aviv? You know what I mean? Why is that the case? You know what I mean? Those are homemade rockets too, a lot of the times. A lot of those are made out of leftover fucking shells and pieces of rockets and missiles and bombs, you know what I mean, that were dropped or shot at fucking Gaza. These are like homemade fucking rockets that are not guided at all. And it's like 98.5% of them get shot down. It's like, it's just so, it's all of this is bullshit.
That's effectively your slogan, from the river to the sea should be all Israel.
It is.
Well, it was. It was much more, actually.
You see, like it was Israel.
Around 700,000 settlers now live in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem.
Like he's not hearing anything you're saying, you know what I mean?
Like this. The West Bank was seized by Israel in the 1967 war. Internationally, it's all considered to be Palestinian land, key to any future Palestinian state. Since the 1990s, more urban areas have been partially controlled by the Palestinian Authority, the rest by the Israeli military. But the territory is now dotted with Israeli settlements widely considered illegal. And over the past 2
they are illegal. Like Channel 4 does pretty good stuff, but like they are illegal. It's like you're whitewashing it by saying widely considered. Like there is only one set of international laws. There aren't like different versions of international law. You know what I mean? Like there's only one set of international laws that were agreed upon by the international community. And those international laws have been violated. Okay? Like people have ruled on this. You know what I mean? There has like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this has been litigated. You know, like it isn't widely considered. All of the international world considers it to be an illegal occupation. The only people who don't are members of the West who are directly allied with Israel. It's just so obviously like so obvious.
Under Israel's current hardline government, they've seen unprecedented growth.
Yeah, like in that fucking, you know, article from the Wall Street Journal that I always bring up about how more land has been stolen this year alone in the 9 months that we've been in 2024 this year than in any other year in the last 3 decades. And obviously that's because of the conflict in Gaza. There's a lot going on, and they're able to just kind of like use that as cover, and that's exactly what we're talking about today. What's up, Diosu? Thank you.
Emboldened by allies in the heart of Israel's government, violence by settlers targeting Palestinians has been rising sharply. This was an attack earlier this month where homes and cars were set alight and 1 man killed.
Oh, scared me. Fuck.
But the settlers see themselves as the victims. Stabbing and shooting attacks by Palestinians had been growing more frequent even before October the 7th.
Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, what do you expect? What do you expect? Like, what did I share earlier, chat? Like, what do you expect when you treat people like this? What did you expect? You feel like a victim? Tell me exactly here, like, who is the victim?
Someone touches him, my cows.
Why your cows came here?
Why cows? Because this is my land.
But this is my
I
house.
was given it by God and
Shame,
Abraham,
shame,
Isaac,
shame,
Yaakov.
shame. Hey,
Shut
no.
the fuck up.
This is my house.
Not your house.
This is okay.
My
That's your house.
Yeah.
Okay, you.
Tell your crazy witch to go to fuck to the house. Let's go.
Where?
Let's go right now.
Sure.
Show
What
the
you
phone.
want?
No, I want to dance with you, man. Dance with me? I was dancing. You look... I'm not your bitch. You look sweet. You are my bitch. And you look sweet, you know? You look so fresh, so sweet. I would be happy to sit with you in a jail someday. I would be happy. You know, Sdete man. אונס לשם שמיים, מה שנאמר.
Like, that's what, you know what I mean? Like, that, what did you expect when this is how you're treating the people who have lived here for generations and generations and generations? When you're stealing their land and doing this, and you can just get away with it. You can just film it too. You can film yourself doing shit like this proudly and post it on the fucking internet for the entire world to see. He's proud about this. He posted this on the internet. You know, like, thousands of people have seen this, if not, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people have seen this. There are 375 people looking at this right now. Like, he's proud to show the world how he behaves. He's proud of this. He's proud to reference prison camps where rape and torture has been widely documented. He's proud to do it and film himself doing it. Like, this man was definitely present at the Israeli January 6th when they were rioting and storming courthouses to protest for IDF soldiers' right to rape people. Literally, not even a fucking joke. Like, you feel, the settlers feel like victims, actually.
Occupation entrenched.
Okay.
Deadly Israeli army raids ramping up. Grassroots support in the West Bank for Hamas is soaring.
There's no other rhetoric or discourse coming either from Israel, from the US, from the UK, from Europe, that will actually push a solution to the conflict here. So at the end, even if you're not radical or you're moderate, resistance comes as that solution. And that's why Hamas now has a lot of popularity in the West Bank.
I mean, and look, remember what I just showed you also? Like, what happens when, you know, like, what did I show you about this? Today, Israeli police shut down the Haifa branch of the joint Palestinian Jewish left-wing political party, Hadash. Like, they shut down any and all opposition, like everything, like, I don't know, man, when like, and look, that's not technically a Palestinian organization, even though it's made up of Palestinians. But look at, like, the PFLP and, like, all of the other organizations, you know what I mean, that were suppressed, right? While Hamas was propped up by Israel. You know what I mean? Like, resistance is justified, period. Yeah.
And the growing support for Hamas, Israelis would see that as a major security concern.
Again, that's the problem with Israel, is that it creates a problem and then, you know, accuses you of supporting Hamas. Hamas is just a new variant of an old tradition in Palestine. How do we solve the problem of losing our land? How do we solve the problem of a military occupation?
Several thousand Israeli settlers once occupied parts of Gaza. But to their fury, they were forced out by their own army close to 2 decades ago as it withdrew from the territory. Now some see the current war as a chance to finally move back.
Fucking colonizers.
We're in a small tent site not far from the border with Gaza. It might look like a Bohemian summer camp, complete with family-friendly activities. But this is an unabashed radical fringe, backed ideologically by senior far-right members of government, that believes Gaza is Jewish land.
Why are we giving money?
Yosef's neck.
Like this is everybody wants to talk about organizations that are considered to be what is it called? That are considered to be like terrorist organizations. This is considered to be a terrorist organization. How come there's no condemnation of this kind of shit? That's the symbol of a terrorist organization. How come nobody has the same smoke for that? Nobody want to say anything? It's only the brown people who are terrorists? That's a terrorist organization.
A tattoo of a banned extremist group. For him, the death and destruction wrought in Gaza represents an opportunity to take it over.
Like, these are radical right-wing extremists. These are actual fascists. Oh my God. This is sanctioned by the state. The state is supporting this directly. The state of Israel. And then the United States is funding the state of Israel, which is supporting this. Like, do you not understand? Stop supporting this. Stop supporting this.
Oh,
sorry, I should be reading this for you guys. God damn it.
Gaza represents an opopportunity to take it over.
I sleep at night without a sleeping bag, without a tent, in these rough conditions. We understand that with all the heat and the flies, even when we enter Gaza with God's help, it will be much more difficult in terms of conditions. So here it is just a small preparation.
In the camp, the orange color of the movement flies high. Some soldiers fighting in Gaza have posted photos online with the flag too.
Just so proudly, just so fucking proud.
No prospect of re-establishing the settlements. Ariel believes it will happen and hopes to be amongst the first to move to Gaza. She came to Israel 7 years ago from Texas.
Texas!
Yeah.
Texas. She came from Texas 7 years ago. Less than 10 years ago, she was just a lady living in Texas. Colonizer. Like, I that makes me so mad. Any level of apologia, like, for this, and for the state that enables this, like, is just beyond the pale. Beyond the fucking pale. How can you look at this and be like, yeah, I fuck with this. This is good, actually.
Idea of you coming from America.
Unless you're a fucking racist, of course. Unless you're a fucking fascist, racist freak, of course.
To here, settling in, potentially in Gaza, kicking Palestinians out. A lot of people would see that as settler colonialism.
Because that's definitionally what it is. Because that's what it is. Oh, really? Do I look like a colonizer to you? Or, you know that video that was like they're like running around like a really nice Tel Aviv beach, and they're like, hey, for 100 shekels, are you a white colonizer? And everybody was like, no, I'm a brown colonizer. And they're like, yeah, here's 100 shekels. Like, oh my fucking God, dude. This is so fucking infuriating. Riverboat Jack, thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry. You caught me at a little moment. Holy fucking shit. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. I'm Tofu. If you've never been here before, we go over the news. We go over the daily news cycle. We're closing in on the end of our news coverage for the day. Before we get into, you know, fun, chill, non-political reacts or whatever. If you're curious about what we've been covering all day, ! Watching in the chat will give you a link to our playlist. And if you rewind in the VOD on Twitch, obviously, you can get in the chat all the links to the articles that we've read along the way as well. But I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. Everybody go follow Riverboat Jack. Also, Forlorn, thank you for gifting to Jack. I was about to shout out Forlorn. Thank you, Forlorn. Riverboat Jack. Go follow. Oh my god, this is so infuriating.
They go from Texas.
Let me run this back.
In the camp, the orange color of the movement flies high. Some soldiers fighting in Gaza have posted photos online with the flag too, though Israel's leadership insists there's no prospect of re-establishing the settlements. Ariel believes it will happen and hopes to be amongst the first to move to Gaza. She came to Israel 7 years ago from Texas.
Less than 10 years ago, this lady was just a regular ass Texan, and she's eager to be among the first to settle in Gaza. Super eager. Can't fucking wait, you know, to steal some poor, probably all dead Palestinian family's home. You know what I'm saying? But less than 10 years ago, I was in Texas. You know what I'm saying? It's so disgusting. It's just so there are no words. There are no words. Colonizer, there's the word. So she traded the being able to shoot guns for this stupid shit. I mean, you don't think that Israelis shoot guns? Israelis have... You don't think that Israeli settlers, that radical right-wing settlers in the occupied West Bank don't have fucking tons of guns? They have tons of guns and they're the same guns. They're all American guns too. Like, they shoot hella guns. Yeah. They got lots of guns, you know, and they probably use them in more real life situations than the average Texan does. You know, unfortunately, you know, yeah.
The idea of you coming from America to here, settling in potentially in Gaza, kicking Palestinians out, a lot of people would see that as settler colonialism.
It's not really colonialism, it's a return.
It's a return. It's from I had to return here from Texas. Like, it's actually not colonialism, it's a return. Because, like, God says that this is where I'm supposed to be and that those brown people should die. Like, oh, but wait, there are brown Israelis too. I'm so sorry. You're right. That means that all of this is fine. So sorry. Like I said, that video of them walking around a nice ass Tel Aviv beach, like for 100 shekels, you know, answer this question: are you a white colonizer? And they're like, no, I'm a brown colonizer. Awesome. 100 shekels. Woo. Great content. Post that to TikTok. Boo. Like, awesome. Like, dude. It's not really colonialism. It's a return. Like, you're from Texas. My sister in Christ. You are from Texas.
My grandparents were kicked out of Israel by Arabs who were trying to...
Oh, Arabs kicked. Oh.
To establish a Palestinian state, and they
because they were trying to establish a Palestinian state. Dude, I'm losing my mind. This is such a pathetic perversion of history. It's lazy and pathetic. You know, like it's so, are you joking me? That a bunch of Arabs pushed out her grandparents from Israel to create a Palestinian state? As if we have like we've been talking about all fucking night, as if Jewish people, Christian people, Muslim people all haven't been living in Palestine for thousands of years in harmony and peace. Like, this is specifically because of a radical right-wing ideology, Zionism. Like, this idea of like the motherland, it's the whole motherland, the Holy Land, whatever. Like, it belongs to the rightful God's chosen people. Like, we've done this. I've seen this movie before. Like, you know what I mean? We've been here before. I don't know. It's classic fasc shit. Exactly. This is just fascism. This is just fascism. This is just radical right-wing religious zealotry. This is extremist shit. Those people have tattoos of the Jewish Defense League, which is a terrorist organization. Like I said, everybody wants to harp about the terrorist organizations, Hezbollah, fucking, you know, the Houthis, Hamas. What about the motherfuckers rocking the JDL fucking flag, actively stealing land from people? You know what I mean? Like, what about the people who we just talked about, the guys who are threatening, who are referencing Stetimon as they threaten rape against Palestinians as they, you know, as they start to intrude on their lands? Like, it's fucking insane. It's so bonkers. This is so backwards. It's exactly backwards.
had to leave for their survival, and I'm just coming back and fulfilling their dream. That would be the first thing. The second thing is, I think that, and I know this is a minority view, I think colonialism gets a bad rap.
Woo! Oh! 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 What the fuck, dude? Okay. Let's unpack this. Let's unpack this. Let's unpack this. Let's unpack this. Let's step back a second. Okay. First of all, she said, first of all, it's not colonialism, it's a return. But second of all, I think kind of colonialism gets a bad rap. You know what I'm saying? Like actually. Dude, what do you do? Do you see what I'm saying? This is what I'm dealing with. This is what we're dealing. What do you do with this? What do you do? What do you do with this? Dude, I don't even know. There's nothing for me to say. I don't have to say anything. I just let them speak. I don't know. Bro, I'm sorry. My brain, you broke my brain with that. My brain is broken. I did not see that coming. I don't know what to do. I'm stun locked. Oh my God. She said, oh, no way, bro.
Palestinians out. A lot of people would see that as settler colonialism.
It's not really colonialism, it's a return. My grandparents were kicked out of Israel by Arabs who were trying to establish a Palestinian state, and they had to leave for their survival, and I'm just coming back and fulfilling their dream. That would be the first thing. The second thing is, I think that, and I know this is a minority view, I think colonialism gets a bad rap. Like, genocide is bad, but colonizing places that are genocidal and they have bad ideology.
But when you can, dude, it's okay because the people we're colonizing are bad people. They're violent and they're genocidal and they have a bad ideology. So it's okay if I colonize them. Genocide is bad, but like when I'm colonizing the land of somebody who, like, of a people who is bad, like those people are bad. They're evil and violent. You know what I mean? Like, they have a bad ideology. They deserve this. They're genocidal naturally. Dude, I am actually blown away right now. Brain broken. This is it. Like, I've seen everything. It's official. I've seen everything. I've heard everything. That's crazy.
It's good to come in and correct their views.
It's good to come in and correct their views. Whew. That was a lot. That is a lot to deal. But you don't even hear her say it. When she says colonialism gets a bad rap on the first date. Oh, did you get it? That's crazy.
The second thing is, I think that, and I know this is a minority view, I think colonialism gets a bad rap.
Woo! Insane, dude. Oh, is my bra really showing like that in the back? Oh my god.
The second thing is, I think that, and I know this is a minority view, I think colonialism gets a bad rap. I'm still so stunned. I don't know how, bro, she said that for real. She really said that. I just can't even, still can't believe she said that. I still don't understand. Like, I can't believe she fucking did that.
Things should happen to the people who are already in Gaza.
So I think that there's a couple of possibilities. The one that I think is the most realistic is we gotta ask other countries for help. I know that Spain was willing to.
We gotta ethnically cleanse them. We gotta ship them out so that I can have, I can hang out in Gaza, and we can have, nice cafes, and you know what I mean, right, and have beachside property with my, children that you know what I mean? I'm from Texas, by the way.
A couple of million. I know Russia said they would take a couple of thousand.
To a lot of people, that
a couple of thousand. Like, she doesn't give a fuck. Like, so you want to like separate people, you want to like ethnically cleanse people. Oh, like you could send like 1,000 over here, we'll send like a few hundred over here. She sounds like a straight up white girl from America. Like, this is some white girl that you pass by, you know what I mean? You pass by at the grocery store, just like some average ass American white girl. It's just crazy because like I actually shouldn't be surprised, because like I literally just showed you before this a clip of a man threatening rape, you know what I mean, and referencing a prison camp where rape and sexual violence has been widely documented. You know what I mean? Like I just showed you a clip of somebody, like, they filmed themselves, right, saying rape in the name of God. Like, they filmed themselves saying those words, and then were so proud about it, so proud of it, that they posted it on the internet. Like, they're proud of that. So I shouldn't be fucking surprised when she says, I think it's not colonialism, it's a return. And 2, colonialism gets a bad rap, actually, especially when you're colonizing an area that is inhabited by people who are bad and violent and have a bad ideology. That's literally what she said.
Sound like you're advocating for ethnic cleansing?
I don't think so, because Palestinian isn't an ethnicity, it's an ideology. I know
it's not an ideology. Okay, holy shit. It's neither of those things. It's a regional identity. There has been multiple. Palestine has definitionally been a place where people lived, where Palestinians lived. People from Palestine, where Palestinians have been that for thousands of years, whether it's like the Mandate of Palestine or like the British Mandate of Palestine, or like whatever version of it, it has always been Palestine. Palestinian is, holy shit, is not a ideology. What? Do you see the delusion? This is the worldview. This is the worldview of radical right-wing religious zealots who are illegally occupying stolen land in the West Bank. This lady, less than 10 years ago, was living in Texas, where she is from. She is from Texas. Yeah, does she think being an American is an ideology? Exactly. Like, what do you do? What do you do with this? How do I can't communicate with that. Like, I can't be like, yo, actually, here's why you're wrong. Like, bro, you went from Texas all the way to the Middle East to fucking steal people's land, and you're eager to be among the first to colonize Gaza? This is insane, man. I'm actually blown away by this. Y'all should really share this around. Like, get your streamers to watch this. This is crazy. This is a bonkers video. I think colonialism gets a bad rap. Okay, then time to interview with someone else. Nope. That's when you know you hit the jackpot. You keep pressing. When somebody says, I think colonialism gets a bad rap, and you're interviewing them for a documentary about settlers in the West Bank, you keep asking. You keep asking questions. Because this person... She actually said that Palestinian is an ideology. I just, it's absolutely insane that she just said that. She just said that. One, it's not colonialism, it's a return. Two, I think colonialism gets a bad rap, especially if you're colonizing an area inhabited by people who are bad. Also, Palestinian is an ideology. So you can't ethnically cleanse Palestinians because it's an ideology. What if you said Arabs though? Like what if he switched the question to say Arabs, even though Palestinians are not only Arabs, right? Like, but still, like, but what if you said Arabs? Would she still say the same thing? I don't know.
It's an ideology that says that they want Jews dead, and
Please share the link, ! Watching for a link to the playlist. All the videos in this playlist are there. But for this video specifically, boom bang.
We want them as far away from Jews as possible.
The would-be
We want them as far away from Jews as possible. Like, you want an ethno-state, you want an ethnic cleansing. Like, that's literally what you're advocating for.
Let's take us to the
like, she's literally advocating for colonizing Palestine, but she's also saying that it's not colonialism, it's a return. But like, even if it was colonialism, it would be based actually.
It's crossing. It used to be the gateway into Gaza. The area has been closed off by Israeli soldiers, but the group is waved through. They've planted 2 small lemon trees here as symbols of their claims over this land. Just saplings, but the settlers have seen how over the years their efforts bear fruit.
What a fucking bonkers video. That was like the most bonkers shit I've seen in a long time, man. I'm actually blown away at the shit that was said in that fucking video. That was like the most insane 9 minutes of fucking news coverage that I've watched in a fucking minute. That was fucking crazy. Oh man. Anyway, man, I'm gonna be thinking about that for a long. I'm gonna be thinking about that for so long. All right, chat. Coming up next, we're gonna finish off our politics and our news coverage with this video from Democracy Now! Palestinian healthcare workers chained, starved, and sexually abused. New Human Rights Watch report on Israeli prisons. So, like, I guess let's continue this conversation about Israeli prisons and like the fucking horrors. Oh my god, I'm still like recovering from that fucking video, man. Hydrate. Remember to drink some water, chat. Anyway, so we're gonna watch that, even though I feel like I kind of want to end it on that note, because wow, like this video really took a lot out of me. This lady is something else, man. But this video from Democracy Now! Looks good and important. So I would like to check it out, and plus it's only 3, so oops.
Welcome to the occupied West Bank.
Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Why are you playing?
We're
How come
in
it's
the
not stopping?
Palestinian village of Beta. Unusually early.
Why aren't you stopping? Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. But chat, after we watch that Democracy Now! Video, we are going to do fun stuff, okay? We're going to do Bourbon Bresky Branch, then we're going to do Steve Wallace, and maybe we'll get in some Fantano, and possibly even more. Exclamation point watching, like I said, in the chat for a link to this playlist. It contains all the videos we have watched and will watch. But first, chat, before we continue on, I have to run an ad break because it's been much more than an hour. We've actually gone past an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to exclusive emotes, and to also help me get closer to Partner Plus, which would give me a bigger share of the money you also generously give to me. 70-30 to be exact, which would be genuinely life-changing. So if you have the means to sub yourself to help me out with that, or to upgrade your sub, feel free. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 specifically to get a TTS. All of these things help very much and are very much appreciated. Yo,
hiya, Tofu.
Hey, Mixed Secular, thank you so much for 25 whole months of support. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Alrighty. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you are one of those that had to sit through some ads, I appreciate you. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. You shared the clip on X. What is X? What is that? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Twitter is X. I know. I was joking. I'm just joshing you. It sounds like some porn website. Yeah. How dare you share porn websites in my chat? That's against the terms of service. Twitter is X. Is this a math question? Oh, that's funny. What is this mix? This is like not part of the. This is not supposed to be part of the normal mix. It was kind of groovy though. It was kind of groovy. All right. It's 3:09 a.m. in the morning time. Let's do it. Let's finish off our politics chat. What's up, Just Plain Joey? Let's finish off our news. Let's finish off our politics content so we can move into fun stuff, okay? So we can move into chill shit for the rest of stream. So let's fucking get it over with. Democracy now. Palestinian healthcare workers chained, starved, sexually abused. New Human Rights Watch report on Israeli prisons. Let's check it out.
This is Democracy Now!
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
We begin today's show with a call by Human Rights Watch for the International Criminal Court to investigate Israel for arbitrarily detaining and torturing Palestinian healthcare workers. A new report by Human Rights Watch details the harrowing experiences of 8 doctors, nurses, and paramedics who were recently held in Israeli prisons, where they describe being blindfolded, beaten, held in forced stress positions, and handcuffed for extended periods of time. They also reported torture, including rape and sexual abuse by Israeli forces. Ed Abed, a 50-year-old surgeon who was taken by Israeli forces from Beit Lahia's Indonesia hospital in November, told Human Rights Watch, quote, "Every minute we were beaten, I mean all over the body, on sensitive areas between the legs, the chest, the back. We were kicked all over the body and the face. They used the front of their boots, which had a metal tip, then their weapons. They had lighters. One soldier tried to burn me, but burned the person next to me. I told them I'm a doctor, but they didn't care," unquote. Others describe being held in metal cages and seeing other detained Palestinians beaten to death. The Human Rights Watch report also details how 36-year-old paramedic Walid Khalili was taken to the notorious Sde Tayman prison, where Israeli forces...
That's the prison that fucking settler was referencing when he threatened rape in the name of God, in his words, against those Palestinians. Like, he filmed himself referencing Sde Tayman, the prison they're talking about right now.
Suspended him and dozens of other detainees, most of them stripped and wearing diapers, from the ceiling with chains attached to their handcuffs.
Like what?
Israeli forces then shocked him with electric wires. The report also referred to a Palestinian prisoner who was gang raped by Israeli soldiers using an M16 rifle. Human Rights Watch's findings track with other reports by Gaza's medical workers who've been detained by Israel since October 7th. In July, Dr. Mohammed Abu Salmea, the director of Al-Shifa Hospital, described his detention in an Israeli prison for 7 months without charge.
The torture was very severe in Israeli prisons. I am a doctor. My weight was 87 kilograms. I lost in 45 days more than 25 kilograms of my weight. I lost my balance. I lost focus. I lost all feeling. We were shackled for 45 days, handcuffed for 45 days. However you describe the suffering and insults in prison, you can never know the reality unless you lived through it.
That was Dr. Saeed Abdulrahman Maroof. For more, we're joined in Ramallah by Melina Ansari, the Israel and Palestine assistant researcher for Human Rights Watch and a lawyer. She co-authored the new Human Rights Watch report, Israel, Palestinian Healthcare Workers Tortured. Thank you very much for joining us. You're joining us from Ramallah and the occupied West Bank. Can you talk overall about your findings and who are all the people you talked to?
Thank you, Amy, and much appreciated for having us here. The report on the torture and detention of Palestinian healthcare workers includes 8 testimonies of Palestinian paramedics, nurses, doctors, and surgeons who currently have been working in Gaza and living in Gaza for the past 10 months during the current hostilities. Many of the doctors and the nurses, 6 of them, were detained and arrested when they were actually in the hospital doing their duties and whatever they can to make sure the Palestinians who are injured and Palestinians who need the medical care for their own survival are granted this humanitarian medical needs. So 6 of the doctors were detained during a siege on hospitals, as well as during coordinated evacuation missions from the hospitals that are in the northern area of Gaza to hospitals in the southern areas. So what I'm trying to say is clearly these healthcare workers were detained while they were doing their job, tasked and in a situation where Palestinians in Gaza are urgently needing medical care and medical assistance. The testimonies, as you mentioned, are consistent with many other testimonies gathered by OHCHR, for example, Palestinian and Israeli human rights organizations, where it gives us a window into how Israeli authorities are treating Palestinians in detention. We were able to speak to 8 healthcare workers in order to really connect and better understand the health infrastructure in Gaza. So the detention and torture of healthcare workers at this current moment in Gaza is only exaggerating and worsening the conditions of the catastrophic health infrastructure in Gaza. So the testimonies are of torture, beatings, punches, kicks with steel-toed boots by Israeli soldiers, using military dogs to attack and intimidate detainees, but as well as using stress positions for a prolonged period of times while being blindfolded and cuffed by the hands and feet. Many of the healthcare workers we spoke to, as healthcare workers being experts in medical knowledge, testified to us and reported seeing and witnessing and being themselves subjected to medical neglect, where they have seen detainees with visible trauma and blunt trauma on their bodies, visible bites of dogs on their bodies as well. They told us as well from their wounds during their detention and arrest, they were not given any proper medical treatment. And when I talk about medical treatment inside detention, this is the bare minimum that's guaranteed under international humanitarian law, where the Geneva Conventions require the detaining authority to provide proper medical health care, proper monitoring of the conditions. But then we have testimonies and we have reports that talk about amputation of Palestinian limbs, including hands and feet, from prolonged cuffings, and amputations without anesthesia as well. So sadly, this is honestly just a small example of what Human Rights Watch was able to document, but we're talking about hundreds of other cases of testimonies from either UN or
It's a
Israeli
baby,
human
man.
rights organizations that talk about some kind of a systematic pattern of ill treatment and abuse in detention. And really important to highlight that when we talk about these 8 healthcare workers, for example, for specific, they were not charged with any offenses. They were not brought before trial. So this is why we concluded that the detention was unlawful.
Yo,
They
cutie
were either
raid.
detained.
Thanks so much for the raid, USA hole. What's up? Thank you so much. Welcome in, cutie raiders. Hello, hello. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were y'all up to? We are just finishing up our news content for the day. We've gone over a lot this evening. If you're curious about what we've covered today on stream, exclamation point watching in the chat will get you a link to this playlist that contains all of the videos that we've gone over today. Unfortunately, if you would like the articles that we've read, you're gonna have to go back in the VOD. But yeah, right now we're looking at this. We just got done a little bit ago looking at this video from Channel 4 News, interviewing settlers in the West Bank, and it was just the most mind break. Like, my brain is broken from watching this. If USA Hall, if you haven't seen this, if you haven't watched this on stream, it's fucking crazy. But right now we are going through this Democracy Now! Piece on Palestinian healthcare workers being chained, starved, and sexually abused in Israeli prisons. And then after that, we're going to get into fun stuff, Urban Rescue Ranch and Steve Wallace and Fantano and more. But yeah, what were you guys doing? What's up, USA Ho? What's up, everybody? Hello, hello. But like I said, exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. Yo, thank you so much for 29 months of support. Let's go.
Uses 0L hearts, uses 0L cutie, uses 0L free Palestine, uses 0L free Palestine, uses 0L free Palestine, uses
I know.
0L
right?
free
That's right.
Palestine, uses 0L cutie, uses 0L heart.
That's literally true. That's literally true. And I'm always saying this, constantly saying this. Thank you so much for 29 months, USA Ho. Thank you so much. Everybody go follow if you don't already, by the way. Very comfy leftist streamer, very good comfy politics content. Go follow, go follow, go follow.
From 7 weeks up to 5 months, none of them being informed why they are being detained or for how long they are being detained. They're just experiencing ill treatment and torture at the hands of the Israeli authorities, which is again only a window into the general detention conditions of Palestinian prisoners and detainees. And currently we're talking about 9,000 Palestinians who are in Israeli custody. 3,000 of them are under administrative detention, which is detaining a person without trial, without charge for an indefinite time. And this includes
It's 3 months at a time. It is indefinite ultimately, but there's 3 month periods. And then after 3 months, without seeing a court, without seeing a judge or anything like that, it would be a military court anyways. But they can indefinitely continue to renew your administrative detention. So essentially, you can be held without charge and without seeing a judge for no crime at all for an unlimited amount of time.
Includes hundreds of children, dozens of women as well, elderly journalists and human rights defenders. So we're really ringing the alarm about the situation inside the Israeli custody and detention facilities. And again, when we talk about military bases or detention facilities where Palestinians are detained, these cases are of Palestinians who were taken outside of Gaza. So they were forcibly deported from Gaza into detention facilities and detention military bases inside Israel, and this is considered a war crime under international humanitarian law of forcible deportation. And for those Palestinians who were detained inside the occupied West Bank or inside the occupied Palestinian territory have been forcibly transferred outside of their occupied territory, which is also a war crime under international humanitarian law. So the alarms are ringing, and this is why Human Rights Watch is calling for the International Criminal Court Office of the Prosecutor to ensure including the treatment of Palestinian detainees and prisoners in their open investigation into the situation in Palestine. We know that the prosecutor at the ICC requested arrest warrants for 2 Israeli senior officials as well as Hamas officials. So for the Israeli officials, they are being, the arrest warrants are for war crimes and crimes against humanity. However, we did not notice that the ill treatment, the detention and the torture of Palestinians inside Israeli detention was included during the calls or applications for arrest warrant. And we really sincerely put pressure on states and governments to also make sure that there is genuine accountability for the treatment of Palestinians inside Israeli detention. As you may know, or to really highlight this this information.
You good miraculously? Cat walk across the keyboard.
That the International Committee for the Red Cross, that's mandated to monitor detention conditions in order to make sure they comply with international standards, has been banned since the start of the hostilities from monitoring Israeli prisons and detention centers, which rings the alarm and the bells even higher with regards to what exactly is happening inside detention and inside Israeli custody, because we're hearing about reports of Palestinian deaths in custody. According to Haaretz, there are 48 cases of deaths in custody since the beginning of the hostilities of Palestinians who were declared dead or have been killed inside detention. And there is no clarity to the reasons or the circumstances that led to their deaths. Physicians for Human Rights Israel was able to participate in the autopsy of 5 cases of Palestinian detainees who were pronounced dead inside the Israeli detention, and some of the cases included clear medical neglect, and others included that the deaths was a cause of torture and ill treatment. And I would just highlight that 2 cases of these deaths in custody were of Palestinian healthcare workers, like Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, who was declared by the Israeli prison services back in April killed, and as well as Dr. Iyad al-Rantisi, who was also killed during detention. So again, the bells are ringing, and there needs to be better clarity and understanding to what's happening inside detention, but also to be confident in asking the question of why are these Palestinians inside detention when they're being detained for prolonged periods of time without being brought before a judge, or even without any charges presented against them? So there's a lot of questions that should be asked.
Let me ask you, Melina, earlier we played a clip of Dr. Saeed Abdurrahman Maruf. In February, he was jailed. He's a Palestinian doctor, jailed by Israel for 45 days, described being tortured in Israeli custody, was jailed after Israeli forces raided Al Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza City. And now I want to play a clip for you from Dr. Mohammed Abu Salmea. We mentioned him earlier. In July, he's the director of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza. He described his detention in an Israeli prison for 7 months without charge.
We were subjected to severe torture, and my little finger was broken. I was repeatedly subjected to hitting on the head, causing bleeding multiple times. There was almost daily torture in the Israeli prisons. When prisoners' cells were raided daily, they were severely beaten every day. We say this with full certainty, and we lived through it with great bitterness. Colleagues working in the Ministry of Health and other prisoners got out with us today. About 50 prisoners. We left behind many prisoners, tens of thousands of prisoners, living in hardship, experiencing psychological and physical torture that no Palestinian prisoner has experienced since the Nakba in 1948. Our brave prisoners are subjected to all kinds of tortures behind bars. Even the older prisoners, who have spent tens of years in the occupation prisons, have been deprived of all of their most basic rights. Many prisoners have died while they were in interrogation and were deprived of medicine and food.
So that's Dr. Mohammed Abu Salmea, the director of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza, held for 7 months without charge.
Fucking insane,
CNN also just reported this week that a
7
former
months without
Palestinian
charge,
detainee said he was sexually abused in an Israeli prison. His name was Ibrahim Salem. He's 34, arrested 4 days after an Israeli airstrike hit his home in Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza December 8th, killing 8 of his relatives, injuring his wife and 2 of his 3 children. CNN reports, quote, during interrogations, Salem said he would be asked, where are the hostages? Where are Hamas weapons? Are you Hamas? Are you Qassam, Hamas's military wing? Are you Islamic Jihad? Salem alleges to have been beaten, verbally abused, had water poured on him, told by soldiers that the rest of his family had been killed. But the worst part, he said, was the sexual abuse. What has the Israeli government, how have they responded to your report?
Have they responded to your report?
So the responses for the Israeli authorities has been in different ways. We did not have direct response. We sent them letters with our initial findings before release.
It was like, have they responded? You know what I mean? First and foremost,
the report for any comment or responses to specific questions. But as usual, since the beginning of the hostilities and for a few long time now, Human Rights Watch does not get any responses from the Israeli authorities when we reach out for any comment or any detailed information about the reports and investigation we have been doing. But I can tell you about responses from Israeli officials or Israeli ministers with regards to the detention or treatment of Palestinian detainees. And we have seen, as you mentioned, the case of one Palestinian detainee who was gang raped at Sde Timan, where the Israeli military police investigating this case went inside Sde Timan to arrest the 10 soldiers that are allegedly part of the sexual violence committed against the Palestinian detainee. And there was a huge confrontation and backlash with Israeli right-wing protesters and Israeli soldiers who were in the same unit as the soldiers who were arrested. So, and there was a whole debate on Israeli media. How do Israeli authorities treat Palestinian detainees? And you have ministers saying that Israeli soldiers are the heroes of Israel. So they have the right to do whatever they want to do, including rape of Palestinian detainees in Israeli custody. So these are extremely alarming statements. And
it's really still hard to believe that people actually protested and rioted and did a little like January 6th storming of like courts and stuff to protest IDF soldiers' right to rape Palestinians. Like that's like a real thing. And you know, we have that guy that I showed you earlier filming himself like threatening to rape people and referencing Sde Timan is like, it's so blatant and just so insane. It's just so blatant.
Alarming responses, but unfortunately they kind of reflect a general policy of how the Israeli authorities have been dealing with Palestinian detainees and allegations of torture. Human Rights Watch for decades, we have a report from 1948 that looks into torture and ill treatment of Palestinian detainees during interrogation. And since then, we have not seen, as well as Palestinian and Israeli human rights organizations like B'Tselem have not seen genuine accountability and justice being implemented. It's mainly, I would say, according to B'Tselem, what they reference these investigations as whitewashing. Any way to really not hold these soldiers or these prison guards accountable, but to provide them more impunity and more legal coverage. There has been statements, for example, from the Israeli Minister of Defense condemning the protests that happened in Sdei Timan about the arrest of the nine soldiers for allegations of sexual violence. But the statement did not include any condemnation for the treatment itself or the allegations that are in question. So this only shows more the lack of genuine accountability and the inability or unwillingness of the Israeli authorities to seriously look into the reports that are coming out from detention centers and even Israeli prison services that's in a way directly under the authority of the Israeli Minister of National Intelligence, Ben Gvir. You know, I would just recall and remind ourselves with the many statements that were coming out from Israeli ministers with regards to the death penalty of Palestinian prisoners and detainees, where statements of, in order to solve the overcrowding in Israeli detention, ministers have been calling for the death penalty to be implemented against Palestinians.
Just kill them.
This is not
just
even
make it,
talking
just kill
about
them.
the food situation, the water.
You have members of the Knesset also doing like that settler did, like on camera. You know what I mean? We covered it here when it was like trend, you know, all over Twitter or whatever. The fucking footage of the Israeli Knesset member saying, yes, I do think that it's justified for our soldiers to be raping these terrorists. Like,
situation, the sleeping situation inside detention, where the 8 healthcare workers we spoke to, consistent with many reports we've heard,
just
and
rape them, just kill them, just you know what I mean? Just it's so insane. It's so insane. Like how can anybody? You really, at this point, you have to be turning a blind eye purposefully to this. Like, you know what I mean? If you pay attention to politics, you pay attention to the news, like a lot of people know what's happening. They see all of these reports and they are purposefully turning a blind eye to this.
Are seeing online are saying about depriving detainees of food and water, depriving them of any sugar intake. One detainee, released healthcare workers, told us that from his understanding, the food that was provided to the detainees is the basic minimum to only survive the day. So these detainees are not getting proper medical care, they're not getting proper food and water intake, and above all that are being subjected to systematic ill treatment and humiliation during detention. It's not only during one phase of detention, it's throughout arrest, detention, and release as well.
Melina Ansari, on Monday you wrote a piece for Human Rights Watch about Walid Khalili, a paramedic and ambulance driver for the Palestinian Medical Relief Society, 36-year-old father of 3. Your piece is headlined, "A Palestinian Paramedic's Ordeal in Israeli Detention." As we begin to wrap up, can you tell us what happened to Walid Khalili on the morning of November 10th?
Walid Khalili was arrested or detained when he is an ambulance driver with the Palestinian Medical Relief Society, and he was answering a call for 4 injured men at that.
I'm from Germany, and the discussion and news here is so incredibly one-sided to pro-Israel. It's sickening. Absolutely. Yeah. What's up, Handu? Welcome in.
Time on that day, where on his way to the 4 injured men, he witnessed Israeli forces shooting the 4 men to death. So when his mission was a rescue mission in order to transfer the injured Palestinian men to hospital, it turned into a detention, basically a detention experience, where when the soldiers saw Walid Khalili approaching the 4 injured Palestinians who were later killed by Israeli forces, according to the testimonies of Walid Khalili, the soldiers called out Khalili, who ran to a nearby building to seek refuge and shelter from Israeli forces on the ground. And then later he was detained immediately in the field. He was interrogated in the field and asked what he was doing there. He explained that he was basically on a rescue mission after being called to rescue the 4 injured men. He was subjected to ill treatment from the beginning. He was asked to completely strip off his clothes in public. He was immediately cuffed by his hand and feet and blindfolded, and then transferred to detention facilities and Israeli prisons, where he was interrogated repeatedly, specifically asking for forced confession. What I mean by this is, according to what Walid Khalili explained to us, most of the interrogation was about, are you a member of Hamas? Do you know where Hamas is keeping hostages? And even with the repeated denial of any information that Walid Khalili has, when he reached Sdei Timan, he was hearing voices and screams of other detainees. And at that time, Israeli soldiers removed the blindfold on his eyes, and the testimony Walid Khalili gave us, myself, it was extremely harrowing to understand. He said immediately when the blindfold was removed, he saw hundreds, he said dozens of Palestinian detainees being suspended from chains that are connected to the ceiling of the warehouse.
That's such an insane image. Like, that's like shit you see in, that's like fucking, it's like some fucking Dark Souls like shit, to be what, like people hanging from the fucking ceiling with chains, and like we're talking about like people bound in ways that creates a situation in which it is common for people to have arms and hands and feet amputated because of how they're bound. And I mean, that would make even more sense if they're fucking suspended from the ceiling wearing nothing but diapers, suspended with chains. Like, that's some shit out of a fucking horror movie that I can't even comprehend that. That's fucking insane.
He saw the men wearing diapers and not being fully clothed or properly clothed, suspended by chains. And then he understood where these screams and sounds of torture are coming from. He then told us and walked us through how Israeli forces forced him to wear a garment that has wires all around it, and a headband that also had wires around it. And he was later suspended as well, similar to the other detainees, from chains that were in the ceilings of Sdei Timan. And this garment, this white overall, basically was used to electrocute and shock Walid Khalili repeatedly over and over during his interrogation or during his detention in Sdei Timan. So he was electrocuted. He as well as he reported about cases of being struck with gasoline or being thrown, gasoline being thrown at.
It's like she keeps talking and saying things that I'm just like, I don't like. How does it keep getting worse? Like, how gasoline, electrocution, people being sexually assaulted with red hot metal rods until they die? Like, what are we even, I can't even, this is beyond, I don't even know what to say. She keeps talking and just saying things that are just beyond belief. It's so evil. Yeah, there are no words.
At him. He also, during his transfer not to State Iman but a different detention facility in Al-Naqab authorized by the Israeli prison services, he had a Palestinian male detainee sit next to him who was visibly bleeding from his bottom area, and the man told Walid Khalili that he was subjected to rape by 3 soldiers who raped him with an M16 assault rifle.
You know who makes M16 assault rifles? Like, I do you know who makes those M16 assault rifles, chat? Those are American. Those are M16s. Those are American firearms. My girlfriend and I are watching and she's too shy to type it in chat, but she wants you to know she thinks you're so pretty. Oh, thanks, Jinxie. Or thanks, Jinxie's girlfriend.
Search and during his interrogation. So unfortunately, at the end of the interview, when I was speaking with the Walid Khalili, he was pleading for us, pleading for the international community to really understand what the situation is for Palestinian detainees. It's sexual violence, it's rape, it's medical neglect, it's deprivation of food, and it's all happening all at once, non-stop. And these are, you know, extremely harrowing testimonies. I worked with the Palestinian Prisoner Organization for 3 years, and we have never heard that thorough or that brutal and extremely violent.
Yeah, I don't. It's
testimony.
It doesn't register. Like the things that she said in my brain, it's like hard to. I can't even imagine like some of the things she said. Like I'm still trying to wrap my head around like dozens of people suspended from ceilings only wearing diapers, like suspended from the ceilings with chains. Like that's some shit straight out of a fucking nightmare.
Is being coming out. And as well as I go back to the point, 9,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees are currently in Israeli custody. This number is unprecedented. We have not seen this number since the second Intifada in 2000. And again, these testimonies are not a case-by-case basis. We're hearing this from OHCHR, we're hearing from Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations. So really monitoring needs to be as soon as possible and immediate for detention conditions, and there needs to be a push on Israeli authorities to release Palestinians who are unlawfully detained, who don't have any charges against them or trial against them.
Melina Ansari, I want to thank you for being with us. These are such horrifying accounts. Melina is a lawyer and the Israel and Palestine Assistant Researcher for Human Rights Watch. She co-authored their new report, Israel, Palestinian Healthcare Workers Tortured. We'll link to that as well as the piece you just wrote last week for them, a Palestinian paramedic's ordeal in Israeli detention.
Fucking insane, man. Like, how did my segment here, how did I manage to just like back to back to back, like it just got so bad. Like going from, I didn't think we could top that Channel 4 news video, but like, man. I feel, man, that was really a lot. The last few videos was really a lot. So that was a lot. You already did it. Exclamation point watching in the chat if you would like a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we've watched this evening. That was a lot. You know what I mean? Mental health check. Vibe check. Hey. How we doing, chat? And they were health workers. Yes, comfy content time. Pretty enraged, honestly. I mean, yeah. What's up, Mitch? Time for a smoke break? Listen, I've been smoke breaking this entire time. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. But I'll continue to smoke break with you. But I will continue to smoke break with you. I'm sobering up, so I'm just bland. I'm at work, boo. No. Hope work doesn't suck too much. This is why vets have a 45% higher rate of unaliving ourselves. That's why we have 908 or 988 now. Excuse me. Boo, me too. No. No. Organizing this event with Chapman University campers and friends. What's this? DSA OC is hosting a panel with MSF, SJP, and the Jewish Anti-Zionist League. That's fucking sick. August 31st at 12 p.m. Oh, I would be down to go to this, but I have shit to do on the 31st. At 12 p.m. we will having guest speakers, free food, and a massive turnout from some really awesome local groups. This event will take place in our regularly, well, it's where is it going to be? At Chapman though. Awesome. Nori, you're so great. Chat, if you are in the area, Nori is really awesome and is super hands-on, boots on the ground, and helped organize this OCDSA and with some cool speakers. So you if you're able to, should go support. You're awesome, Nori. This is sick. I would be down to go. It actually looks interesting because there's I'd like to hear an MSF like doctor speak. Like that's pretty cool. But yeah, I won't be able to go. Don't thank me. Thanks to the campers. Shouts out to the campers. I would go, but I'm East Coast. That's no excuse. Get on a motherfucking plane immediately, Zyram. Just kidding. But if you're able to, there's that for you in the chat. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. And also in our Discord, Nori's really good about, like, really awesome about posting a lot of really good information and resources and stuff about like events and actions. Exclamation point Discord. Exclamation point Discord. Okay. Oh my god, I forgot that I had this video. Fresh, dude. You guys remember pro-life Spider-Man? He's out of jail. He's out of jail. But let's do new Bourbon Brescue branch. Let's fucking go, baby. It's time. Comfy time. Comfy time. Comfy time. Comfy time. Hello? What's happening here? Why you look like that?
That didn't feel very good at all. I'm going to be collecting all of these and throwing them. Yeah.
No.
Look how precious. I could eat this right now on camera. These are just little scratches from the iguana.
I thought he actually did it.
Most adorable soldiers. We're starting a new channel. I don't need a single permit to put this thing on the skillet. Good morning, everybody.
Oh, thank you, Callie.
Today I'm going to be doing a different kind of video.
Hello? Yo, my computer is struggling right now. Why are you like this? It's already in 720. I already, like, I'm ahead of the game on this. Why are you tripping?
That didn't feel very good at all. I'm going to be collecting all of these and throwing them. Yeah. Oh, just look how precious.
Dude.
Just right now on camera. These are just little scratches from the iguana. God's most adorable soldiers.
They're
We're
so
starting a new channel. I don't need a single permit to put this thing on the skillet. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Kind of video. I'm going to be showing you guys all the animals that you used to know and love that I haven't given you guys an update on in a good while. This is Kevin. As you can see, he's still the exact same as he was 2-3 years ago. Now he has a whole family here that he lives with. Watch this. And that's all I do for Kevin, you guys. I do this every day, 4 times a day in the summer. Now I am going to stop bothering him, but the second I do let go, he's just going to try biting me again. Just for fun, I'm going to show you guys what that looks like. And when he bites me, this is what it looks like.
Oh my God.
It doesn't hurt too much because his beak is worn down. Oh, but it certainly
looks like it hurt.
The reason why I don't go in here and film this for you guys every day is because rent isn't typically due for me all that often. But right now, I wanted to let you guys know that we're starting a new oh, that's his little noise that he makes. We're starting a new channel.
That shit is crazy.
Oh, that didn't feel very good at all. For the wildlife rescue, there's a new channel that we're starting, and we even have a movie over there for you guys to see.
We watched it yesterday.
It's
really good.
Scratches from
it's actually really good.
Now he's adding to all the little stars that I have on my hand here. But man, we've rescued over 500 to 600 animals this year alone in our first year of rehabbing. On average, we've gotten about 100 animals a month. Most of those animals, we've been able to do a great job of either transferring them to another rehab, releasing them ourselves, or lovingly putting them out of their misery when they're in horrible, horrible pain and they won't be able to make it back to the wild. But I just wanted to show you guys, this is how you survive a Rhea attack. Okay, here you go. Look at this, you guys. This is how you survive a Rhea attack. Rents due. Please go check out our new wildlife rescue channel on YouTube. If you guys would like to donate, we have a link in the description for you guys to donate. Oh, he's stepping on my toes. Excuse me, I'm gonna put on my Mater croc real quick. That's right.
What's happening?
Got the Mater ones. Did you get that? We rescued him and we had him here, and now he's started a whole beautiful little family. Take a look at that. And now he's got a ton of grandkids, and I'll show you that in a second. That is just sheer, pure hatred. He wants nothing more than to end my life right now. And I don't come out here every day and bother him like this, you guys. I let him have his little
He wants nothing more than to peck the brains out of my fucking dead skull.
Stay happy here. I don't mess with him too much. For the most part, Kevin and I have a mutual understanding, but I did want to show you guys this. This is Kevin's son, Soldier Boy, and he grew up. Oh, there he is. Soldier Boy grew up in
Soldier
my
Boy
living
up
room
in his
he was just a tiny little baby that we hatched out of one of the eggs. And now Soldier Boy is sitting on a bunch of eggs of his own. With this species, the males actually incubate the eggs, but
Soldier Boy has become Soldier Dad.
All of these eggs are rotten. Today I'm going to be collecting all of these and throwing them for you guys. Because Uncle Ben.
Oh wait, so he did throw it, but they're rotten. They're no good. You can't eat it, and it's not going to make a baby. So I guess it's fine. But like, what the fuck? Gross.
Today, I'm just going to be throwing these over onto the neighbor's property. They hate me. And I can feel this one's about to explode. Check this out, you guys. None of these eggs are going to be able to have... Oh, do you hear that? That's an explosion. Take a look at that. Now, this one's real rotten, you guys. Get ready to hear this. Take a look at this. Oh, oh, you hear that? That's called a popper. I call that one a popper. Hey, as long as it's not on my property, right?
Jesus Christ, what's up, Evie?
Kevin's son was actually able to hatch out on his own 6 babies naturally. 6 natty born babies over there that I'll show you guys.
Oh my God, they really do. They sound like fucking light bulbs when you throw a light bulb. You know how light bulbs like pop? They have like a pop. Like I don't know. You know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? Like they sound like light bulbs. They're nature's grenades. Yeah.
Check this out, you guys. Oh,
dude, do you hear it? It sounds like, yeah, lighters do it. Yeah.
Check this out, you guys. All of these. That one's not quite a
Oh my God, not in front of Kevin. Oh no. He's like, what are you doing to my babies? What's up, Zeus? Oh my God, dude.
You can tell when they're going to be poppers from how much they weigh. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. Am I stealing your nasty eggs? Oh, I'm sorry.
Look at them staring at them. Oh my god. They're like, oh. This one looks like it's getting on its knees like, ah. What the fuck, dude? FYI, male rheas have to guard their eggs from female rheas, so female don't try to eat them. Yeah, they take care of the babies. I'm assuming the eggs weren't fertilized. Yeah, they're bad. They're rotten. Like they weren't gonna make babies, and you can't eat them. I guess I don't know. Do people eat rhea eggs? I don't know. I have no idea. Probably. It's so fucked, but I can't stop laughing. You're evil. How could you laugh at this? They killed their babies in front of their eyes.
Kevin, am I stealing your nasty eggs? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Did I steal your nasty little eggs?
Dude.
Yeah. Oh, that was a popper for sure. Ew.
So
And I'll throw you that little man-made structure if you don't like this video.
The reason why I do this is because these are like ticking time bombs. It's 104 degrees here, you guys. If I don't do this, they're just going to explode. And then the animals themselves are
look at that one went crazy.
Oh, man, this whole area is going to smell for a while. Oh, see, at least there were no babies developing. If you guys subscribe to this channel and our new one, you might get this in the mail. This is also a little dangerous. Don't want Kevin getting killed by this thing. They call that a widowmaker. So we're just going to drag this over to the burn pile. And yes, it is 105.
So chaotic. He's chaotic good all day.
Out in the shade over here. And this is all the water that I have for the kangaroos. Even when it's 105 degrees, all these animals are just fine because this is what they're used to in the wild. But when it's real hot like this, they all like to just go into the woods and hunker down. And that is my dog, Boo Boo. This is what the baby looks like nowadays, you guys. I think he's stopped
the baby
for the most part. But it definitely gets this hot in Australia.
It's not the baby anymore. He's the man.
I'm the only person that can go in.
The man, baby.
Because when I go in here, he just tries to hump me. But if anyone else goes in here, he tries to kill him. As you can see from his face here, he's got these glands by his nose. I think those give off some kind of aura that attracts the female. Look, you guys, his face is turning black. This little guy's turning into an actual black buck antelope. Look how big
I see you, Unionize.
Oh boy, it's actually too hot for me to film, so I'm not going to show you Patrick anymore, but look how beautiful he is. I literally can only use my phones for like 5 minutes at a time filming for you guys right now. Oh, and look at that. A robin got stuck in our flight path. My son Bevo just likes to swim around in here all day when it's nice and hot like this.
Big Mommy Alexa, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. I'm Tofu. We talk about the news, but right now we're done with the news and we're watching fun stuff. We're watching Urban Rescue Ranch! Watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos we've been watching today. Hope you had a good stream. What were you guys up to? Shouts out Big Mommy Alexa. Big Mommy. Shouts out Cyberpunk. Hell yeah, that sounds fun. Welcome in.
Perhaps the most comfortable little creature that we have here on warm days like this. Also have all these whistling ducks that are about ready to be released. As you can see, these little guys don't like me at all. They don't want anything to do with me. They're staying nice and wild. And this whole area here is just a little enclosure for our wildlife rehab. I try not to spend too much time in here with Bevo, but I do have to come in here every day to cut him some willow saplings and give him sweet potatoes and his food. What's cool is Bevo can also eat all this vegetation. I also have to fence in all these trees so he doesn't eat all my bark. And hopefully we can get another little baby beaver soon so this guy can have a conspecific. But I think he's going to be just fine regardless. And we do have to take care of beavers for 2 years before we can release them. And honestly, this is the best beaver setup that I know of as far as wildlife rehabs go.
He's so
and
nice.
You guys didn't even notice that Homelander's missing. So if you all want
Wait,
to
what happened to Homelander?
you're going to have to subscribe to our new channel and /or our Patreon. Because honestly, if I posted that, I would get demonetized and probably lose my channel. Same thing with half of what goes on here at the actual Wildlife Rehabilitation Center.
Damn.
So if you guys want to
What's
see
up,
the
Fleemy?
unfiltered version of what it takes to be a wildlife rehabber here, go ahead and subscribe to Waco Wildlife Rescue or our Patreon, which I'm going to link in the in the description. Just look how precious this little creature is. But I have this fence here because I don't want Bevo to just get out, because he would eat the baby in 2 seconds. And I also don't want Boo Boo and Patrick to spend any time together because I think they would have fight eventually. But as you guys can see, Boo Boo is a male axis deer. Oh, he's sniffing him. And you can even see that he's a little button buck. You see his little
Sniffer.
This little guy was brought into another wildlife rehab in Austin because these are invasive down there. So All Things Wild called me up and said, hey, do you want this little baby axis? And now Boo Boo is a beautiful little sanctuary animal here because he can't legally be released into the wild.
Aww.
This little peacock with the broken leg is
You live here now. Homelander broke his egg and had to be put down.
Specifically managed to sit by licking himself.
Rest in peace, Homelander.
Bro, stop! This little enclosure, all the shade here, all the shade there. This is quite
I don't want to see that shit. The fuck? Put that on your other channel.
Okay, guys, come on! I'm gonna show you the cappies because I have to post this video in 2 hours. I still have tons of footage of us rescuing another coyote, an otter, starting a wildlife rehab in Indonesia. And I have some more information.
Indonesia?
On the new channel as well, you guys. We are actually starting a wildlife rehab
Holy
in
shit!
Malong, Indonesia. But look at
okay, they're really popping off. I mean, I guess I should expect it. Like all of their videos hit 500,000 within a few days, like easy. So they're doing pretty fucking well. Goddamn, dude. Opening up a wildlife rescue in Indonesia now that's crazy.
Said, Uncle Ben, are you breeding these cappies? We really live in a society where Uncle Ben can rescue 500 to 600 animals in 1 year, and nobody bats an eye. I rescue, rehab, and release 30 owls this year, and nobody watches those videos. But I let my cappies clap each other's cheeks and create these little beautiful creatures. Quite literally, God's most adorable soldiers. And then everyone loses their mind. Why can't I have 700 of these on my
live in a
property?
society.
Oh, but we can rescue and release 60 possums last month, but you don't care. Oh, you guys don't want to see that. You just want to see the little clappity blappity. Best thing is, I don't even need permits for these, and I could eat this right now on camera, and I wouldn't be breaking the law. But I had to work my butt off to get those rehab permits. I had to do all kinds of training and spend all kinds of money to rescue those eagles. I don't need a single permit to put this thing on the skillet. Just kidding.
Stop.
But these guys are really, really sweet, and they are friendly because their moms are friendly. And we worked very hard over the last 2 years to make sure that our cappies are friendly and adorable. And because of that, these babies are sweet and friendly and adorable. But I love how some species in God's good creation are basically just shrunk down versions of their parents.
They really
these guys
are.
Like to hang out in these little bowls in here.
They're so tiny.
But if you guys got anything to say to me about breeding these little clappy blappy, you're more than welcome to go on over to our new Waco Wildlife Rescue YouTube channel. Because I'd like to be able to make professional content over there and keep the two things separate. But look at this, you guys. This little guy just lets me pick him right up. Oh my
I love
and these guys really are just the sweetest.
Oh my god, look at their little fucking legs.
Watermelons every day because they don't need that for their gut biome. A quick creature feature on capybaras, you guys, because I did want to make some educational content today. These precious little creatures raise their babies communally. So Quandale Dingle is actually the female over there that just gave birth, and she's over there taking a bath. And I do refill these waters like twice a day. And the reason why I do that and I don't put them in the pond is because we have a beaver in there. Beautiful little creature. But after she gives birth, both of those clutches of babies going to be communally raised by the whole herd. And these guys are so
communally raised.
Shifts on being mothers. Oh, look at this little
What
guy
about the nuclear family?
That's
though?
how these guys have been able to survive and thrive in such a harsh environment with so many scary natural predators like cheetah, caiman crocodiles, cheetahs, anacondas. But I do come out here and I clean their poop out.
I was gonna say, that's not poop, is it?
These guys don't get too nasty and covered in poo. But this is my literal grandchild. And as a capybara shepherd, I take very good care of these fellas and I check on them multiple times a day. These guys are already born with the ability to run around. They have their eyes open. They have fur. And what's really amazing is in only 1 week, they're already able to eat grass.
Look at their hands. They're so...
But when we got Gordon Quandale, they were probably 2 or 3 times this size. And even though we're in the shade right now, this phone is also overheating. These are Kevin's grandkids, you guys, and I have to feed them again. Nobody cares.
Oh my god. And Kevin's grandkids are literally our small versions of the big ones too.
But look at this little hand. And yeah, my pool's disgusting. But that's it for now, you guys. If you guys want to see our coyotes, the otter, any of the other animals that we were taking care of under the wildlife rehab permit, you are very welcome to come support us at Waco Wildlife Rescue YouTube channel. I'll be posting a lot more of that footage from the last month and a half there. But for now, I love you guys. I appreciate you. And I'll see you guys in the next video. And this used to be a Ferrari. Ooh, almost forgot to
Oh my
tell
god,
you.
I remember that video.
Skippity.
Shall we do Steve Wallace chat? What do you guys think? Steve Wallace now? Steve Wallace or Fantano? Steve
Hey
Wallace, I
welcome
think.
to Camping with Steve. Trying something new today. I made a whole tent out of Tyvek and camping accessories as well out of Tyvek. That's a house wrap that goes on your house before you put the siding on. So we're gonna assemble that and have a good time tonight.
Hell yeah, we are. So construction material DIY
It's a little
tent.
loud, but what it lacks in stealth makes up for in price. This thing is comically flammable, so I'm trying to keep it as far away from
Comically flammable.
while still being able to get in and out fairly easy. So,
Comically
this'll
flammable?
do. I sewed some of this together, but I'm not a really good seamstress, so for the complicated parts, I just use this tuck tape. And this stuff will actually destroy this material
loud.
trying to pull it off. And I installed
Oh my god, he's like barely touching it. And it's like...
So I can stake this down.
What's up, Lasu?
I normally don't stake my tent down
Doesn't
because
tear though?
the campgrounds are always gravel and they bend, like they hit rocks. But this tent doesn't
Oh my god,
really
I
have
can
a lot
hear
of weight
someone's
going
alarm.
into it. I cannot get a stake to actually pound through this ground. Just gonna throw some
Pound through
heavy
the
stuff in the
ground.
corners.
That is so loud. It's like a snare drum, dude. It's like... It's
My
so
original
loud.
theory was to use one of these and get that
Oh my
rope
god.
over and then nail it into the ground. But this ground is not good for nailing. So I'm gonna tie it to that tree and to that tree. Oops.
Home wrap. Oh.
Starting to look a little homey in there.
I mean, it looks like a fucking... It looks like a tent.
My backpack should do that.
But he said it's comically flammable, and
we
that
got a
makes me
shelter.
so
How about that?
uneasy. Comically flammable?
This thing is made out of 3 pieces. I just made a big, long, triangular tube. I sewed this edge. This is the only one I sewed. This front panel has 2 zippers. This one is sewn on, and this one is just a stick-on tarp zipper. The back panel, I sewed a little screen on. I could put a protective little cover so that if it rains, the water doesn't come in.
Oh, it's got like a little window.
There's no rain in the forecast, and I like
Nice.
to be able to look out the window. The big downside with this setup is the strangler here. So it does have some reflective markings in it. If my flashlight's on, I should be able to see it, but let's be real here. Nothing's worth
Let's
doing
be
unless you
real.
overdo it. So I had a couple of these old
Yo,
chairs.
Squiggles,
that
thank
the
you so much
fabric
for
was
2
wrecked,
months. Let's
and
go.
Tyvek to the rescue. This is
Hi
all
Tofu Squig
sewn up with some
64L
reinforcing
cozy time.
Thank you so much.
footstool. And again,
Oh my god, he's got a Tyvek chair too. That's tight.
we just traced the pattern. We took off the old rotten fabric. We traced the pattern, and then we did.
You just cut it off.
Did a
Cut it out.
makeshift, sew it up, identical pattern to it.
So that's kind of
And here we
fire. That actually like looks sick. Like I can excuse the chair, but I don't know about like an actual tent that is made of like really
You'd be
flammable
surprised
material.
how strong this stuff is. Aside from those tent pegs not sticking into the ground.
Oh my god, he made like a
I'm
little.
impressed with how this went
He
up.
made like a
And,
little one
haven't slept in
too.
it yet, but I have high hopes.
That's so funny. It's so cute. It's like a matching
With shelter
set.
acquired, it is time for step 2. Today is Canadian Club and ginger ale.
Canadian
Ice cold.
Club and ginger
Still
ale.
nice and fresh from the store. It did not take me long to set this up. In fact, it was quicker than a normal tent. love ginger ale.
Fuck yeah.
Now, for those of you scratching your heads, wondering what house wrap is, this is what goes on the plywood of a new construction before the siding goes on. And it's a semi-permeable membrane. It keeps the water out. It allows air to kind of move through these micro holes in it. And it's dirt cheap. And
but it's flammable?
I've had this on my house for a couple of years, as have people. If you watch any of those northern off-grid homesteading shows, basically they just leave this on their houses until they can acquire some siding, that type of thing.
Interesting.
They make another product which looks way cooler and it's not as loud. This stuff...
Well, then why didn't you use that?
Loud. This stuff, it's a lot more copacetic to tent building, except I couldn't find full lengths of it.
Oh.
But this would be a good product to use. I don't know the name of it. I'm not here advertising house wrap. So do your house wrap research and
do your own house wrap research, chat. You heard it here.
In construction.
Is he gonna eat Tyvek tonight? Is he gonna like boil some and eat it? He should have made a sleeping bag out of Tyvek too. Maybe some clothes.
Okay,
like, what
so
if he made all of his clothes out of Tyvek?
I got this little mattress put in.
Wrap a burrito in Tyvek.
Without those pegs, it really sags in on me a little bit. And the ridgeline here, I just used a normal little poly rope and I taped that on there with Gorilla Tape.
Poly rope as opposed to monogamous rope.
My little pieces of weight on those
it's different.
corners. I'm doing a mediocre job at best, but it's very basic, very fundamental, and I should sleep really good unless the wind blows.
The little window is a nice touch. Yeah, except if you move even an inch, it'll go.
The zipper I got can only be operated from the outside, so we'll see how that works.
So you can't. So then you're fucked then. It can only be operated from the outside? So you're fucked then. Got it.
Works tonight.
So you can only close the door behind you.
Material alone for ripstop nylon or polyester and the tent footprint would be hundreds of dollars.
Chat, there's an ad break running right now. Normally, we pause everything and we go to the BRB screen during the ad breaks. But we're not doing that right now. Look at that. That timing is crazy.
New haircut goes hard, Queen Local.
Hey, thank you so much, Tom. I really appreciate it. Thank you for 7 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. You could be like Tom, chat, and avoid the ad by subscribing. You could also help me out, help a sister out, and help me get closer to Partner Plus so I can get a bigger cut of the money that you so kindly give to me. 70/30, you could upgrade your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get even more emotes and to help me out with that. Maybe gift a sub to Smash, who's dealing with fucking ads. You know what I mean? Maybe gift a sub to some of our friends in the chat. Mr. Malachite is watching ads right now. Help him out if you have the means to. It would mean the world.
Know how they make them so cheap.
To be honest, I never saw you before, Tofu. Only time I've ever been in here is when in your tofu form, but your hair looks nice. Thank you. I appreciate it.
For those.
Oh, sorry, you can't see. Yeah, as it turns out, I'm not actually a block of tofu. I know. Fuck, I'm sorry.
Just the material alone for ripstop nylon or polyester tonight.
I know. Fuck, sorry.
The cost of material alone for ripstop nylon or polyester and the tent footprint would be hundreds of dollars. I don't know how they make them so cheap for those little cheap tents, but it's impossible pretty much to make a tent for cheap if you're going to a fabric store and buying the stuff. So Tyvek is a good solution, I think, as far as these could be mass produced for festivals or something. That'd be kind of cool.
That would be a disaster. He literally said the words comically flammable. Comically flammable. Not just like pretty flammable or considerably flammable, but comically, not extremely flammable, comically flammable. So let's just like hand these out in mass at festivals and see how well that goes. You know what I mean? We'll bring a new definition to Fire Festival. You know what I'm saying? Fire Festival is back. Yo! And Tom just handed out 5 tickets to Fire Festival featuring the brand new Tyvek tents. Let's fucking go. Tom, thank you so much for the 5 community gift subs, helping out 5 community members with an ad-free viewing experience and access to really cool emotes. Thank you so much. Very generous, very kind. I really appreciate it. If you got a gifty from Tom, please make sure to thank him. Very, very kind. Thank you.
It's number 2, high-density polyethylene.
I'm sick of being broke. I miss my tofu sub. No, maybe somebody will help you out. Peepo Shy in the chat, maybe.
Time to get a little fire going. Today I'm using this little organic cup of wax and sawdust. It smells like something from an arts and crafts store, but we'll see how functional.
What is
really
it? It's like wax, you say?
You can't go wrong with this. So I'm getting filthy today.
Getting filthy today. Yo, Maltese Leftist, thank you so much for hooking up Mitch with a gifty, even though, you know what I mean, helping him out. They couldn't afford a sub this month. You love to see the community coming out and helping each other. Love to see it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now Mitch can spam the emotes and won't have to deal with the ads. Very cool. Thank you.
So, it lights up quite good.
Quite good. Dude, get that away from your comically flammable chair and your comically flammable tent and your comically flammable stool.
Walking past, though. It's an unusual setup, and I think they're envious. While I still got light, I'm gonna start.
Yeah, haters are just fucking jealous. They don't have the Tyvek like matching camp setup, dude. For real. Y'all, I had to take a sick day today to due to prolonged sleep deprivation. I'm sorry, Sil.
Preparing some dinner.
Good to see you though. We have tofu emotes at home. Oh, Tyvek table! Tyvek table! Yes! Dude, the set is complete. You get a Tyvek fucking lunch table, right? You get a fucking Tyvek stool. You get a Tyvek chair and a Tyvek fucking tent. We just need, he really should have brought out the fucking big guns and went Tyvek fucking t-shirt, Tyvek pants. You know what I mean? We're going to be eating strips of Tyvek. We're going to be frying up strips of Tyvek like bacon. You know? Like his car's already white. He could have just painted the word Tyvek on the side of it. Yeah, triple Tyvek suit. Call that Canadian bacon. You know what I'm saying? Strips of Tyvek, right, on the fucking pan. Call that fucking a Canadian Canadian tuxedo when you have the full Tyvek fucking outfit, Tyvek socks, Tyvek fucking pants, Tyvek fucking shirt, Tyvek fucking blazer, Tyvek fucking hat.
I'm gonna start cooking up some butter,
Tyvek.
mushrooms, and garlic. That'll go into the recipe later, but then I'll have this done.
Butter, mushrooms, and garlic.
Oh no.
Oh, you dropped it. Hey, 5-second rule, bro. You're good. It's too late now, bro. You fucked it up.
These ones have got a little bit too much camping spice on them.
Camping spice. I like that.
Tonight's meal is going to be one of these.
Okay, this looks pretty normal. This looks pretty normal and actually appetizing.
High iron things. Bread goes in. They're pretty forgiving on an open flame because they're cast iron and they got a lot of mass to them.
Wait, what is?
We're not using this children's one today. Look at this.
Yeah, that one's for pussies. Look at this one.
Is ready for some serious business here.
Okay, so wait, what do you? He said bread?
Medieval torture device. Using puff pastry today.
Medieval torture device. Puff pastry.
I don't
oh,
ever
bread.
use this, so I don't know how it's going to work out, but It's thawed, and I'm just going to roll out a piece that should fit that pie iron nicely.
He's so cute. He's having so much trouble. He's just like...
They sound hungry. I'm sure there's enough butter in this stuff that it wouldn't stick, but...
Plot twist, that's WD-40.
Now, this puff pastry should puff up.
Okay, so it's like this puff pastry should puff up. Yes, Steve. So it's pastry, dough, and garlic, butter, and mushrooms inside. That sounds pretty good. That sounds bomb. Yeah, no, that sounds like a good, like I would eat that, you know?
I don't know how full to fill.
Yo, could even be vegan though. Double W. Is this another Christian man? I don't know that I've ever heard Steve talk about religion. I don't know. I'm not sure.
This, but I'm gonna close it up before these bugs get in there. Whole bunch of roast beef.
He strikes me as an atheist. He strikes me as an atheist, like an atheist libertarian, you know, Giga Chad, basically.
I did this at home.
No, he is not a religious guy. Okay, yeah, I didn't take him for one. I didn't take him for one.
That deli roast beef is getting expensive, so delicious, seasoned, thinly shaved.
What's up, Catalina Gearbox?
Beef,
What's up, Mitch?
For good measure.
That looks fire. Like, usually his fucking meals are disastrous, and this actually looks good. I am disappointed that it's not Tyvek.
Mosquitoes are coming out. It's mosquito hour. So I'm using this Thermacell. I use it all the time.
Thermacell?
It basically burns one of these little pads on the top, and that gives off the same stuff that's in a mosquito coil, except way more concentrated. And they're available wherever you can find camping gear. I'm not sponsored by them, but I just love these things, so I have to let everybody know about it.
Stealth camping, yep. It's not very stealth though today.
I'm a sucker for those little short reels of foods that pop up all the time on social media. And they're always just using the same 10 ingredients and doing weird designs. There's always puff pastry, bacon, cheese, ground beef, tortillas wrapped in cool different ways.
Damn, you can hear that shit
sizzling. And every time I try to do something new, it usually goes wrong. So we're gonna see how this goes. I do have some cans of ravioli for backup food.
Should it be sizzling like that?
If you're trying a new recipe that you've never done before, that might not work, have a can of ravioli.
Bro, why does it sound like that? Oh, okay. It looks fine.
This is real greasy because puff pastry is 99%
Did he put
butter.
cheese on it? Wait, did I miss that part? That looks fire. Okay, no, that sounds like a good crispiness, like that. It's like it's just a sandwich.
All right.
Okay, that's fire.
There's no way that this is healthy, even in the slightest. But it is so good. Wow.
Hey, what? It's mushrooms, garlic, butter. I mean butter, but also like the pastry. It can't be that bad, right? Like, I mean, if he said it, listen, if Steve says the food that he's eating is unhealthy, I believe him, because some of the shit that I've seen him eat is just crazy, you know?
A meat-filled, crispy pastry. I can get used to this.
The crunch factor seemed pretty appetizing. You said overcooked, but like the crunch factor seemed pretty cool. Like Like, I think I would like the crunch factor. You know what I'm saying? Yo, silly ho with the 10 bomb. What the hell? Silly ho. You silly ho. Thank you so much for the 10 community gift subs. If you got a gift sub from Silly Ho, please make sure to thank that Silly Ho. I really appreciate it. Very, very kind. Very generous. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's probably 15
I love
to
Silly
17
Hoes.
minutes.
Me too.
And I just made one.
I'm something of a Silly Ho myself. Milady, tips hat.
So, although it's an unhealthy meal, it's just inconvenient enough that I'm not going to sit down and just eat a whole pile. This Tyvek chair is holding up surprisingly well.
Okay, why did he say comically flammable? If it's comically flammable, I wouldn't put it that fucking close to the fire. Like, it can't be, it must not be that flammable, right? Because he's sitting next to the fire with a with the chair. Like, it must be fine, right? Like, it's fine, it'll be funny. What's up, Sadia? Oh my gosh. Thank you again, Silly Ho.
Did take some reinforcements when we were first messing around with sewing these things. This stuff needs a few layers if it's going to hold any serious.
Yo, Chaos the Gardener, thank you so much for hooking up Silly Ho with the sub after they gifted us 10 community gift subs. Very, very generous, very kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You love to see it.
But I'm hanging around kind of close to home right now, taking care of garbage. Because my friend that takes care of garbage at the acreage, and he stays there too, and he does carpentry work and stuff. He's on vacation, so that means I'm camping close to home, which is why there's road noise. Pretty much all the campgrounds anywhere relatively close that are larger in size, that might have spots available, they seem to be right along main roads, like an interstate, main highway there. So that's what we're working with for now. But it's always
yo, chat
donated $5. Come dance.
Chat, is this real? Chat, is this real? Thank you, chat. I appreciate it. Come dance.
Get out of the house. Sleep outside in the fresh air. Like it
Come
makes
dance.
a world of difference.
Thanks, chat.
I'm making another one.
He's making another one. What a legend. I'm doing it. Fuck it, I'm doing it. Fuck it, I'm making another crunchy thing.
Probably about time to break out the flashlight too. I find those dollar store ones are so convenient. The LED floodlight ones.
Whoa.
With the soothing sound of the highway, I should have no trouble sleeping.
Okay, he's joking, but like unironically, as a city bitch, like I need the sound of the city, the hum of the city. If it's like without the hum of the city, like I ain't sleeping. That shit is too quiet. I can hear my thoughts, and that's not okay. All right? Nope.
Midnight snack. Just finish this off.
Just all the fucking, you know, my thoughts and the ringing in my fucking ears, my tinnitus. You know what I'm saying?
Let me get the bed set up. Show you what it's all about in there.
Really missed opportunity for it to be a Tyvek bed.
So my various articles of sleeping paraphernalia, sleeping bag, pillow, and another little blanket. Seems cozier already.
I love that he explained, like, you know, I got my sleeping paraphernalia. This is like my usual sleeping, you know, my every night sleep carry. You know what I'm saying? Yo, thank you for the 100 bits, Cryptid. This is my everyday carry for my sleep pack, right? It's a pillow, a blanket. Like, oh, damn, that's crazy. You use a blanket and a pillow for sleeping? I never really fucked with that.
Inside the tent, the first regret is I didn't put something to hang this light up on. That's okay.
Dude, the sound is so hilarious. My bedtime loadout.
Same on the other side. To try and hold these sides out, because in the absence of my tent pegs, this will have to do. So, can't stress this enough. That screen there is pretty crucial. If anybody is actually tempted to do this in real life, to go camping in, You need that.
Why the fuck would you do this? Like, dude, there's like, why would only you would like make a tent out of shit that is meant for fucking building houses? Like, come on, man. Only you.
Because this, you're not going to be able to breathe through it at all. So if it's taped up, you need that ventilation, 100%. Here's the tricky part. The zipper only has the handle on the other side. So I'm just going to take both my hands. I'll meet up with you when I get this zipped up. So that's the trick. You just got to pull it up from the outside.
Yeah, but now you're locked in.
Extra ventilation. Very glad for that.
He left it open for extra ventilation. Okay. And I was like, yeah, but now it's on the outside and you're trapped in this Tyvek coffin you've constructed for yourself in the middle of the woods. Now it's just you alone in your Tyvek coffin.
Air blowing on me right now. Fire extinguisher would be probably the smartest thing to lay down those corners because I'm sure this burns.
He said it was comically flammable. It was his words.
And the tent will not give you privacy. Like, it is opaque, however, the shadows will show through. Like, if you're moving around in here,
so if you're fucking, you know, jorking it, you know what I'm saying? Your shadow will be cast on the side. You know what I'm saying? You can't jork it in there in privacy because otherwise, like, everybody at the campsite will see your ass.
But a light on, it'd be like that tent on Austin Powers, where it projects everything onto that wall.
You know, exactly like Austin Powers.
Just behave yourself and you shouldn't have a problem.
Just behave yourself. Just don't jork your shit.
And I'm gonna hit the hay already in here, and if anything happens tonight interesting, I'll turn the camera on. Hi guys.
Oh my god, he wasn't joking. It's a fucking lantern. It's literally a fucking paper lantern. What is that? Yeah, no. There's no that's hilarious. Imagine just broadcasting your shit. Like you're literally just projecting that your dick across the just projecting your shit across this fucking. Oh my god, that's great. Good stuff. Did he leave the fire on? No, okay. The little noises. Just like you move a centimeter and it's just like you can't even breathe. If you breathe in like deeply, it's just like
Good morning. See, it's not even a death trap.
It's not. You see it? See, it's not even a death trap. Look at me. I fucking made it. Listen, yo, who said Tyvek? Which one of y'all motherfuckers said Tyvek coffin? Who said it? No, listen, you're fucking wrong, dude.
Just fine.
Hold this L.
It was a little crinkly, of course, when I touched the sides, but
see, it's not a death trap.
Pretty good sleep.
So noisy. I can't. This is so fucking stupid. I love him so much.
I'm gonna make some breakfast though. I normally don't start a fire in the morning.
Oh, okay. Is he gonna have Tyvek bacon strips for breakfast? I sure hope so. Oh my god.
You gotta put that out before you go, but there is a water tap close by, so we can make sure this is extinguished. I'm not using that little fire starter contraption from yesterday.
Fire starter.
Because those were $3 per one cupcake, and
what? Oh, the like little
like
wax
$6,
thing he did.
and I can start many fires with it.
Monka.
Those little fire starter things are a really cool idea, and I can do that at home. I'll just use up my old candle stumps and old crayons if I had any of that, and you can make your own for basically nothing.
Hell yeah. Tyvek bacon strips? Oh my god, 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 I was right. Tyvek bacon strips coming up. Oh my god. Some people call it breakfast. He calls it Tyvek fist. Oh my god, I was right.
A rare treat that I get to have breakfast. I'm normally packing up and trying to get out as fast as I can.
What the hell happened? There he goes.
I can leisurely pack things up and cook a meal.
Tyvek. Okay, this is great. This is actually some of the best food that he's made on this channel. A lot of the times, the food that he makes is horrendous. And the food that he had last night and this morning is pretty good.
This chair has held up phenomenally. I'm very impressed with this as a solution to an old, tattered chair that's losing its functionality. But, I should eat breakfast more. I really should. I'm gonna get this all packed up. That's a nice thing. It should take down real quick because it's just 2 knots. And then I bunch it up and throw it in the car.
That's it. Oh.
This is one of those pans from those infomercials, that non-stick stuff. It's pretty good. I got it, I think, from a thrift store. And
nice.
I like it because it's got the metal handle. And it wasn't very expensive, so that makes it perfect for cooking on a campfire. It's not a super fancy pan. I know there's better out there, but for camping, I think this one's pretty good. It's nothing you'd put on a wedding registry or anything, but it does the job for me, and I don't care if it gets a little scorched on the bottom. I know there's that Boy Scout trick. You put dish soap on the bottom, and supposedly it'll just wipe right off, but it's a thrift store pan. I don't care.
I don't care. Yeah, missed opportunity for the Tyvek pan. You know what I mean? Tyvek everything, dude. Yo, Vox and Socks, thank you so much for 14 a month. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Wallace thought he was me. I don't give a fuck if I go blind.
Damn, Vox and Socks. That's crazy. I'm gonna call you Tyvex and Socks instead now. That's crazy. Thank you so much for 14 months. Hope you're doing good.
There's no good way to fold this.
Look at that.
Once this stuff gets crinkled up, it's a wrap. Not as loud anymore. But for the first few uses,
it's a wrap.
It's going to be noisy.
It's a house wrap. Yeah, missed opportunity to burn it. Right.
Campfire wood is pretty expensive.
He's so wholesome.
But I got a lot of wood at home, so I'm going to pay it forward for the next fellow that shows up. A little bit of surprise firewood.
My man Steve hooking it up with free wood.
So it'll be a nice surprise for whoever gets this site. All the water in the cooler is going to work really good for putting this fire out. So to make sure the fire's out, you got to drench it, stir it, drench it again, relight it, and put it out again, and repeat.
What?
Just to make sure it's good and out, because beautiful parks and we don't want to lose them. So.
What? Bro, you just made that up, bro. Smokey the Bear's gonna fucking find you for saying that.
I know that seems ironic for those that try to start fires. Sometimes they can be difficult with wet wood. So it seems unlikely that a little bit of a hot spot would get it going again. But it happens. I've gone to a few campsites. We pulled up, I put some wood on it, and it started up on its own.
Okay.
I didn't even see any smoke.
But that's tight though. But that's sick though. Like, you didn't even have to do anything. Like, you're welcome. Like, what do you mean? Are you complaining? Like, that's... I was literally just about to say that's fire.
It was just from the embers underneath. So I think we're in good shape
House
here.
wrap donations.
About time to hit the road. So much Tyvek left.
So much Tyvek, so little time left.
And I really do enjoy seeing what I can use for camping that's not intended for camping. So, thank you everybody for watching. Please consider subscribing.
Lick and subscribe. Hit the bell and hell.
Sometimes I make a tent out of garbage or whatever. It's usually weird, but I'd appreciate it if you came along on the journey. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, Steve. Cheers, Steve. My Tyvek king. My Tyvek king. My legend. Make a tent out of me? Hey, yo. Yo, is your name Tyvek? Hey, yo, shoddy. Is your name Tyvek? No? Damn, cuz I was finna make a tent out of that. I hate myself. All right, chat. All right, chat. Listen. It's been a good stream. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed your stay, chat, because we're gonna call it here. But I hope you enjoyed your stay because I enjoyed your company, okay? And I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Thank you so much, Jupiter. I hope to see you guys again tomorrow for more news, more politics, and then more comfy reacts after, if we're able to. I'm gonna start doing this again, or not again, but now, by the way, when we hit the sub goal, we lock down comfy reacts for the end of stream. I think that's how we're gonna do this. I think that's how we're gonna operate going forward. So thanks for hitting the sub goal. Thanks for surpassing the sub goal. Much love to you all. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the love. Thanks for all the good vibes. Remember to go follow all of my socials, all of my links, all of the things you might be interested, could be in there. The Discord is a place that you should go join and hang out in, and you should join to get notifications for when I go live, and to keep up and hang out with the community outside of stream. Community building is very important, and that's a good way to do it. Any last minute gifters, any last minute tippers, mod check pausers? Let's see, who should we go raid? Who should we raid? Who should we raid? Struggle 4 is on. Let's do that. Raid. Friend of the show, Struggle 4. AKA Marcus, AKA left flank vets. Spam some emotes, chat. Spam some good vibes. Okay, take all the good vibes that you were spreading around in this chat and go spread them around in Marcus's chat. Thanks again for hanging out with me. Much love. Like I said, I hope to see you guys all again tomorrow for more hangs, more news, all of that stuff. Remember to drink some water. Remember to take your meds. Okay, remember to be kind to yourself. Okay, remember to be kind to others. Don't be a dick, but also don't be a pussy.
A new kind of love.
See you guys tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Genetically altered.
See you guys.
Enough of love light, and I can't believe it's not love. I can't help myself, and you don't have to say that. It spikes across flesh. You'll feel it kicking in soon. Are you falling in love? I have a feeling you are. Are you falling in love? feel